the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Hey everyone, I'm Austin Pollock. It's just gone 5 PM here in the Sunshine State, and voting will soon close as Queensland decides in the state election. Right throughout the day, 3 million people have cast their votes, and tonight, their vote and their voice will be heard. For Stephen Miles, he's seeking to be elected Premier in his own right after taking over from Anastasia Palaszczuk late last year. She led the Labor Party through 3 elections after first coming into power in 2015, before winning again in 2017 and 2020. Miles became a Member of Parliament in the 2015 state election and worked in several ministries until post the 2020 election, where he became the Deputy Premier of Queensland. Following Palaszczuk's resignation, his colleagues unanimously voted him into the role as Premier.
I'm confident that the best thing for Queensland is a Labor government. I know that an LNP government would be very, very dangerous for Queensland, so that's why it's our absolute focus. It's not about us, it's never been about us, it's about what's best for Queensland.
Since taking office, Miles has introduced a range of cost of living measures, most notably 50-cent fares and also $1,000 electricity rebates for all Queensland households. On the other hand, it's David Crisafulli. Will he be the LNP saviour and return them to power for the first time in nearly a decade? Crisafulli was elected into the House in the 2012 landslide win for Campbell Newman and worked as the local government minister. In 2020, Crisafulli became the leader of the opposition after Deb Frecklington stood down following a horror election loss.
I just ask Queenslanders after a decade what's their view on whether or not things are better when it comes to the health crisis, the housing crisis, the youth crime crisis, and the immense cost of living pressures that people are under.
In what was originally predicted to be a Labor wipeout early on in the campaign, the Premier has gained significant miles on Crisafulli's lead. The contest tonight will be as tight as any. There is not long until the results will be coming in. Less than an hour, we will start to see results come in from all 93 elections right across Queensland. It's going to be a massive night. We have the best analysis in the business on who will lead Queensland for up to the next 4 years, all hosted by our chief anchor, Leo Puglisi, at 6 News Election Headquarters. Welcome to Queensland Decides.
Live on 6 News, this is Queensland Decides Election 2024.
And it's gone just 5 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's 6 PM Australian Eastern Daylight Time, just under 1 hour until polls close, and you're watching live as Queensland Decides. State election coverage begins right now. We have an all-star lineup for you on Leo Puglisi headquarters. We have an amazing team right across the state. Tonight we have Roman McKinnon, we've got Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, Austin Pollock behind the scenes as well, Levi Knight. Have I forgotten everyone? Probably, I don't know, but we have an amazing team for you tonight. It is going to be an incredible evening in terms of our coverage, and we will be bringing you all the results the moment they come in. But still, we've just got
about 1 hour until those results do come in. Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day at the polling places. Roman, good evening to you. What have you seen? Because you were there as Stephen Miles cast his vote.
Good evening, everyone. Well, the polls are about to close in under an hour. I was there when Stephen Miles casted his vote alongside his wife Kim and daughter Bridie. I spoke to a number of voters in that area. Definitely a need for change, and that's what the LNP and David Crisafulli are hoping to deliver. We could have a new premier by the end of tonight, sparking, a 9-year drought for the LNP, stuck on those opposition benches, and a need for change, as well as all of those massive issues, including cost of living, health, housing, youth crime, as well as abortion, which is something that had popped up in the election campaign. So a lot happening tonight as the vote is counted.
Can I ask, Roman, because so many people have voted early at this election, what were the numbers like at these polling places in terms of people actually showing up?
About a third of Queenslanders had already voted early. So doing the math, it means 2/3 of voters voted today, and, an hour left, as I mentioned before. So still a number of Queenslanders casting their votes. There'll be votes, placed right up until 5:59. There was pretty sufficient turnout. It was very constant. We went to Mango Hill State School early, pretty much bang on 8 o'clock. That's where the Premier was expected to cast his vote. There was, about a 15-metre line just as the polls opened. Queenslanders wanting to get that vote done early in the day. We then learned that the Premier actually broke the sole of his shoe. So he lives, quite close to that school. So he had to turn around and go change his shoe, which meant a change of plans, which meant relocating to a different school where there was a fairly large media pack waiting for him, as I mentioned before, joined by his wife Kim and daughter Bridie. So Premier Stephen Miles will be watching on very closely tonight to see how these results play out.
And we're going through all our predictions for this evening. We'll let you start. What are your tips for how these numbers are going to end up?
Labor Party, the final results, Labor Party on 34 seats, the LNP on 50 seats. That will be a majority government. Katters and the Greens on 4, One Nation with no seats picked up, and the Independent 1. That will be Noosa on the Sunshine Coast. So, yeah, my prediction is an LNP majority. I believe it is just that tiny little bit too late for Stephen Miles and Labor. Obviously, a number of Queenslanders having their say about who won the actual election campaign over the past month. It actually was Stephen Miles. So, just that little bit too late, I believe, for Labor. Say if it was held in another month on November 26th, then we may see a different response and different result tonight, possibly.
Yeah, we will watch with bated breath. Roman, I know you've got to go somewhere, which we'll see shortly, which is going to be fantastic, but appreciate your analysis. Thank you. All right, well, continuing, we've got Maggie Perry and Stuart Jeffrey. Stuart, we'll get to your tips at the moment. You've got pretty similar to Roman in terms of tipping an LNP majority and a comfortable enough one at bat. What have you got? Muted.
Yeah, I know. Well, comfortable. It's only 2 seats different. 2 seats over the majority, or in a couple of seats over. I haven't gone as high as Roman. I've got 49 seats for the LNP, but I think I have the lowest Labor count out of all of us at 32. 5 for Katter, 5 for the Greens, One Nation gains Keppel, and of course Independent retains her seat.
Right. Interested where you think Katter's going to get an extra seat from. Let's say they do hold Stephen Andrews, which I think most of us are tipping that they will, not you, Maggie, which we'll get to in a sec. Where's Katter going to get a 5th from?
Look, it's definitely not certain, but I was looking potentially at Thuringowa in Townsville. One of the four towns, one of the three Townsville seats they can win, and either they're gonna the one they have the best chance in is Thuringowa. Either that means whether that means they gain the seat or they at least get high enough to get to the two-party preferred. So they might not win it, but definitely a bit of an upset in those seats, potentially getting enough votes to get into the two-party preferred probably against Labor with Liberal preference flows. Thuringowa being the best seat for that. Definitely not certain, but it's where they have the best chance of getting in. I don't see Labor seeing the support there. That I think we've all picked that Labor's going to drop up north, but at the same time, I don't see Labor voters flocking to the Liberals. I think that they're more likely to almost go towards Katter because he's a more local alternative, if nothing else.
Yeah, and look, I'll say this, compared to One Nation, who've run in all seats, bar one where they're disendorsed, Katter's Australian is really concentrated in where they're running, and they really do target seats that they actually know they can win. And maybe that's what helps the party. They know what they're targeting, which seems obvious, right? But, we will see how the KAP go here. They could... And I think probably likely will play a very crucial role, whether it's a crossbench minority or not. Maggie, I'll get to your tips as well. Now, you're giving the LNP just a slight majority here.
Yeah, no, the LNP has really been sliding in polls recently, and, a lot of people are saying that it's too late because early votes have already been cast, but these polls have been conducted during the periods of early voting, and clearly it shows swings towards Labor from what we used to have. Obviously, it still means the LNP will gain a lot of seats, but maybe not as many as people were expecting. I also have the Greens at 4. I think they're very well positioned in McConnell and Cooper, and they have maybe a small chance in Greenslopes and Miller, and we'll have to see about any other seats. As for One Nation, I think they'll get 0. They could only win in Keppel or maybe Morani, and I highly doubt they'll win in either of those. Independent Sandy Bolton will win in Noosa, of course, and Margaret Strello in Rockhampton also has a chance. And lastly, with Katter, I think they'll retain their 3 seats. I don't think Stephen Andrew will be able to hold Morani. One Nation has actually directed preferences towards the LNP instead of Katter, which I guess is some sort of revenge for, him cozying up with Katter's Australian. Really, I'm not sure if Stephen Andrew exactly has the personal brand in Morani. He's been MP 7 years, which is a lot, but most MPs have been there longer in Queensland.
Yeah, look, that'll be really interesting to see. Can I just ask on your point, because I agree with obviously, these polls have been conducted, and there's a look, by the way, a live look outside Queensland State Parliament, and we'll get to our reporter Levi Knight shortly. We'll get back there. Maggie, I was just going to say, I agree, obviously, that, polls have tightened and they've been conducted during this pre-poll period. Is it still too bad for Labor that you can't see them lose a couple more? You can't see the LNP not win a couple more and fall under that 47 mark?
Oh, I think they could totally fall under that 47 mark. I think they could end up in minority. The chances Labor forms government is very much an outside chance. I really don't think they will. I think it's very unlikely, but it's still possible, kind of like the Liberals and the ACT. Yeah, I think it's a toss-up whether LNP gets a majority or a minority, with polls slipping recently, which I think most people have attributed to abortion. It's become a hot topic in Queensland, and Labor's really been campaigning hard on it. I know we've been displaying some background footage, and even though abortion has only come up to the state stage in the last week, Labor's been putting corflutes everywhere, talking about protecting women's rights, and that Crisafulli will take them away.
Yeah, look, it's going to be fascinating to see that, and we'll be talking about the campaigning on abortion right throughout the evening, Maggie. Thank you. I'll go to my own tips here because my head says LNP majority. My head says LNP majority. I've just decided, screw it. And I'm going to tip the LNP will one seat short of majority, and it'll be a hung parliament. So Labor with 38 seats, down 13. The LNP with 46, that's up 11. Qatar will retain all 4, so that includes Andrew. The Greens will go up 2. I'm actually leaning towards saying they might get Greenslopes, and I'd lean towards Cooper as well. McConnell, absolutely not out of the question. In all likelihood, I'd agree with Maggie in saying it's probably McConnell and Cooper, the top 2 chances for the Greens. I know they target 10 seats, as we spoke about on sixth preference, though. I don't think they really believe they're getting 10 seats. One Nation will get 0, and where we go. One Nation will get 0, and Sandy Bolton will hold on in Noosa. Now, I believe we should just be good to get to our man outside Queensland State Parliament, Levi Knight. I think he... not at the moment. Maybe. And see your shoulder. In a second, I think we'll get to him. But look, certainly, this is shaping up, I think, to be a lot closer than we thought. By the way, you can check all our Queensland analysis on Sixth Preference, our brand new political show, and I look forward to the next episode, Maggie, when we're going to go through all this, because it's a good show. It is a good show. I do enjoy Sixth Preference. You do too, I'm sure. Sixth Preference on our YouTube channel now, as you all know. It's 6:14 Australian Eastern Daylight. It's 5:14. Clock's over to 5:15 Eastern Standard. And look, it might be a long night here, depending on how things go. I wouldn't anticipate speeches probably until the 9 or 10 o'clock hours, which seems obvious. But, we're not getting an early call here. I think chances of anything like 2012 with a Campbell-Newman style majority is long gone. Majority or not, it's not 2012 style, and Labor will not be completely wiped out here. I think Stephen Miles, even himself, has somewhat of a decent chance of staying leader after this, because he's managed to turn this around. Whether they lose or not, he has clearly turned this around if you look at all the polling, and I don't think anyone seriously believes it's going to be as bad as we thought it was going to be, which, mind you, 6 months ago, completely understandable to say it was going to end completely awfully for them. Now, we will get back to all that in a moment. I think in a moment we'll get to State Parliament. But, yeah, look, I think if he can hear me, and if he can give me a thumbs up, Levi tonight, we will go to him live now. Yeah. Levi, great. You're live on air.
Okay, awesome.
State Parliament. How's it been feeling today as campaigning concludes, noting we've got 45 minutes to go?
LNP. I'm from the Gold Coast. Everywhere on the Gold Coast, LNP, but that is coming from a stronghold. When I take it, we'll go to my predictions soon, but I don't think as much of a landslide as you could have asked me a few months ago, but definitely still LNP. That's the feeling at the moment on the streets, in the polls, at the election booths today.
Definitely, I'd agree with that. We will go to your predictions. You are giving them a majority, but as you say, not as high as it could have been a few months ago.
So everywhere but the Gold Coast, I think the abortion campaigning and all of that confusion around there and the campaigning from the Labor Party about that has really hit home for a few people, and that's changed heaps of votes, heaps of concerns, and I think that's why I've scaled back some of those votes and given them back to Labor. I think they've been successful in that argument. I don't see OMP getting any seats. The one independent for Noosa is where I'm going with that. Just 4 Greens, 4 for the Qatar Party, and then that's 35 Labor and 49 for the OMP. So a majority, but not a landslide majority.
And look, David Crisafulli, he obviously is from the Gold Coast. He's in Broadwater. Is it looking like, there's a few marginal Gold Coast seats for the LNP. I know Currumbin's pretty marginal for them. But given, the LNP, I think undoubtedly getting swings towards them tonight, what would the Gold Coast look like in terms of its makeup across its several seats?
Well, look, at the moment, most of the Gold Coast is LNP dominated, and I think that's going to continue. The only real coin cost, I guess you could say, would be Gavin with Megan Scanlon. And I think even there, that'll be interesting to watch because she might even lose her seats. I know asking a few people in Gavin, she's got quite a good connection with the community, but then I'm also not sure about the people who are just going to the polls and it's between Labor or Liberal for them and they're just picking the blue.
Yeah, look, it's going to be fascinating, and we'll get to you a little later as well. Levi Knight, doing a great job outside State Parliament there. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you.
Levi Knight there. Look, want to get to some of the polling that has occurred in recent timing, and it has been interesting because undoubtedly, right, there was this big or big enough LNP vote where 2012 talk was pretty reasonable. In recent times, it's tightened. Stephen Miles was preferred premier in a recent poll. And look at this. This was last month. You had Crisafulli at 46%, Miles at 39%. 15% of those were undecided. Now look at this month. You have 42% for Crisafulli, just 2% undecided, and an outright majority. Stephen Miles preferred premier, 55%. Now, I think we all know, right, it's not indicative of how the numbers will all go. But if we look at some of the two-party preferred, which again, there's only so much you can take two-party preferred when you have seats where it's Katters and Greens in One Nation. But LNP 55-45 to Labor, that was last month. Now it has tightened again. And we are now seeing results that are, well, it's approaching that 50-50 mark. 52.5 was the latest news poll, which had the LNP ahead on two-party preferred. And there was also a poll conducted we saw last night, not a news poll, but it was, I think it was 51-49. So it seems undoubt. It doesn't seem in doubt that the last few weeks of campaigning have really shifted in favour of Labor. You can look at that in terms of where they're getting these seats, right? Labor has had, some good results, right? They just missed out on a majority in 2015. They got it in 17, and then very comfortable in 2020. Very, very comfortable in 2020. They have been dominant in the mainland, of course, in the past few years, right? That slipped, though, in recent times. You had Tasmania, obviously not mainland, but that's still held by the Liberals. We know there was that loss for the Labor up in the Territory, which obviously was a concern for them there. But still, Labor has held on in Queensland. Queensland, a notionally right-wing state, the state that everyone said, helped to get Morrison the victory in 2019. Look, they've held on there. Stuart, I'm interested in your thoughts in the past 2 weeks. I know we always say correlation, not causation, etc., etc. Is it the abortion issue? Is that what it's turning? Because I really am not sure what more it could be. Maybe it's a bit because Crisafulli's focused too much on one issue. Maybe it's about costings. But abortion seems to be everywhere.
Yeah, look, I think definitely before going into this, probably housing was the big issue. Actually, in fact, talking to a few people in Toowoomba and southwest Queensland, which is always an LNP stronghold, I heard a few people saying, we would rather have a Labor minority with Green support than a Labor majority government. The argument was, well, at least the Greens will cross the floor on a few things, and they always went to housing. It was always housing, which the LNP and the Greens seem to be bit of the enemy. The enemy I know, the enemy I don't, at a federal level in the Senate against Labor there. And so the cost of living would be the big topic that everyone would expect, and Labor wouldn't do well on that, as we're seeing at a federal level. But moving to the abortion topic, which came out of left field, is definitely something where the LNP would fall short on, and which is really interesting considering the fact that two of the bigger issues, the voice and same-sex marriage, the LNP did really, really well in Queensland on. And so they've got the abortion issue, and they're not doing that well on it. They're dropping in the polls, and I think that is very interesting to see that this might become a bigger issue than we thought it would have been.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen in the US, even in states that are the red states or Trump-leaning states, and I know I don't want to compare every Australian thing to US. Let's never do that. But there have been examples where you've had abortion measures on the ballot, prop, whatever, how they call it, and the pro-choice side has won. Again, it just seems like it's almost political suicide to run on this issue, or not even to run on it, to have your opponents potentially get you over it, which Stephen Miles seems to be doing here. Because I didn't really see the LNP talking about abortion before Stephen Miles started bringing it up, or before, mind you, before the KAP brought it up.
Yeah, I think that the LNP was too overconfident there about their success. They'd seen the polling that we were just talking about, and they thought they were a shoo-in, so they thought they'd raise that issue, try and rally more support from Conservatives, probably trying to rally support from One Nation and Katters, and even argue they're trying to rally support from those two, because, as I've mentioned, the LNP and Katter are competing to win back some of the Townsville electorates up north, which are currently Labor held a lot of them up north between Liberal held Central Queensland and Katters held North Queensland. And so I would have thought that they're probably raising it to rally some more right-wing support for and gain a few more seats, but clearly they've underestimated Labor and the Greens on this issue.
And what about the Greens here, right? 4 seats, I think it's significant for them. They were aiming, well, I don't want to say they were aiming for 10. They had officially like 10 target seats. I don't think anyone was really expecting them to win 10, including themselves. Is 4 a good result? Is 3 even a good result? Is just holding on to their 2 a good result? Because, you know, it seems like they are still trying to ride, you could almost say ride the wave, or continue what they started with the 2022 federal election when they had the 3 seats gained.
Well, I think it's pretty clear at this point that they will retain their 2 seats. And chances are they get in Cooper as well, and also in McConnell. I also have them winning Greens slips, and I know you just said that you were leaning towards a Greens victory there. Beyond that, they're kind of stuck. These are the electorates that fall roughly underneath the 3 federal electorates in Brisbane that they hold. They're kind of under that umbrella there in the middle, but I struggle to see how they break out of that until, I don't know, the next election cycle. They will certainly expand that at the state level, but I don't think they'll be able to break out of those rough borders until 2028, depending on how the Greens do federally, both in this coming election and in the federal election in 2028 as well. So Greens will have this core in central Brisbane, but I don't see them edging out enough into the broader suburbs. I think that'll still be an LNP Labor fight there. Independents probably lose out to the Greens on that point, actually. The Greens definitely could get 3rd spot, but I don't see them doing well outside of that because they have, you're right, they have targeted specific seats. But I almost think that Brisbane, we saw they voted actually for an LNP mayor, I'm pretty sure. So clearly there's not enough wiggle room there for the Greens to move beyond those 5, maybe 6, but I don't see them winning Miller. It's just not a big enough shift in Brisbane towards the Greens to warrant anything more than 5 or 6 seats. Labor still remains pretty dominant in the suburbs that the Greens would want to try and win.
Would it be stupid to compare some of the local government election results? Does that matter here? I'll note Brisbane City's a massive LGA. Do we even need to consider that here, or nah?
I mean, yeah, Brisbane LGA. Literally, we've got two local local government acts in Queensland. There's one for everyone else, and then there's one for Brisbane. They're their own special thing. They've got their own board of powers, their own different system. But the reason why I mention it is that, you know, that Liberal, well, sorry, LNP, we could say LNP here. The LNP mayor does indicate, I think, a general trend that hasn't gone left-wing enough for the Greens to be confident. Yes, and it actually shows that, yes, they've got the CBD area, they've got central Brisbane, but they can't expand beyond that because there is still this general conservative trend in Brisbane, which is why the Greens only have a couple of councillors. They have the central Brisbane, but they don't have really anywhere else that they can call on. There's not much, as I said, there's not enough of a swing to the left in Brisbane, and in fact, with expected that the LNP will gain some gains in the suburbs as well. That may make it more complicated to Labor to even try and hold on to some of these some of the inner suburbs as well. So that potentially does again demonstrate that the LNP might have a bit of a comeback here, which is bad for Labor and good for the Greens, but the Greens are still stuck to this central 3 federal electorates area.
Yeah, I'll get Maggie's thoughts on this in a moment, but Stuart, I'm interested, the rural seats element of this, because it's only been recent that non-rural seats have outnumbered rural in Queensland. Now, we all know the, Joe years and what happened there and malaproportion and all that. How do you think that has changed the dynamic of Queensland elections? And I'll preface this by saying, it's based on population, so the fact that more cities have more seats than rurals, that's just fair. Like, too bad. That's just population. We're not going to do an electoral college thing here.
Well, I remember the rural seats were definitely a play for Newman, and they were a play in '98 with One Nation, and that we all know how that went. But One Nation was a presence in regional Queensland, if not rural Queensland, for a while. The Nationals had a stronghold on a lot of the rural seats, and of course now with the official complete merger to the LNP, those seats will be retained by Conservatives. And I don't see, especially relying on crime as an issue, that's had a really strong response in more rural seats. I don't think Labor's going to do very well in those seats, and that kind of means Labor has to target Brisbane more and try and force enough LNP contenders in Brisbane. But you're right that the number of rural seats definitely means that you can say the LNP, unless it's guaranteed seats. If you want to go to the American example, talk about the Midwest, all those seats. There's a bunch of seats in the Senate in the Midwest, and they all have 2 senators per state. And it's pretty much a shoe-in both for the Senate and for the Electoral College that all those seats will go towards Republicans, which is the general trend. But that doesn't mean they can form government overall. Labor probably can't flip any of the rural seats, but the question is, can they flip enough Brisbane seats at Ipswich?
All right, Stuart. Sorry, Maggie. I'm interested in your thoughts on this as well, just very quickly. If Labor loses this tonight, and I know you're saying it's more of a when they lose thing, although you acknowledge, right, could be a minority. Is it just the rural seats that are just going to be too bad for them? Or do they have areas where they might be able to hold on because of existing massive margins?
Right, but I think we need to take each rural seats with, its own, understand its aspects, understand its background. There's 3 seats in Cairns, there's Barron River, Cairns, Mulgrave. They're all held by Labor, and Barron Steer's danger in Barron River and Cairns. Youth crime's been really big in the 3 Townsville seats in Rockhampton, in Mackay, and Labor is in serious danger in every single one of those, so that's 5 other regional seats. And they're very likely to lose in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg. I think what really matters is that there's a lot of regional seats to be lost, and honestly, I think there's more regional seats to be lost than urban seats for Labor, because they've just got, especially regional areas are very, hard to expect results in, and they're not exactly in bad places in many urban seats. And so we're really going to have to look at regional Queensland today, which is something you usually don't do in state elections, since a lot of the ground is often covered by Liberals or the Nationals. But Labor's, at least at the 2020 election, has done really well in regional Queensland. And, we'll have to see how that plays out in the coming hours.
Absolutely. We'll get back to Levi Knight in just a moment, when he unmutes. But we'll get back to him in just a sec. I am interested in seeing how this plays out in some of the outer suburb areas as well. And Levi, this talk of abortion as a main political issue, right? That has come up in the past couple of weeks. It's been, I guess you could say, dominated by Labor's campaign on this, and they've looked at the past record of members of the LNP, including David Crisafulli. Is this something that could work for them, that could at least, maybe not necessarily change the winner tonight, but maybe just hold a couple seats? Not necessarily on the Gold Coast where you are, but in the inner suburbs, in the outer suburbs.
I think definitely. I think the whole situation is going to cost him a few votes, and that will work very, very well in Labor's favour, especially a lot that went around about not getting a direct answer or not fully understanding what the situation was. We know David Crisafulli made it clear a lot of the time that it wasn't a part of his plan, but it wasn't super clear what that meant. So now that we've had the Katter Party come out and say that they're not going to enact it, they're not going to impose a private members bill, that does work in their favour. But whether or not some people know that or they know what's going on, they're still going to be asking the question, what's David Crisafulli's belief? And that we don't have a definite answer in recent history from. And if we look back in the voting history, we did see that he voted against the bill. That is going to be a problem for him in the topic of abortion. That's going to be a great upper hand for Labor in a few seats, maybe not overall though.
And then more broadly, and look, I think there is a chance it could be a hung parliament here. You have this election maybe a couple weeks from now, a month from now, or maybe Stephen Miles becomes leader 6 months earlier, right? And we don't have Palaszczuk staying on as long. Could that have potentially changed things here? Because the polls, whether it's not just news poll, multiple polls, there is undoubtedly a swing towards Labor in recent weeks, including during the pre-poll period.
There is, and I think that would have made a big difference because there has been a bit more of a swing towards Labor the longer they've been here and the more they've been campaigning. I reckon if he was in government a little bit earlier or they were campaigning for just a little bit longer, it could have made a big difference and it could have pointed more towards that hung parliament or just a majority.
Yeah, and look, it is going to be an interesting dynamic. Let's just say, I know it's not your tip, but let's just say there is a hung parliament. Where do you think the Katters would fall here? Because I know in the past, in like 2015, for instance, I don't think they'd ever specifically ruled out working with Labor here. I think One Nation's been adamant they wouldn't work with Labor. I don't think anyone expected them to. Sandy Bolton also, she could definitely retain her seat as an independent. How would all of those shape the makeup of a hung parliament? Let's say it happens.
In a hung parliament, I'm seeing Katter go closer towards the LNP than Labor. Greens, I don't see them not going with Labor, but Katter Party, I think if it came down to making a difference, the LNP and Katter can go together. Depending on how tight that is, that could be the minority government we're looking at.
Yeah, look, it's going to be fascinating to see. I think, whether it's Lib Nat Cat or whatever ends up here, or mind you, Queensland Parliament's no stranger to defections, so a slight majority for the LNP could be a minority within 2 years. Who knows? We're all speculating. We don't have a single vote in yet, so we're kind of going over this, but it is going to be fascinating to look at. I'm interested in your thoughts also just quickly on what we were discussing before with rural seats, because it is interesting that unlike other states where you think, there's these patches that are more Labor and these patches that are solid National, you can kind of lock them out. They are at play here. And there's these traditional Labor areas, there's these areas that have been Katter dominant for years, mainly because of Bob Katter, the federal MP. And of course, One Nation always plays a factor here. There's a bunch of seats where they can make top two here. Would you say rural Queensland could be a deciding factor here, or is it more those outer suburbs?
I think rural Queensland could be a big deciding factor here. I think a lot of it will come down to that, and we'll be looking at that. Both sides have their policies towards rural Queensland. I've spoken to a few people who live around those areas, and they've got mixed feelings. For example, about the idea of a private a government-run energy facility, and compared to what they've already got. So there are a few. I think that division there, and they don't really have, on the Gold Coast, you've got the LNP, in Brisbane you've got a lot of Labor. I think they've got a bunch of mixed feelings there, and those mixed votes, those undecided voters who vote rurally could make a big difference, especially if it's coming closer than we earlier thought a few months ago. So those rural seats that they've been campaigning heavily about for that reason, I think will make a big difference come the votes tonight.
Just one final thing, and we'll get some more analysis on it with everyone else on the panel in a sec, but this is just something that's coming from the Courier Mail, and it's an exit poll in 10 crucial seats. 2,000 voters. I know exit polls aren't the most reliable, but it has the LNP 33.9, Labor 33.6, KAP 2.5, One Nation 7.9, Greens 11.3, other 6.6. The crucial bit is that LNP and Labor on primary in that are just 0.3 apart. What do you make of that? Is it worth reading into as an exit poll?
Maybe so. I think all that campaigning towards the end, and like we were talking about before, Labor's really turned things a bit. If they had a little bit more time, that could have been a massive turn. So those people who are changing their thoughts, that neck and neck, I think could be something worth reading into, especially, if you've got that opinion before they go to the polls. We've had a few weeks of people jumping from certain LNP to maybe I'm going to vote Labor.
It's going to be fascinating. Levi, we'll catch you up shortly again. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, Stuart, I'm interested in your thoughts on that exit poll. I'll repeat it again. So it's just 10 key seats, and it has the LNP and Labor just 0.3 apart on primary. One Nation at 8, KAP 2.5, Greens at 11, other at 6.6. It's an exit poll. We know it's an exit poll, but could it be something? Could it actually tell us something? And I know other 6.6 is a bit of a wild card, but yeah, your thoughts.
I want to put out it's only 6 key seats that they polled, so it's definitely bad for the LNP. But there are I think 20 key seats in this election, so it's not too accurate overall. But in those key seats, it is important. But we don't know about the other key seats or the marginal seats. But there were a number of seats that did have Labor ahead. I think actually going to Capel, it was LNP at 32%, Labor 28.5%, One Nation 27%, and Greens 5.5%. So that's just the pick for Capel right now, which is the seat that I had One Nation in. And yeah, the issue when you talk about One Nation and Katters is that they are limited in what seats they're contesting. One Nation, I think, is really low down in most seats. Katters is low down, but that's because he's only focusing in a few key seats. So I think you've got to take that into account. That support for One Nation and Katter doesn't skew properly in the polling, given their limited target base. But it definitely is bad news for Liberals, and I'm regretting putting Labor at 32 now. Maybe we should have given them a few more seats.
Too late.
Yeah, I didn't.
No one backs out of predictions on 6 News. You go down. You're the captain going down with the ship. You will sink with your predictions. I have as well. I'm on a high from last week with the ACT and getting that largely right. But look, it is fascinating, and it goes to that point, Stuart, on the polling has tightened undoubtedly, and Stephen Miles, his campaigning has been everywhere, whether it's on socials, whether it's 36 seats in 36 hours. I mean, I said it before, and I'll get Maggie on this later, but I think he can, and I think Labor should, if they want to win, I think he can stay as leader after this. If it's not a wipeout, he's very clearly turned the tide, whether it gets them to a hung parliament situation or not.
I think mentioning the word wipeout there kind of summons the spirit of Campbell Newman. But apart from that, he probably will. I remember when he first took over, when Palaszczuk resigned, a lot of people were saying that he was kind of like a caretaker premier, almost. I said prime minister then, caretaker premier, that he wouldn't be able to achieve much. He was just doing damage control. And it seems like he's done more than damage control, and at least I think if you had have asked everyone 6 months ago, it would have been Liberals, the LNP getting 60 plus seats pretty much. Not a Newman level, but definitely more along the lines of Palaszczuk in 2015. So this is definitely not looking great for the LNP And I think they probably should start. Someone should start ringing in Robbie Katter right now and saying, "Look, mate, what can we do if we lose? Do you want to get in early?" Stephen Miles has said he won't do a coalition government with the Greens if he gets the minority. But if that happens,
well, he said outright that he prefers a minority LNP to minority Labor. Maybe he said that too early. Maybe he didn't realise there was a chance that there could be minority Labor. I don't know. I think
if he won't talk to the Greens and the Greens won't work with the LNP, and that basically means Katter's got the balance of power. And if Katter doesn't decide to do anything, then you've got a true hung parliament. There is no, if the Greens and Katter's refuse to negotiate with either side, then there is literally no government. We are a governmentless state because the premier has to be whoever can control the flow of spending bills through Parliament. And if the other party can guarantee that, then you've got a problem. So probably the best thing in that case.
7 elections since 2021.
I think it will come down to the point where Greens and Labor might go, okay, cool. The Greens will support it. We'll let the Labor be the nominal premier. We'll support those spending bills, but nothing else. Blind confidence. I think that's probably looking possible. We won't work with them, but they'll at least pass the spending bills with us. So that way, you've got a nominal Labor premier, but a nominal in status only. He wouldn't have any true power. And you could argue the same for the LNP, although they haven't ruled out deals with Katter. Although that being said, there was a sign in Mount Isa today by the LNP that the Katter's lawyers have immediately said to the Electoral Commission, can you please take this down for us? Because it alleged that there was a secret deal between Katter and Labor that would secretly allow Labor to keep power. That's probably going to go to court, I reckon, almost, because, misinformation, although Queensland doesn't really have much political advertising regulation like you would see in, say, South Australia or Victoria or federally. So it's going to be a bit of an issue. There's a bit more of a freedom of political communication there. I definitely think that's going to be contentious. And, if the LNP is putting out signs like that, then does Carter really want to work with them? If they're doing attack ads to that extent, will Katter go, okay, fine, we'll work with Labor? That's unlikely, but the Liberals have made it harder for themselves now that if they don't get the majority, if you're going right after Robbie Katter himself, the leader, that's going to give problems for you. If you're going after Katter and they're saying, actually, we need you to form a government with us, please, pretty please, Katter might go, yeah, no, we're not going to work with you because you've attacked us this much. And will Katter go Labor? We don't know, but looking at a Katter LNP alliance is less likely should the LNP not form majority government.
Now, the one party we haven't talked about, you think they'll get one, I think they'll get none, is One Nation. Now,
I say one likely, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, one likely. You've tipped it as Keppel, right? The Ashby seat.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think they're going to get 0. And I say this because obviously they've lost their incumbent. I don't think they're getting the incumbent seats back. Also, the ALP has preferenced the LNP above Ashby, which I think will be crucial. I don't know. If they get 0, let's say they do get 0. Even if they do get 1, that's pretty bad for them in a state that's supposed to be like their state, right? Like, One Nation has never been able to get like anywhere close to that massive 98 result.
Yeah, and the fact that they're hoping on just this one seat, which, given your candidate there, is pretty appealing compared to who they currently have. Who did they run with last time? Was it Rothery that they ran with last time in Keppel, if I'm remembering correctly? And he didn't do great. That being said, the candidate there does have some experience in Parliament, or at least being involved in Parliament. I'll put it like that. It's probably a more accurate thing to say there. Definitely, but even if they get the one there, as I think they might, it's still not good for them. Do they keep their Senate seats now? Does Pauline Hanson lose her Senate seat? Is the question for
one. I think Roberts will lose his Senate seat.
Yeah, they're going to lose. They're going to lose one of the two. They have to cross their fingers for a double dissolution now to keep their Senate seats. We could see legalise cannabis, oust Which is it? Is it Roberts or Hanson that's up next for the next?
Roberts up
Senate
next year,
half
and I
election?
think we could be seeing Senator Belinda Jones from Legalised Cannabis. To be honest, watch this space.
But which One Nation's? Is it Hanson or Roberts is up for election?
Roberts is up in 25.
Yeah, so Roberts will probably be out then. if we see
I don't think he's
Hanson
got
gets
enough
out,
personal pull compared to Hanson. I know Hanson's name's on the ballot, but I don't know. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hanson retires. I know we're talking about federal. We should be going on state, but still, One Nation. What? I mean, where else have they targeted here, right? Have they even, they've got the not incumbent seat. They've got Keppel. Have they tried anywhere else here? Have they actually tried for somewhere else? Because I'm looking through some of the places where they've been in 2PP before. I don't know. I just don't see anything more than one, realistically. I still think 0.
well, that's part of the reason why I tipped Katter for one of the council seats, because One Nation's vote has really partly collapsed there, and now it'll probably go completely. So where do those voters go? Well, Labor on crime is an issue there. They wouldn't necessarily agree with Labor being on crime, but also wouldn't agree with the Liberals, because remember last time round the LNP said, we'll put all the children, youth offenders into re-education, things like that. So that's probably not very. I forgot the curfews. The curfews, which really were not popular up north last time, and that's why Labor won some of those seats to retain them, was because LNP said, we'll do a curfew for people for kids being out at night, and that clearly.
I remember that campaign. Oh man,
that's the reason why.
Election?
2020, I'm pretty sure it was. So that was the reason why Labor retained some of those marginal seats up north, was because of that argument. And now that we've had another crime debate, it's looking less comfortable for Labor, but they still won't like the LNP because of that curfew argument. I reckon that's definitely been pulled out by local candidates, and that's where Katter can come into it. He can take that vacuum that was One Nation, hoover up most of One Nation's votes. That's where he can get a position, because Labor, I don't think Labor will win there, and you've still got the curfew issue being in place. So, crime's definitely an issue there. Katter's been running on a strong anti-crime campaign, although so is everyone this election. So I think you could definitely, that's where I'd see Katter's coming into it. But yeah, if Katter does that, then that means One Nation has nothing. And if One Nation has no seats, they can't gain Keppel. You're right. If they keep if Katter keeps a seat that they stole from One Nation, then what have they got? They got one upper house in South Australia, and that's it. They've got a couple of Senate seats and one.
It's barely any for them. Considering how well they did in the 2016 Senate election, mind you, it was a DD, but still, I mean, they haven't been able to hold on to these members.
And let's not forget what happened in was it earlier this year in New South Wales, where they all walked out of the party pretty much. So let's not forget that as well. That they basically lost all of their MPs in New South Wales over internal issues. So, will One Nation go the way of the UAP is the question there, and that just leaves Katters as the only of the three leaders of Palmer, Hanson, and Katter. Only Katter's still in it in the running, really. Pauline Hanson might even be in risk of 2028, although we do have another Queensland cycle to get through there.
Katter, I think, is in that seat for life, to be honest, and then he will be replaced by a Katter. Has always been my bet. I mean, that name in that area is insane in terms of the name recognition it brings in and the vote share it brings in.
And they've got that track record in the north that One Nation doesn't have. Or the UAP. So UAP. Did the UAP contest any seats this time?
No, they're not even registered there anymore.
So yeah, the UAP's out, although One Nation will probably get their votes anyway, but One Nation's vote collapsed last time round. In some of the seats it went to Katter's. I believe in Hinchinbrook it went to Katter's, for example. Although Katter won that. That being said, but there's definitely that flow from One Nation to Katter's, and potentially from Labor and the Liberals to Katter's, But that still means One Nation is up the creek without a paddle. You know, they've got no chance. Regional Central Queensland was their only shot, and if they lose that, they've got nothing.
All right, let's go to Maggie Perry now, our election reporter, also our YouTube chat moderator, who does a great job there. Maggie, and we'll get more into this next hour, but I want to have a look at some of your graphics you've got going. For those who missed them last week, where were you, by the way? ACT election graphics. We've got a new supercomputer PowerPoint presentation, but it does look absolutely fantastic. Talk us through where we're really watching it tonight.
Right. So on the right side, we've got Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Brisbane, Southeast Queensland. These areas aren't really in as much contention as regional Queensland on the left. Just to showcase what we've got, let's go to Cairns and then the electorate of Cairns right in the middle, and look at some of the results in 2020. That is not Cairns. You know what? I think we should keep the graphics for later. But yeah, we'll be using these graphics.
The point. They are great.
Yeah.
And you can see
we'll be using these for later.
Right? Yeah, you can see in those regions where this result comes really, really key tonight, because, you know, there's these seats where you can just rule out. You can basically call them. They might have been contentious if there was a Campbell-type landslide, but they won't be.
Yeah, a lot of these seats in Brisbane are very safe and likely not to be lost. Maybe in the outer suburbs, where we saw huge swings against Labor in Inala and in Ipswich West. At by-elections earlier this year, Labor even lost Ipswich West to the LNP. In these seats, in the outer suburbs, Labor's likely to get a much bigger swing than in regional Queensland and in other places like in inner Brisbane. I think youth crime has been really present in these outer suburbs, as well as cost of living pressures. That's where it's been the toughest. There's been a lot of talk about healthcare in the regions, and obviously much more progressive ideas. There we go. We've got Cairns on the board now. Much more progressive ideas like climate change and abortion are definitely on the board in the inner suburbs. Anyways, let's go to Cairns. This is one of the key seats that we'll be looking at this election. It's currently held on what I believe is 5%. There was an independent in 2017, Rob Pine, who had quit Labor and run a strong primary vote here, but now Labor is running simply against the LNP. The LNP needs about a 5.5% swing to win this seat, and that's what they've been on track to win in regional Queensland. However, and polls have, of course, narrowed in the past week or two, and it seems like youth crime isn't as much of an issue in places like Cairns than in other regional cities like Townsville, Mackay, or Rockhampton.
How good is that graphic? Yeah, look, it is interesting. In Cairns and more broadly North Queensland, right? They have historically had some pretty significant Labor votes, and they've been pretty strong Labor areas. When you know, on paper, you might think rural Queensland is conservative, will vote for the LNP, will vote for One Nation. You know, Labor's been able to have these areas for quite some time. Look, as you said, we're going to go back to that a lot next hour as we continue our coverage. But yeah, just some fantastic stuff there. I cannot emphasize how much effort's been put into this by Maggie. Please support her work. Please support our work at patreon.com/SIXNewsAU for just $4 a month. It's really worth it, guys. Do it. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Look, coming up next hour, we've got a lot more coverage for you. We're going to be at the LNP and Labor events, which are going to be huge, 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 huge. We've also got the latest news, which we'll get to right at the top of the hour with Austin Pollock. And, of course, polls will close. It's getting on 6:57. It'll be 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight, 6 o'clock Queensland time in a moment. We'll be back right after this break. Stay with us.
You're watching Queensland Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News. 6 News.
One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
Guys, have you got me? Have you guys got?
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Hey guys.
Look,
how's it
when
looking?
I was
The
crossing the
lighting's...
floor, I crossed it knowing that there was
it's not-
going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Is that better? On the airport, it's a bit quiet. Like,
Good evening everyone, I'm Austin Pollock here at Queensland State Parliament. Tonight, it's Queensland Decides. It's just gone 6 p.m. across the Sunshine State and polling has closed in all 93 electorates. Tonight, around 3 million people will have their vote heard as Queensland decides. For Stephen Miles, he's seeking to be elected Premier in his own right after taking over from Anastasia Palaszczuk late last year. She led the Labor Party through 3 elections after first coming into power in 2015, before winning again in 2017 and 2020. Miles became a Member of Parliament in the 2015 state election and worked in several ministries until post the 2020 election, where he became the Deputy Premier of Queensland. Following Palaszczuk's resignation, his colleagues unanimously voted him into the role as Premier.
I'm confident that the best thing for Queensland is a Labor government. I know that an LNP government would be very, very dangerous for Queensland, so that's why it's our absolute focus. It's not about us, it's never been about us, it's about what's best for Queensland.
Since taking office, Miles has introduced a range of cost of living measures, most notably 50-cent fares and also $1,000 electricity rebates for all Queensland households. On the other hand, it's David Crisafulli. Will he be the LNP saviour and return them to power for the first time in nearly a decade? Crisafulli was elected into the House in the 2012 landslide win for Campbell Newman and worked as the local government minister. In 2020, Crisafulli became the leader of the opposition after Deb Frecklington stood down following a horror election loss.
I just ask Queenslanders after a decade what's their view on whether or not things are better when it comes to the health crisis, the housing crisis, the youth crime crisis, and the immense cost of living pressures that people are under.
In what was originally predicted to be a Labor wipeout early on in the campaign, the Premier has gained significant miles on Crisafulli's lead. The contest tonight will be as tight as any. The numbers, they're now coming in. Welcome to Queensland Decides. We will very soon know who will lead the states for up to the next 4 years. We have the best analysis in the business from our team right across Queensland, all hosted by Leo Puglisi in 6 News Election Headquarters. Welcome to Queensland Decides.
Live on 6 News, this is Queensland Decides, Election 2024.
It's just gone 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time and polls have closed in the 2024 Queensland State Election, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight. I'm Leonardo Puglisi in 6 News HQ. We are going to be with you all throughout the evening. If you're just joining us, if you've been with us since 5 o'clock, thank you very much. We will be with you throughout the evening.
as results come in. It is going to be a massive, massive night here. And look, quite frankly, you know, polls have tight in recent times. The results could be a lot more unpredictable than what we were seeing a few months ago when everyone was talking about Newman-style majority landslide. So we will have to wait and see. We're going to get results in starting to come in this hour, and of course we'll get more as the night comes in. We've got our fantastic team right across Queensland for you, and shortly we'll be going to Roman McKinnon, who's at Labor headquarters in Brisbane. But there's a lot else going on in the world at the moment, and for that we're going to go to the latest headlines from the Six newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Thank you very much, Leo. We will get back to the Queensland state election in just a moment, but to the other stories we're following here on 6 News right now. And Victoria Police have charged a woman over an alleged assault on Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe outside the MCG after an AFL game. Authorities have confirmed that a 27-year-old woman has been charged with 2 counts of recklessly causing injury and 3 counts of unlawful assault over the incident on May 25 after the Dreamtime game between Essendon and Richmond, adding that a woman sustained minor injuries during the incident. Police have confirmed the incident was reported at Melbourne East Police Station the following day. Senator Thorpe claims she was pushed to disclose the details earlier this week after reporting published in The Australian about her attendance record in Parliament. She says she sustained serious nerve and spinal injuries in her neck, which required spinal surgery and a plate to be inserted in the back of her neck, adding that she was ordered by her doctor not to travel and could not attend Parliament. Fallout is right now continuing after a hack on an online database home to more than 800 billion web pages on the internet. Earlier this month, the US-based Internet Archive, which includes Wayback Machine, was hacked and taken completely offline, with work continuing over the past few days to return the site to full functionality. In addition to the Wayback Machine, the archive has also saved 42 million print materials, 13 million videos, 14 million audio files and 5 million images, and the tool is valuable in research. Dr. Andre Brett is a lecturer of history at Curtin University. He spoke to 6 News about the consequences of the hack.
This, as you say, appears to be the worst hack that the Internet Archive has experienced. And in terms of being able to preserve, our digital memory, this is going to be consequential. And it's going to be really striking when people look back at the history of pages being saved, that you're going to have this hole in the middle for some that are, major news sites that get catalogued often multiple times a day are going to have this big gap. On the other hand, what worries me the most is what this means long term. If even something like the Wayback Machine is this potentially vulnerable, what does it mean for content that we've created today still being accessible to people in the future? This is absolutely essential nowadays to being able to both access past digital sources and to retain those you're using now for future users to refer to. I think of one time I was going through the references for a book chapter, and at the time that book had only been published about 4 years beforehand. So you'd expect, right, that most of the links would still be live. As it happened, I got over halfway through the references before I found even one link that worked. An easy majority of them were no longer working. Either the site was gone completely or it had been redesigned and so the link had been broken. And this isn't just, some one-off anecdote where I happened to strike it unlucky. There was a Pew Research Centre report that came out last year that found that 38% of digital sources were no longer available a decade after they were created. So this is a major issue that the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has, gone to, being the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has played a leading role in enabling us to still be able to access these websites that are dead and gone otherwise. And look, I'll confess, as someone who's been a Wikipedia editor, since 2005, I deeply regret now that some of those pages that I wrote in 2006, 2007, I didn't save the links, and now those sources are gone. They are just straight up gone burger, and that information, as I said, gone for good.
And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our websites and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. I'm Austin Pollock. Let's now head back to Leo Puglisi for continuing live coverage as Queensland decides.
Thank you very much, Austin. We are back live as we continue our coverage of the 2024 Queensland state election. We're going to start off at Labor headquarters, where we've got our political editor, Roman McKinnon. He's just rushed there from his place. Roman, good evening to you. How do you think they'll be feeling tonight? Imagine a couple months ago giving up by now, but is there just a glimmer of optimism in the air?
Leo, there is a little bit of glimmer of optimism in the air at the moment. There's no one behind me at the moment. We've got a pretty good spot here at Labor HQ. We're at the Marumba Downs Hotel, which is about 35 minutes north of Brisbane CBD. Now, the Premier is expected to watch some of the results come in from his home in Mango Hill. That's around 10 minutes away before he'll come here and soak up the festivities, or, will it be a concession speech or will it be a victory speech? There was an exit poll released of about 2,000 voters in some key seats today on election day, which showed the race is actually tightening. So a primary vote there. So the LNP on 33.9% and Labor on 33.6%. So that's a 0.3% difference, or a 6-person difference there. So as I mentioned, 2,000 voters are there in a number of key seats across Queensland. The vibe is definitely starting to build here. A number of media starting to arrive, so we'll see, Labor faithful come in and soak up whether or not it will be a sad or a happy night in this end of town.
And obviously polls have closed. One thing, Roman, is that it seems like, and from what I've been hearing, and I've been speaking to some people on the ground, outside of just the past day or two, there has been some good level of enthusiasm among Labor volunteers, right? I know Labor was struggling to find some candidates in some rural seats earlier this year, but at least when it comes to on the ground, there seems to genuinely be a belief that they could hold on, or they could stop that majority, and that potentially changes things. They're not, being all doomerism about this anymore.
Yeah, well, it seems like the best result for Labor at the moment is too close to call. So if they, too close to call, but definitely a level of optimism amongst the Labor supporters. We spoke with a number today on the ground in Premier Stephen Miles' seat of Marumba. Definitely optimistic. Obviously, those major issues, health crime, cost of living, housing, health crime, housing and cost of living, as well as the women's reproductive rights in abortion. The LNP voting against that in 2018. That's definitely been a focal point of Labor's campaign, and it has really resonated with a number of young people, particularly on social medias like TikTok. You're scrolling through the comments and all of these things. I never knew this, they're advertising and they're marketing against the LNP. Some call it a scare campaign even about this matter, is really resonating with younger voters. So, we'll see how that plays out throughout the night.
Yeah, and one thing, you see the line in all our promos, right? What was the quote from Labor volunteers? They're FD the way, is what they were saying less than a year ago now. Stephen Miles, from all accounts, his campaigning, his personal popularity, it's risen. He is the preferred Premier in the recent poll with an outright majority. He has, as you say, his TikToks, whether he does the gym stuff or whether it's the interviews he does, 50-cent fares and all that, his campaigning feels like someone who could genuinely, maybe not at this election, maybe 2028, but it feels like he's someone who could win an election. And if he had a couple more months, a couple more weeks even, he'd be in a better chance. Like, people within Labor seem very, very happy with Miles. Definitely not that caretaker premier that some were talking about when Palaszczuk left.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to mention, if he did have a low self-esteem about this, then he's definitely hiding it very well, because he's been campaigning strongly over the past month, and of course the past 36 hours of the campaign, where he blitzed 36 seats in 36 hours. So a late push for those Queensland voters who hadn't voted early. 1 in 3 Queenslanders had already voted early. So whether or not that's a factor in how this election plays out will be definitely an interesting factor to watch for.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is that some of the polling, a news poll recently in particular, for what it's worth, it was conducted over some of this pre-poll period, so could account for that. We'll wait and see. We'll see the results, and we'll come back to you right throughout the evening. Roman McKenna at Labor HQ, thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
All right, Stuart, I'm interested again what you make of I'll just keep it on screen, the 2PP in that most recent poll. I think it's pretty... Party because of KAP or the nation. So yeah, what do you make of that? It's significantly closer than it was even a few weeks ago.
Definitely, although we don't have to worry about too many minor parties here. Of course, you got the Greens, of course, and also got One Nation kind of in Qatar. But you don't have the same sort of, broad spread that you have in New South Wales, for example. So in that sense, it is actually a bit easier to look at, with only, really 4 or 5 parties contesting. So in that sense, it's a bit more accurate, although, unlike New South Wales, we don't have ballots that exhaust here, so we do have more preference flow. And that's going to be interesting to see in Brisbane. Two-party preferred... I believe Stephen Miles was ahead as preferred premier, though, correct?
We do. He got up to 55 as preferred premier, and that's an outright majority. And that's a significant swing, because he was in the 30s in September. Note also just 2% undecided there. It seems based on that, Queenslanders have made up their mind about who they prefer him. And whether it's just because they see more of Miles because of the way he's been campaigning, I'm not sure. But yes, preferred premier doesn't, or preferred prime minister doesn't equal a good result necessarily. But that's a 13-point advantage there. You'd have to be happy with it.
Yeah, the key point here again is technically it isn't based on who the premier is, technically. That because of the weird Westminster conventions that we've got. So it does mean that it's not really about the premier, it's about the party, or at least nominally not about the premier, about the party, or more about your local MP. So that does place Crisafulli also hasn't been out that much in the public compared to Stephen Miles. That definitely has a factor in there, but people are looking at the premier, but also at their local candidate, their local MP. So there's some general trend that you can look at, but it isn't too conclusive. I remember back during was it last 2019 federal election where Morrison was losing in, I think it was losing in preferred prime minister, but managed to win a majority there. So it's not entirely indicative. I think
Tony Abbott was down on preferred PM at one point, and he won pretty well.
True. So it's not the most indicative. You do have to take into account the conventions, though, but that being said, the limited number of parties here does mean it is somewhat accurate. But it does mean that people's preferences are a bit more limited, so people won't have as many people who are undecided as well. And looking in New South Wales, people, you can kind of ignore it because people they don't have to preference everyone on the list in New South Wales, for example. it's never going to get to, do you put Liberal above Labor or vice versa in those states? Whereas in Queensland, you have to pick Liberal over Labor or Labor over Liberal. So you're kind of forced to make that choice at the end of the day, unless
well, that's
you do
the thing that might change at this election. That's the thing that might change is the LNP says they'll bring back OPV. How do you think that could change things? It might matter in a few marginals, but ultimately, maybe I'm naive. I don't think it would have that significant of an impact. In fact, to be honest, I think it could hurt the LNP in some rural seats where there's maybe a high One Nation vote and you don't have enough One Nation voters preferencing you at all. Same with Qatar. Like, I'm not 100% sure it works that much in their favour. I could be totally wrong, though.
I'm not a fan of using OPV without an upper house, because that makes it very, very complicated. Looking at such a big state without an upper house, but with OPV, means it's going to be really complicated to work out everything, especially given that, Labor MPs can't cross the floor, which is why I've seen some people say, at least in Toowoomba, that they'd rather have a Labor minority with the Greens than a Labor majority. And with the upper house not existing, it does make that, I guess, more... It's more motivation to not use OPV in one sense. I wouldn't see Labor, for example, going in favour of OPV. The Greens probably wouldn't go. The Greens probably wouldn't like OPV either, because they kind of rely on those preferences, especially preference flows from Labor to the Greens in seats where it's Liberals against the Greens. So Liberals might like it, but.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, you also raised another point, which was the lack of the upper house. And we spoke about it last week in the ACT, and so I'll give you a chance to plug all your work that you've done it again. But that's why a majority here is so much more significant. Because you're not like, and you look at the upper house, and the new Miles government or the new Crisafulli government will have to work with 7 Qatar MLCs or whatever, right? It's so significant. You get a majority here, that's it. That is it. Same with the NT, of course. And the ACT, but
yes,
there never majorities there.
We've got an upcoming crossover with Maggie Perry. We're having her on Between Podcast and Capitol Hill, I believe, this coming week, along with myself and Aidan, looking at, why the territories got Senate representation, but they don't have... It's very ironic. They don't have an upper house in the territories, but they do have senators, looking at the history of that and why that is the thing, but then looking at also what would happen if you had an upper house in the 2 territories and in Queensland as well. But it does, to put aside the plugging for now, I'm sure we'll get back to that later on again, that it does mean that the lower house vote is more important here. And that's probably why OPV wouldn't be a great option, because you do need the pressing issue of, there's no upper house, so you don't have anything that's based on proportional voting, unless you have Hare and Clark, which I'm sure Maggie and you would love to have Hare and Clark in Queensland. That's probably the only other option there. I guess Hare and Clark with OPV might be an option, but with single member seats,
I want Hare
no
Clark everywhere. What about a US election with Hare Clark? I'm going off topic, but I'll say this as well. It's interesting that the different types that we have here, in terms of, I'm maybe, I hope I understand it right, but I tend to like, as a bit of a balance, the Tasmanian upper house system, in terms of its voting system. If Tasmania's upper house is like the lower house in every other state, right? It's single member wards. I'm too much local council stuff. Single member electorates, but it's partial preferential. So, like if it's 3 candidates, I think you got to vote for 1 and 2, number 1 and 2. If it's 2, you number at least 1. And that essentially is like full preferential. Then if there's like more than 4 candidates, you've got to do like minimum 3, which makes sense. Like that makes sense. I don't know. I've just never, like, I don't mind if people do it. As I said, I don't have a real strong take. But like, I'm not particularly against compulsory. And at the same time, something like semi-optional seems to work well in the Senate, especially since, of course, you removed GVT in 2016.
I'm in Queensland, so what's GVT? What's that?
God, imagine Glenn Jury preference deals for a Queensland upper house. Just beautiful.
Imagine Glenn Drury in the federal as well. That'd be even more interesting, bringing him up there with his preference dealing. Although I believe we have some early figures with Maggie.
Yes, let's go to Maggie Perry, 6 News election reporter. We have some results. Early results, very early results, but we have something. What do we have?
Entire 70 votes in Condamine. Let's just head over to the election graphics because I put that in. Down in southeast Queensland, Condamine is the area west of Toowoomba. The incumbent MP is Pat Weir. He holds it by 19.2%. So do go to Condamine when possible. But I think what needs to be clarified is that these are extremely early figures that are not very representative of the rest of the electorate.
Yeah, so essentially nothing matters from these.
0.2%. For example, that Family First candidate has exactly 1 vote at the moment. So do understand just how early these are. Even though we're starting to get some more in some other electorates, I'll have to update that. But
look, results are results, right? We've got something that's helpful.
Minus 9% in Condamine. I'm not exactly sure if that's specific to the polling place or if that's throughout the electorate, in which case, not very accurate. But yeah, we are starting to get some smallers. I just wanted to bring these results up so that you know that we're getting something at this point.
Yeah, so 6:23, we get our first results in for this election, and we will get some more right throughout the evening. Are we expecting maybe a particularly like a rush of a count here, or are we going to have this dragged on and on and on and on and on, or what?
Well, I hope not, but we can't exactly be sure. But we actually have gotten, okay, it was a minute ago, we had 1 electorate, and now we've got results in 7 different ones, so we will have to start going to that soon.
Yeah, let's
That being said, it says there's figures, but there's no figures provided. So
please tell me this isn't like the ACT website, like ACT last week. It is. Oh, Maggie's not making anything up. Don't worry.
It's saying there's figures, but we open the figures tab and there's no figures there. It says no votes recorded for this election, even though it says we have votes. Apparently, we have votes from Traeger, but we can't see the numbers. So all we can tell you is that there have been some votes from some seats.
We have results on the ABC website. Stuart,
right, let's steal from the ABC. What do we have?
We started getting our first results in Aspley. This looks quite surprising, although I think this is once again very small booths and reflected across the electorate. With these small booths, usually they're they lean towards the LNP, and so if the swings are used for the entire electorate, they might not exactly be very representative. But we've got our first booth in a key seat in Aspley, which is in the northeast corner of Brisbane. When compared to the rest of the electorate, it's a 20% swing to the LNP on a 2-candidate preferred basis. But otherwise, yeah, once again, these are very early figures, so do not stress and do not overthink them.
And also, I think every seat here is also an LNP seat as well, so these were already safe seats, pretty much. Mostly.
Yeah, somewhat boring, somewhat nothing ever happens, and all that.
Don't start with that. It's quite. We could see a change in government. Don't say nothing ever happens here, Leo.
True.
That's something. Unlike the ACT, when it was basically guaranteed you'd have a Labour government in the ACT, there's actually something that might change here. Don't be too pessimistic just yet. Yeah, well,
look, we can talk about how boring the ACT was. As much as I love good Hare Clark election,
it's glass half full, not glass half boring. There's a difference, Leo.
Yeah. We love it either way. We love it either way. Give us your thoughts in the live chat, hashtag SIXNewsAU, and we will be letting you know what you think.
We have Glenn Butcher figures for you. Glenn Butcher is a leading in Gladstone. There you are. We're having him on later, aren't we?
Very, very soon, in fact. Right now, in fact.
He is leading with 70.9% of the vote. I want to check the actual details of that. It's only early votes, early figures. Yeah, we've got 90 votes in, 95 votes in. So very, very early, but he's leading. Although that was basically guaranteed anyway. You know, was there any chance of him losing?
Let's not. We won't be harsh. We'll have him on in literally a minute or two. So look, really interesting seeing where these early results are coming in at the same time, whether they matter that much or not. It is very early. But hopefully this indicates we might be getting a lot more results later this hour, and from that, maybe we can all go to bed by 10 o'clock. Wouldn't that be nice? No, we're screwed.
Which time is it?
We're on until midnight my time. We can stay until 11 yours. Depending on where those results come in. Oh, actually, no, we're going to be on till midnight, aren't we? Shoot. It's going to be a long night.
Need a pay rise. Do we get after hours pay?
Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU.
We're just getting results in a ton of electorates. I will be able to bring up Marnbus, Stephen Miles' own seat very soon. So do stay tuned for that.
We'll cross back to you in a second, Maggie, and also note Glenn Butcher will be with us in a moment, and you'll take it away there. But let us know in the live chat as well. Who do you think will win? Labor majority, Liberal majority, LNP majority, I should say, LNP minority, ALP minority, majority.
Very early figures. Shane Noth is losing in Hill.
Early results. What do we have exact swings at this point?
25% away from him.
Early, very early, granted. Very, very early.
I know, but it's drama.
Maggie, I believe we've got your guest on. So I'm assuming he can hear me. Glenn Butcher, the member for Gladstone Labor. Good evening to you.
How are you all?
Good. Thank you. You're live on air. And Maggie, I'll you've got the question, so I'll let you take it away. You're muted, Maggie.
Sorry. Welcome, Glenn Butcher. It's great to have you.
Hi, Maggie.
Just wanted to start off simple. You're the Labor MP for Gladstone. How have you been feeling about your electorate of Gladstone? How's the general vibe of election day?
No, it's been very positive, Maggie, and we've had really good connection with people in the pre-poll. Obviously, it was very, very long, 10-hour days and 10 days of pre-polling. Certainly challenging, but there's continuously been a really good feel on the ground. A lot of people taking our flyers only, but it has been challenging in different ways. Some people take all the flyers that we have, and some people take none, and it's really hard to get a gauge on that. But certainly been very positive for the red team here in Gladstone.
Right. Now, the LNP has run strongly on youth crime in regional Queensland and the outer suburbs of Brisbane. Do you think it's a genuine problem in electorates such as your own?
Well, it certainly is a problem in regional Queensland, that's for sure. Here in Gladstone, not so much. There certainly is crime. There's certainly youth crime. I know that firsthand because my identical twin brother's a policeman in Gladstone. But I work very closely with the Gladstone Police to make sure that I know exactly what's going on. And, youth crime here in Gladstone generally tends to get a little bit from our north, from the Rockhampton region coming to Gladstone. So in Gladstone, the LNP never ran on youth crime. The candidate didn't even show up for the whole election. So, we ran a very strong campaign that what we've done here in Queensland under a Labor Party is seeing results. And I think the people of Gladstone understand that. And results speak for themselves. When the numbers are coming down, that means your policies are working. We didn't use any three-word slogans. We introduced legislation. We put our policies in place, and they're working.
Right. Now, the Greens have actually been running a strong campaign in Gladstone, despite only winning 3 or 4% last election. This is partly because Penny Allman-Payne herself, she's a senator, lives in the electorate. What do you think they'll get?
Yeah, well, they've traditionally had a very low vote here in Gladstone. It is an industrial town. Excuse me, coal goes through our port, so there's always going to be a challenge for the Greens in a seat like Gladstone. But in saying that, what they have done is selected a good candidate, Babet, who's a teacher in Gladstone. They got a lot of support on the ground with teachers here in the Gladstone region, and I think their primary will go up. But obviously, as I said, with those issues in and around their beliefs in an industrial town like Gladstone, I would be surprised if it went up any more than 2 or 3%.
Right. Now, lastly, Labor's been spending a lot of time on the issue of abortion, and Crisafulli has repeated the line, "Nothing will change," many times when prompted about the issue. I'm sure you're aware of this. Should Queensland trust him?
Very simple answer: no. He has a supposedly new caucus that is hell bent on making sure they get their thoughts and their beliefs across. And when that happens, that creates disunity in your party. And when they last voted for women's right to choose last time, we've seen that over 90% of their members, and most of them are hoping to get re-elected, wanted to make abortion illegal. They wanted to. They drove that as a party. They drove that. They put it as a constant vote. So with new blood coming in, as they're predicting, with Amanda Stoker and the like, this agenda that we've been talking about isn't going to go away. We don't believe them. We don't believe that they won't do anything over the next 4-year term if they get elected. And we're very, very concerned about it. And so are a lot of women. I had a story today that a 12-year-old girl was saying, "Why are all these men talking about women's health issues? This should be right for a woman." And that's what I believe in. I got a wife. I got a mother-in-law, daughter, two granddaughters, a daughter. It's not my right to tell them what to do with their bodies. It's their own right. And that's why I'll always make sure that I support women's rights here in Queensland.
Right. It's been great to have you on, Glenn Butcher. I know we've only been talking for a few minutes, but we really appreciate you being on here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Maggie. And I must say it was amazing to meet you at the markets the other weekend, and all the best to all the team there. Have a great night. I know you are all pumped to get excited about the results as much as I am. I see Stuart there has had a great feed and a nice big drink, so he's ready to go. Enjoy your night, team, and hopefully we get a good win here in Gladstone, and we'll hopefully might even get a result tonight.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you very much, Glenn Butcher, Labor MP for Gladstone there. Really appreciate his time. Thank you very much, Maggie. Let's just quickly look at some of the early results that we've got coming in. And in a moment, we'll get to Roman to talk about Stephen Miles' seat. Or actually, we might go to Roman now.
Yeah, so Stephen Miles' seat of Marumba, currently 0.3% of the vote has been counted. It's showing 42.1% to Premier Stephen Miles and 57.9% to the LNP's Gary Fulton. Now, interestingly enough, where Premier Stephen Miles voted, Gary Fulton actually just left about 2 minutes before he arrived. So that was an interesting sort of aspect of, some things you don't normally see, those two candidates going head to head as such. There's been around about 200 votes counted, 164 of the votes counted. 80 votes to the LNP's Gary Fulton at the moment, 53 to the LNP's, to Labor and the Premier Stephen Miles. So early votes here in Marumba. The crowd here at the Marumba Downs Tavern is slowly starting to build. As I mentioned just before, the Premier will be looking in on the results from his home in Mango Hill. He'll then make his way here to address the Labor faithful. So early votes in Marumba. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Roman. Stuart, we do have, you mentioned it before, but those results in Glenn Butcher's seat, we just spoke to early results, but what do we have in his?
Yes, well, having eaten, as you said, I will now pull up the Gladstone figures for that one. Nothing new.
Nothing new. Okay, aren't we lucky?
What
do we have for those who are just tuning in? What do we have?
I'm sorry, we have no more votes in, so do you want me to go down there myself? I can go there and count now if you want me to. Make it happen a bit faster, but we can't rush these things.
We can't. For those who are just
compared to the last local government election, we had horrible counting then. It's at least good to see we are getting some figures in this early in the night.
Yeah, thank you to the Electoral Commission. For those who are just tuning in, though, what do we have from Glenn Butcher's seat? What is in so far?
70 points. So we had a decent swing against him now. It's only now 2.6% swing to the LNP. He's still sitting comfortably at 70.9%. His previous margin was 23.5%. I believe we've only got, if I can just check my figures, we've only got one booth reporting right now, though. One booth, and it's more towards the centre of Gladstone. So early figures, only one booth reporting.
All right, so boring, nothing ever happens, etc., etc. But there's Maggie Perry's results on screen now. Isn't that a great graphic? But, well, no, from 2020, I should say. But we know they're from 2020. We're not pretending they're from 2024, Stuart. But this is what we had last time. And you can just see how convincing it was for him there. Now, I'll note, of course, that was with a somewhat strong One Nation vote. Right, Stuart? You know, anything above 10% is pretty strong in a lower house seat. But that is, you know, extremely significant. And I'll say this, it is something that is interesting that we talked about before, right? These rural seats that do have traditional Labor strongholds, because they don't exist in some other places, but places like North Queensland, parts of Central Queensland, they have been places where Labor has been in for years.
Yeah, definitely. It is looking like these regional areas probably will be closer than than I was thinking at the start. Most seats we do have swings towards the LNP, but again, most of those, generally speaking, a lot of the reporting booths, so you've only got one or two booths reporting. So, as you said earlier, general trends are kind of harder to pick up here with such early figures. So if I just quickly double check the AEC figures before we move to so the ECQ figures before we move to Maggie, if you just give me 1 second to check it. According to the ECQ, we've only got 19,000 votes in, so still pretty early days. Apparently, we've got really good. Currently, Pauline Hanson is polling on 10%. Catters is at 5%, so that's definitely above the pre-poll we had earlier. Labor at 26% and the LNP at 43%. Greens coming in at 7.56%, but again, very early figures. So it's too early to tell from these general trends at this point. Although currently Liberals are ahead.
Yeah, definitely far too early. We'll cut back to Maggie now, who's got some results out of Burleigh, which is one of the more interesting races. I know that the Greens have kind of been somewhat prominent there. Maybe I'm too online for that. What do we have?
Right, well, Burleigh actually has been touted as one of the best possible chances for Labor to gain. They actually won every on-the-ground booth on election day at 2020, and they lost because of the early votes. They got just a margin of 1% for the LNP, and incumbent, I forgot her name, is retiring, which leaves Herman Voster from the LNP filling their shoes. Now, it's looking like there's been a big swing away from Labor in Burleigh. This is really worrying for them. If we could just cut to the graphics for Burleigh right now, I've got that ready. To reference, Burleigh is right down on the southern Gold Coast. It's right near the border, and the tram has been a big issue here. We've also got a 1% swing from the Greens. Do go to the graphics when possible. Cool. Right, now, Labor candidate Herman Bostock is doing very well with 47% of a vote. This is just 0.6% counted, not too many votes. Labor's candidate Claire Cullen, who's been prominent, she's got into controversy for not exactly having a favourable opinion of cops. And the Greens, Hunter Grove McGrath, are down 1%. Libertarians have debuted at 7% of this booth. This is quite impressive. I know that they have been campaigning quite strongly here. What do you think of these results, Leo and Stuart?
I'm really interested in that, and if that's a warning sign, if that's an outlier, probably still too early. But as you say, I agree. Labor would be concerned looking at this. Interested in the Libertarian vote there, 7%, in a state where they're not going to win any seats because there's no upper house, is not insignificant. And so, yeah, I mean, are we approaching almost an LNP sweep of the Gold Coast here in terms of the Gold Coast-based electorates?
Yes, actually. Gavin is held by 7%, and we've just started getting results, and there's been a 10% swing away from Gavin. We don't have results for that yet on the graphics, but that would be enough for Labor to lose the seat. It's still kind of up in the air, obviously. Can't call anything yet. It's way too early for that, but still very interesting there. One Nation's also got, this booth only has 19 votes. I'm not sure how we've got them at in Gavin, so maybe we should look into that. I've also just started getting results.
Nothing ever happens. Ignore it.
Heppel, where Labor's won 34%. How much is counted? Sorry, we have 2% counted. Labor's got 34%. LNP 33, One Nation 23. They're running James Ashby, the party leader. If One Nation can overtake the LNP, they would be able to win the seat. On these numbers, the LNP confidently wins the seat from Labor with a 12% swing. Also, first results in Miller. So, we'll be getting to both soon.
The ABC might have called 2 seats. I don't know what the seats are, but the ABC website is saying they've called 2. They're not telling us which two seats they have called. But the thing is that 2 seats being called. They've also calculated the overall swing right now, 10% swing against Labor, but only a 7% swing to the Liberals. The rest of that flow apparently going to Qatar and One Nation.
It looks like one of the seats they've called is actually my own seat of Callide, which I have been following quite a lot. Callide, the electorate right now, we've actually got my own booth of Villa Wheeler. This is really interesting. But LNP has got 60%, One Nation has won 13.5%, Labor's on 18%, the Greens on 4.5%, Family First on 2.5%. This is pretty expected in Callide as well. LNP's easily gained this. They've got about what they won at the by-election in 2022, just a month after the federal election. Right now we're seeing swings. Oh, actually, I was going to say we're seeing even swings to the LNP all across the board. But it looks like in some seats like Bonnie in Balimba and even Bundaberg, that's surprising. Labor's seeing swings towards them, and they're just about stagnant in Cook. Yes. Towards them in Miller. Bonnie, which they could be able to gain, but that would be surprising. And Bundaberg, which personally I've ruled out as easy LNP gains. So that's very interesting.
Early.
We'll have to cut away from me so that I can start putting in these graphics, by the way.
Yeah, all good. I was going to say, we should have just gotten you to do some exit polling for Bill or Wheeler. Just go up and down your street. That's about everyone in the whole town, isn't it? I mean that nicely. Maggie Perry polling needs to actually happen. The ACT lack of polling and the NT lack of polling. Stuart, I'm sure you'd agree, was a disgrace. I will pay for polling if we have to. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, if you can give me, travel money,
booklet. I was just going to say we might just go to Roman now, who was looking at some of those Callide results. Roman, what are we seeing there? What are we seeing from the earliest results so far?
Yeah, in Callide, there's about 5.5% of the vote counted. 1,362 votes to the LNP's Bryson Head. He holds that seat on a margin of 15.8%. So pretty safe. LNP seat is Callide. That covers areas such as Chinchilla and Central Queensland. 518 votes, or 27.6% to Labor's Samantha Dendel. Now, the ABC has called 2 seats. We're still working on which seats they are, but a number of the votes are now streaming in, and just as I update the screen, it looks like the ABC has called 7 LNP seats and 1 Labor. So that's definitely something to look out for. It looks like Fernie Grove is an ALP retained. That's Mark Ferner. So this is the ABC. I must stress this is the ABC. In this, an ALP retained despite a 2.2 swing towards the LNP. Also, as Maggie was mentioning before, Gavin, 10.4 swing towards the LNP. That's about 1.5% of the vote counted there. Former Channel 7 reporter Bianca Stone is up against the Housing Minister Megan Scanlon there. So Bianca Stone on 52.6%, 2 candidate preferred, and Scanlon on 47.4%. So early numbers looking like it may well be a pretty good night for the LNP.
All right, Roman, thank you. And Stuart, that's interesting because we were just speaking with Maggie about certain seats, Bundaberg, for instance, being all right for Labor. Now we're hearing something completely different in Townsville. Muted. Still muted.
I don't even remember muting myself. Okay.
There we go. I'll ask. I'll ask again.
No, you're good.
I was just for those who lost track in the last 10 seconds. It was looking all right for Labor in Bundaberg in the early results. Now Townsville, not so much. What are we having?
Yeah. So right now we are looking at a swing against the incumbent there, Scott Stewart. 2% of the vote counted. He might lose Townsville. So typically Labor has often relied on preference flows from the last couple of elections. Both sides have relied on preference flows. But the preference flows here will probably go towards the LNP. Katter's sitting in at third, and so probably the preference flows will probably go from Katter to the LNP. It's looking like at least here, although we don't have any preference flow counted yet. With these early figures, again, but looking at a couple of the rural seats, because Gladstone was pretty safe. But Townsville, which was a key seat for Labor to hold, is looking less certain.
I don't know how to feel about these early results. I know it's early, but I don't know. No calls, no giant ahead behind anywhere statewide at this point. It's far too early. But that's what we're seeing up in Townsville, which is definitely a seat to watch here. And look, we'll see. We'll see. But who knows? Could be way too early. Maybe we're all just nuts here.
Early Cairns figures suggest Labor retained, but not by much.
Right, that's in Cairns. So interesting mixed results for the ALP happening in Queensland at the moment. We will see there. We'll get back to Roman in a second because he's got some interesting results for us. We'll give him a sec. We'll let him shut up. But I'll let Maggie go ahead, sorry.
I've got some graphics for Bundaberg. This is a really interesting seat. Labor, at the last election, won it by 9 votes against the LNP. I think everyone pretty much has crossed it off as Labor being impossible to retain. Let's just head over to Bundaberg. I've put that in the other section for electorates. I'll just start reading them out while we don't have the graphics up yet. Labor's 46, LNP, that's a swing of 3%. LNP 28, down 13.4%. Legalized cannabis 9%, One Nation 7%, Greens 5%, and others at 5% as well.
Legalized cannabis in third.
Yes, that is interesting, but
that's not an error.
What's? No, that's not an error. This is really odd. Why is Labor seeing a swing towards them in Bundaberg of all places? I feel like I'm putting the emphasis on the B at the start there, but why is this happening in Bundaberg? Do you have any theories, Leo?
I'm assuming. Look, it's a big if this holds, right? Maybe we're just getting one really solid Labor booth, but also, like, has the Labor? I'm assuming big local campaign, and that is what will save Labor seats. Is obviously the really hyper local campaigning. If that holds throughout the night, that's pretty stunning, regardless of who forms government. That would be stunning, given how little it was won by. We'll get to Roman now for just a sec, and then we'll look at some other places that may have been called yet. Roman, in Barron River, the LNP candidate there may have seen the headline. She got in trouble because she posted an image next to, she was graffitied with a Hitler mustache, right? And she posted something saying it was celebrating a German heritage. Now, she took that down. She apologised to anyone who was offended. What's Barron River looking like?
The incumbent there, it actually just got updated. 6% of the vote has been counted in Barron River. It's showing a 0.5% swing towards the LNP. Two candidate preferred, Bree James, who's that candidate that you just mentioned there from the LNP, 1,170 votes compared to Labor's Craig Crawford, who is at 1,223. So this is an estimate from the ABC, I should add, 51.1% to Craig Crawford and 48.9% to candidate preferred towards Bree James. What is interesting as well, 8.5% of the vote towards One Nation, and Katters Australia 7.8% of the vote so far. That's around 180 votes there towards Katters Ben Campbell. As well, Greens Denise Crew with 270 or 11.3% of the vote. So Barron River is definitely one of those seats to watch, particularly, just not only because of that Nazi hot water situation that you just mentioned. It is, going to be interesting throughout the night because it is a marginal Labor seat, 3.1% of the vote, and that is another one of those seats that Labor really need to hold if they were to have a chance of a victory tonight, as well as Aspley, which we'll come back to a little bit later on.
Absolutely, we will, Roman. Thank you, Stuart. It looks like, we don't make any calls until Maggie calls them yet, but it is interesting shaping up in Southern Downs at the moment. And muted. So we won't go to Stuart. We'll come back to me. Maggie, I think you've got something.
Manually moved. There we go. Had a change for once.
All right. Maggie,
sorry to cut you off, but I did
ahead.
just get we've gotten some results in Currumbin in the Gold Coast. Let's just head there with the election graphics.
Yes, Currumbin, of course, is the key seat where you've had a significant profile for the Greens candidate there, Braden Smith, but also generally Kath Down. And of course, that was the most marginal LNP seat going into this in terms of the 2020 results. Gold Coast, of course, we've talked about, will it be an LNP sweep? But we've got some of the early results there yet. We'll bring them up on screen, but I'll let you go.
Half Down is interesting. She's an independent. She's run on a very anti-tram position. It's been anti-light rail. Sorry, it's been a very hot topic in Currumbin, and she's only got an 8% at this booth, but presumably she probably wouldn't be able to staff some of these smaller booths. So it's interesting. She's got an 8%. Greens at 13. That's up 3. And Labor is down 11. This is really bad for them here. I think they're seeing a huge swing away from them on the Gold Coast, which is not at all what I said on Twitter. But there were some talks of Labor winning in Currumbin, maybe Greens or Independent coming second. I think Labor's definitely not winning, but we will have to see about that other part.
Yeah, we will watch that, Maggie. I do hate to cut you off, but I have just been informed we are we were supposed to go to a break 30 seconds ago. So we'll get some more results in just a couple of minutes, but stay with us here. We're going to continue our coverage. We'll be at Labor headquarters. We're going to get to LNP headquarters as well, and we're going to bring you all the results from the 2024 Queensland State Election. You're watching Six News as Queensland Decides. We'll be back in just a minute.
You're watching Queensland Decides Election 2024.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is Queensland Decides Election 2024.
You are back with us live as Queensland Decides. It's just gone 8 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and it is 7 p.m. in the Sunshine State. It's been 1 hour since polls closed, and you are still with us as we continue our special live coverage of the 2024 state election. So much to bring you. We've had a lot of results coming in the past half hour, which we were just getting to on the other side of the break before we were so rudely interrupted by the commercials. And by that I mean, we've got to do some self-promos, don't we? Appreciate you sticking with us. You can, of course, leave your thoughts, your comments in the live chat using the hashtag 6NewsAU. Give us your thoughts on who will form government, any seats you want us to look at. Just let us know. You can use that live chat, hashtag 6NewsAU. We've got our all-star team for you, and we'll be at LNP headquarters with Levi Knight. Surely we've got Roman McKinnon at Labor HQ, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry based right across the state. Maggie, I'll let you start because we did just so rudely interrupt you at the end of the last hour. What are the results we're seeing?
Right. Now, there's a lot of interesting results I wanted to go over, especially the seat of Greenslopes. So I'm sure Leah's looking very attentively at this. The ABC has called this seat for Labor. The Greens will not be able to gain the seat of Greenslopes. They were looking to win here. And they were in with a very good chance. I think this is a huge disappointment for them. I agree. This is definitely a Labor seat. I'll repeat the figures with 11% counted. Labor 38, Liberal 34, Greens 25. The Greens might be able to overtake the LNP, but it is very unlikely. There's also some other seats like Miller, where the Greens are also looking to win. Labor 40, Liberals 28, and Greens also at 28%. They could win in Miller if they overtook Labor, but I think that's unlikely. And in Barani, Cat is Australian is 5% behind the LNP in the two candidate referred. So a lot of results are starting to come in.
So just to be clear, we've got one call that you can make, and you can add it to the bottom of your screen. Labor wins, retains, green slopes.
I think we should. I think it's much too much work to call every single seat. With me, every 93 seat. So let's go for ABC count.
But for the sake of it, you calling it?
Yeah. Yes. So the ABC currently has Labor 9, LNP 19, Green 1, Katter 2, and Independent 1. Yeah, I will start to go over to some other seats. Callide has been called, yes. So that's my own seat. But yeah, some interesting results going on throughout. Queensland mostly swings to the LNP, some stagnant, like in Ferny Grove, in Burleigh. No, sorry, not in Burleigh. In Callide, in Bundaberg. It's really all over the place at this point. And in Maywa, the Greens have one, so that puts them at least one seat. And South Brisbane, not too many figures.
Yeah. So, Greens have retained one of their two seats. We'll wait and see for the other, South Brisbane. And yeah, we'll use the ABC seat count here, because it's not as easy as the ACT or the NT, is it? It's a little longer this takes. But no, we'll keep watching and we'll keep coming back to a lot of those. So interesting there. Also, Roman, I'll let you jump in. We've got something more.
Yeah, I've got results for Traeger, which is Robbie Katter's seat. So the ABC is projecting that he will retain that. There's 12% of the vote counted, 114 votes, 90.5% of the vote to him, and 12 votes to the Labor's Georgia Heath. That's 9.5% of the vote there. So obviously a bit of a rural area, but I'll let Maggie do it. But Robbie Katter is looking good for Katter's Australia Party.
If the ABC's called it, we may as well call it as well. Katter, the Katter name does not lose. It's you can bet on Katter pretty solidly. Not that as under 18s we would ever bet, by the way, gamble responsibly. But
2% swing to the ALP there. I think we can safely call that Robbie Katter will retain his seat.
All right, Robbie Katter re-elected, no loss for the KAP leader there, and he will join, or he will stay on the crossbench. Exactly what capacity that'll be in, we'll wait and see as more results come in. Obviously, it's still too early for a lot of seats, and well before we can say anything about who's leading in the race for government. But nevertheless, we can start to see the crossbench makeup, and we know at the very minimum, there will be one KAP and one Greens on that crossbench. So we will wait and see there. Stuart, I'm sure you'd agree, no real surprise that... actually, no, I forgot, Stuart, we've got to fix the microphone off. So we'll take Stuart off. Let's see, Roman's gone. Maggie, surely you can say something about Katter. No real surprise that the KAP retained that.
No, I was just inputting election graphics, but I did want to go. Actually, I'll go to that seat later. But a lot of results are starting to come in. I'm just seeing if there's anything particularly interesting. I'm going to go to Clayfield. That's Tim Nicole's seat. The LNP have got 39%. Labor 33%, Greens 22%. Labor, all the Greens may be able to take the seat off of Tim Nicole's. That is very interesting. That would be an LNP loss to Labor or the Greens.
That is very, very interesting. That would be hugely significant. And
we do not have graphics for that, but
no, but we don't want to say too early, but at the same time, I didn't expect to be seeing a result like that at all, to be honest. So that could play out to be interesting throughout the evening. We'll come back to that. Any other seats, graphic or not, that we're having a look at the moment?
Let's go to another seat. You know what? I did want to go to the seat of two here. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but
Tui, yeah,
Tui.
Yeah, I interviewed that Greens candidate, Melissa McArdle.
The Greens candidate. Well, that's exactly the interesting thing here. Going over to the result in Tui, Labor 44%, Greens 27%, and LNP 24%. That's a swing of 14% in favour of the Greens and about 6% away from both Labor and the LNP. That's also very interesting. I don't think they'd be able to win that, but coming second in Tui would be pretty huge, especially with swing against the LNP, which, once again, this is something that is happening in some seats.
Interesting. You can have a live look, by the way. That's LNP. So I was just going to say, it's a live look at LNP headquarters in Brisbane. We'll be coming back to Levi Knight there shortly for that. Sorry, Maggie, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, certain seats have started to get some interesting figures, like Ipswich West. The LNP gained the seat at a by-election, and now Labor is leading by 2% against the LNP. They might be able to technically gain that seat off the LNP, but that would be because of a by-election. They won it by 14% in 2020.
Right, yeah, Ipswich West, I mean, you had the incumbent who's lasted, 6 months, right? Darren Zano, he had to leave because of health problems, which was unfortunate. Maggie, we'll get back to you in a moment, and we'll get to some more results there, and we will wait for Stuart to fix this kind of stuff. But we do have some information. We wanted to go through, I guess, the leaders in this race. We'll get to this moment. I knew we'd get to it, Austin. We'll start with Stephen Miles, who I will get up the seat of at the moment. Stephen Miles, right? He currently holds the seat at Marumba, outer northern suburbs of Brisbane, held very comfortably the 2020 election, right? He had 61.3% to party preferred. Now, Miles, he completed degrees of Bachelor of Arts and Doctor of Philosophy at the University of Queensland. His thesis was called Trade Union Renewal in Australia, Rebuilding Worker Involvement. His political career, it actually got off to a bit of a rocky start, right? He failed to win pre-selection in 2009 as a member of Labor's right faction. He then jumped to Labor's left, and in 2010 he ran in the federal seat of Ryan, didn't win that, and then in 2014 he moved forward from that, and he won pre-selection in the state seat of Mount Coot-tha. He was elected in 2015. That coincided with, of course, Anastasia Palaszczuk becoming Premier. He was then sworn in as the Minister for Environment and Heritage Protection. A couple other ministries as well. He then moved to Marumba in 2017. And he stayed there. There was a redistribution. He became Minister for Health right throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. He was the first Health Australia to actually declare a health emergency. In May 2020, he became the Deputy following the resignation of Jackie Trad, and then he remained Deputy Premier after the state election, while also becoming a Minister for a bunch of other things: state development, infrastructure, local planning. Now, since he became Premier of Queensland in late 2020, he has vowed to be a different leader to Anastasia Palaszczuk. And look, if recent polls have anything to go by, that approach has actually worked, right? He has gained the preferred Premier vote in recent times. Look, it's certainly going well for him. The question, of course, is will he remains Queensland's Premier? That is the question. And look, we will see on that. It's going to be an interesting night for him. Looks like we might have a good guest on, hopefully, in a few minutes. Like an actually really significant guest. We'll see on that. Look, we'll wait and see for that. Let us know your thoughts in the live chat, of course. Use the hashtag SIXNewsAU and give us your thoughts on who's going to form government, what the results you reckon will be, and what do you make of the results showing up now. Of course, the current seat count, we'll just repeat that for you on screen: 13 for the ALP, 19 for the LNP, 1 for the Greens, 1 for the KAP, 0 for FON, 0 for all others. And look, the only other that's really got a chance at independence, right? I don't think Family First or the Green, or Family First are going to win something. But we do have a significant, not a result, but a moment regarding the Greens, and I'll let Maggie Perry take it away on that. Maggie, what do we have here?
With the Greens? Sorry, no, I've got.
I thought you
different.
I got a lot of messages coming in. What? Go ahead. What do you have?
I got some election results in Keppel. If we could go over to that, that's up near Easterdor, Campton, and Yapoon. This is really interesting. One Nation is doing very well here. Of course, this is what I expected, but a lot better than I expected. So let's go towards that seat the moment we can. And all right.
Looks like
we
we
won't
have
be able to bring up the graphics, but
Maggie,
sorry, I just saw a very interesting result. I'll go to that soon. Let's go to. Sorry, what were we going to? Keppel. I'm so distracted by that. I'll get to that in a second.
So we're going to Keppel, and that's where James Ashby, the One Nation leader, is running.
Yeah. LNP 33%, Labor 29%, and One Nation 28%. If One Nation can overtake the LNP here, which they have a very good chance to, they would be able to win the seat in the battle against Labor. But okay, that's a bit more normal. We've got a result in Maywa. I think some people thought that the Greens were. There we go. We've got results for Keppel. But
beautiful.
Maywa. Some people have said that the Greens just lost it. If you say that on Twitter, that's not true. The Greens will retain Maywa, it looks like. And we'll have to go over to some other Green held seats in South Brisbane. 0.2% counted, 14% swing away on a two-candidate preferred basis, but I don't believe that. Yeah, we will keep track of the Greens as the night progresses. In Miller, it looks like they're ahead of the LNP, but behind Labor by a significant margin, so they probably won't win there. That brings them down to only 4 realistic gains. And we don't have any good figures in Cooper or McConnell. So that's it for now.
That's it for now. Right, so if we want to update the seat count at the bottom of your screen, so it currently looks like 24, we can say, for Labor. We can call 32 for the LNP as well. Of course, the magic number is 47, and nothing for anyone else, except, no, actually, we've got 2 for the KAP. So I'll repeat that, 24, 32, 0, 2, 0, 0. 24, 32, 0, 2, 0, 0. We'll get back to Maggie in a moment. I'll let her go through some of the other results, and we hope to have. Or if you still got something more, please.
No, I can find results. In David Crisafulli's own seat of Broadwater, we've got 8% counted, and it's a swing of 3.5% towards Labor on a two-candidate preferred basis. The LNP's gone down 5% on primary so far. This is really interesting. It's surprising that Crisafulli has ended up with a swing away from him in his own seat. Some other seats like Burleigh, it looks like Labor will not be able to win there, and small swing towards the Greens at the moment. They've been running good there. Some other seats, Cook, yes. Labor and the LNP seem about 50-50 on the two-candidate preferred basis, and Cadder's Australian is very close to overtaking the LNP. If they made it to second, they would likely win there. So that is a potential Cadder gain. Surprising.
So they could lose Andrew's seat, but still sit at 4, and we all can take a victory lap if we called 4 or 3.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Cook is a really interesting one. We don't have graphics, but it's in far north Queensland, covers the Torres Strait. It has a very high Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander population of 35%, the highest in the entire state. And it's 50-50 for Labor right now. They led by 6% earlier. So back to you, Leo.
Yeah. Sorry,
we're running short on staff members at the moment.
I've got some polling information. in the seat of-
We'll cut to Roman McKinnon now, who's at Labor HQ. Roman, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got some polling information in Gladstone. That's Glenn Butcher's seat, who we just spoke to on 6 News. The APC has projected he will retain that seat on a two-candidate preferred of 59.2%. That's Glenn Butcher and the LNP's Steve Askew on 40.8%. Now, that doesn't come without any dilemmas. At the moment, it's a 14.3% swing towards the LNP. It's a very safe seat of about 23.5. So 7,500 votes have been counted in Gladstone, but at the moment it looks pretty good for Glenn Butcher. We just heard a bit of a cheer from the other side of the room. There's sort of like the stage area just behind me and just about 10 metres that way, and then we've got the function room with food tables, and there's a few TVs out that way. I hope they have our coverage on. But
I'm sure they do.
Bit of a cheer before. I'm not sure what that was, but I'm going to guess it was an ALP gain. So the crowd is definitely well and truly building here at Labor HQ here at the Murrumba Downs Tavern, and we expect Queensland Premier Stephen Miles to arrive shortly.
And we will be there live when he does, I'm sure. Rome, thank you. I remembered we've got Stuart Jeffrey with us, and we think he's fixed his mic, and we think he's off mute, and we think he can give us a take on literally any of the results we're seeing at the moment. Stuart.
So yeah, my mic broke, which is why I was on mute so much. I'm now on my spare fluffy microphone. So
a mic's the mic. Take it away.
I've missed everything for the last 20 minutes. Give me the rundown from the last 20 minutes.
Nothing's called yet, and everything's called, and absolutely nothing makes sense.
Keppel briefly. Did someone say Keppel? Had someone say Keppel?
Yeah, I said
yes.
Keppel.
One Nation is very close to winning in Keppel. They have to overtake the LNP. Every party is about even on primary vote, and if One Nation goes above the LNP and Labor is in the top 2, One Nation will win that seat. Labor cannot win Keppel. They've lost it, but it depends whether they've lost it to the LNP or whether they've lost it to Labor.
Right. So that's going to be tight. That will be a tight result.
So the question is, if the Liberals get second, then either party could win, because One Nation doesn't have the trend of the UAP or the Libertarian Party or the other right-wing minor parties. One Nation votes can flow to Labor. So if we have, if the Liberals, if it ends up being Liberal versus Labor on a two-party, then One Nation could very well back Labor on that, because you have that weird Labor One Nation pipeline. So that could definitely play into things in Keppel then if One Nation comes in third.
Right.
Sorry, Leo.
No, we'll cut back to Roman.
I've just got a few more results in the seat of South Brisbane. Currently, there is a 13.2% swing to Labor against two candidate preferred of the Greens there. So that's absolutely going to be very interesting. 2.2 thousand votes have been counted there. Projections at the moment predict the Labor's Barbara O'Shea on 57.8% of the vote, and the Greens' Amy McMahon on 42.2%. So if that's an early indication, then Amy McMahon could lose her seat. We're not calling anything at the moment. That just, we'll see how that result plays out during the night. But
we absolutely
a little bit of a worry for things there.
It could be, and we'll get back to that. Maggie,
Sorry, I just wanted to give some information about South Brisbane. Clearly, this is a two-candidate preferred result in a very small booth. That isn't indicative of the rest of the electorate. On my current estimates, I would say that the Greens lead by 1% or so against Labor. That's still pretty bad, but they're ahead. They're not 8 points behind. I would just like to clarify that. You can thank the ABC for that mistake.
This is why you listen to us.
And this is why you listen to me. The seat of Mundingborough, did I say that right? That sounded wrong. LNP has seen a 12% swing towards them. Labor MP Les Walker is likely to lose his seat here. Cat is on 15% here. They've also polled strongly, and the Greens on 10. Sorry, so a lot of diverging results throughout the state.
Right.
According
okay. So
to
that's
the
sorry, Stuart. I was just going to say very quickly, that's a very important point that Maggie has made. I think that can be applied statewide as well. There are very early results that an ABC election calculator might see and don't necessarily matter. I believe we're going to be cutting back to Roman in a sec, or no, or in a month. We'll be cutting to Roman shortly, or now, I should say, or shortly, or now, or this is what happens when on a Skype call. But all right, we'll cut to Roman in just a moment, and we'll be with Levi Knight shortly. Stuart, just go ahead and make your point very quickly.
I was going to quickly say, I mentioned about the exit poll earlier that Katta's low vote doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things, and I was proven correct. Katta's vote statewide is currently being beaten by Family First, even though Katta's going to get 3 or 4 seats. Family First does nothing. So that's why Katta's vote doesn't really fit well into using this sort of system.
All right. We'll get to Roman McKinnon, who's at Labor headquarters in Brisbane, and he's with Wayne Swan.
Wayne Swan, welcome to Six News' live coverage.
Good to be here for the first time.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. What do you make of the results so far?
Look, I've been encouraged so far, but we haven't been polling, so it would be foolish to do too many predictions. But what I've seen so far, I'm very encouraged by, and it shows there's been a considerable revival in the Labor vote over recent months. And I think that will follow the fact that our message is starting to come through, particularly when it comes to cost of living, whether it's 50-cent fares, discounts on car rego, $1,000 for the power bill. That's really cut through. But also highlighting the US style Republican conservatives involved in conservative parties on issues like abortion. So those things combined is a very powerful policy, which I think has been well received. But it's a campaign which is carrying a lot of punch. Yeah. So that's great.
Sorry, can you move the mic a bit closer?
Yes. And just on that issue of abortion, do you think the LNP's stance on that, that's obviously helped you boost in the polls. What do you think? What do you make of that? And what do you make of the LNP's decision and your marketing towards that younger audience of abortion there?
This issue has only got traction because of the Trumpification of the Liberal Party, which is full of people who are US style anti-abortion activists, and they're in the ranks of the LNP in Queensland in some numbers, and they break out from time to time and tell the public what they really think. And the way that Mr. Crisafulli sought to fund that issue undermined his leadership during the campaign.
And the Premier has really thrown the kitchen sink this campaign. Do you think Stephen Miles has done enough to secure government in his own right this time around?
Well, we just don't know. So, but has he done everything he possibly could, and has he done it as well as he possibly could? Yes. It's been an incredible performance from Stephen Miles, who has worked hard, but also showed bravery and daring in the way he approached the task he had before him, which was a pretty thankless task some time ago.
Yeah. And just finally, do you think that if Anastasia Palaszczuk resigned earlier, we may have seen a potential different result, or the polls looking a little bit different in the build-up?
Look, I think 10 months was enough time for Stephen to establish himself, and he's proven that by the nature of the campaign.
Wayne Swan, thank you very much for your time on Six News today.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to you, Leo, in the studio.
Roman, thank you. I hate Skype audio. I think we got most of that though. You did good. I hate Skype audio. That was great though. Thank you. We can figure it out. We'll get a lip syncer if it's good enough. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Wayne Swan. Really appreciate that. We'll have to have him on again sometime soon. Who's got results? Stuart, Maggie, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I'm just
Maggie.
going through some of the seats. How about we move to Cooper? This has been a really important Greens target, and I'm just going to the results now, and it's actually not very good for the Greens, which is surprising. Labor at 40%, up 6%. This is really huge for them. the LNP at 31 and the Greens at 27, which is down 3% for both of the LNP and the Greens. I think this was definitely very likely for the Greens to gain. I'm really surprised that they're doing this bad. I don't think this is what polling indicated. I think there's been a sudden swing towards Labour at the last second, and it's really hurt the Greens rather than the LNP. That's interesting.
Right. Should they be worried in that, or is it just still too early? Like, you know, I know it's early, and we talk about South Brisbane.
Cooper, we have 14% counted. Those swings are electorate wide. They're not based off the boobs, so they could be wrong. But still, that's bad. That's really bad. They should have ended up with a huge swing in their favour in Cooper. So very disappointing for them. I'm not sure what's
Although
going
apparently
on
we
for the
just
party
heard
there,
some
but
kind of
we went forward.
heard some kind of cheer in Labor headquarters. So
Interesting.
I don't know what that's about. I could just want to see. Nothing ever
just
happened.
can also bring the-
Sorry,
it seemed like a Labor seat was either just gained or retained. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but that was definitely the loudest cheer of the night. So yeah, these people in this function are hoping for a bit more cheering tonight.
Right. I'm just interested, Maggie, just going back to you, sorry, about the Greens vote more generally here. It's early, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
Concerning for them. Just pulling up some of the Green targets. They've done really well in some of the places they haven't expected to do well, like Toohey, like Ferny Grove. Neither of those were main target seats, I believe. They've only seen small swings towards them, or even against them in some of the seats they expected to do really good in. So this is interesting because they've seen a statewide swing towards them, and they might not gain a single seat, which would be shocking for them. I don't think none of us expected this for the Greens. That's really surprising.
Oh,
and
boy.
it gets worse.
This...
So that with the booth we have reporting from the Gap. Now that is a big electorate in the area, and it is a core part of the division of Ryan, which is held by the Greens at a federal level. However, the Gap is going Labor. Labor are beating the Greens massively in both polling booths we have reporting from the Gap, and that is a core part of Ryan. So if Labor retains the Gap here, the Greens are going to, if Labor retains Cooper with the Gap in it, this year, then that's very bad news for the Greens next year in Ryan, because they could be looking at losing that seat again.
Right, that could be. Look, we talk about federal and state. Gotcha. We might be able to get to Levi Knight in just a moment. I think he can hear me. I know it's just better if we can cross to him. But he's at the Liberal National Party headquarters. We do have him here for us. Levi, good evening to you. What's the mood like there?
It's very, very positive. People are happy. I wouldn't say optimistic. They're confidence, I guess, is what the room's filled with at the moment. We've got numbers coming in, heaps of news channels are on, and LNP are quite happy about it.
Do they have 6 News on?
We do.
Good. In terms of, we talked the last hour about, or the hour before that, I should say, about some of the exit polling, but you're saying, it feels confident here. Is it not wanting to be overconfident potentially? Because you'd hate to think it's going to be like Newman and ends up more like 2015.
So I wouldn't say it's overconfident. I mean, everyone's watching the TVs. They're still quite aware of what's going on. No one's celebrating yet, but no one's upset.
Gotcha. All right. We'll keep coming back to you throughout the evening, Levi. Thank you. Stuart, we'll get back to you. Stuart, again, looking at some of these results,
Let's look at a couple of the seats.
we're moving from that early stage to that kind of mid-stage here where we actually get some more concrete results that can tell us something somewhat important. Is there anywhere particularly where Labor could be doing all right?
Which party, sir?
Labor, where Labor could be doing all right.
Well, Ipswich West. Have we called Ipswich West because ABC is calling Ipswich West for Labor?
It has been gained by Labor.
Labor.
There we go. Ipswich West gained by Labor. I totally missed that.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
Sorry.
Astley is very.
Sorry, that was just Labor HQ there. I don't know what the cheer was for. Maybe it was for Ipswich West. Maybe they're all just watching Six News.
Yeah, they just heard us. They just heard us call it.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. Go on, Stu. Talk us through Ipswich West.
So the figures we. Oh, I was going to go to Astley, but Ipswich West, sure.
We'll go Ipswich West, then Astley.
All right. Let me go to Ipswich West then, because the ABC is calling Algister retain. If we go to ABC just called forget Ipswich. Ipswich is being retained. 56% vote for Labor right now. But bigger news: the ABC just called Keppel for the LNP.
Right.
So
do we have the exact margins?
Sorry,
there?
I wouldn't trust that. Because right now.
Oh no, I'm shocked as well.
No, Stuart, listen. The computer's got it wrong.
Computer's got it wrong.
LNP,
all right.
32%, Labor 30%, One Nation 27%, Greens at 6%, and Family First and Independent each at 2.5%. One Nation could very easily beat the LNP. It's just because the computer doesn't really realise that One Nation could beat the LNP. We've got a better computer, and that's human brains.
Oh no! I said that they were calling it, and I was surprised that they were calling it. So I'm with you on this. I don't know why they're calling Keppel.
Yeah, no one's calling Keppel at Six News. Let's make that clear. Sorry. Stuart,
we're calling Ipswich West.
We'll call it Ipswich West, and that's a look. You'll hear it conflated. It's sort of a retain. It's sort of a gain. It's a gain if you look at the by-election early this year. It's a retain if you look at 2020. We'll just say gain for the sake of it / retain. I don't know. The point is they've won it. They've won it from the LNP. The incumbent Darren Zano not recontesting due to health issues there, though. Please go on, Stuart, if you had anything more to add.
On two-party, so Aspley is there reporting over a third counted. I might be getting my figures wrong here, but I'm looking at a gap on preferences of less than 1%. Between Labor and the Liberal candidate Amanda Cooper. Now, earlier I had said that she was ahead. Labor has caught back up, narrowly ahead, but the ABC is saying a 4% swing to LNP. I'm not confident about that just yet, but looking at the figures I'm seeing, there's only a couple hundred votes in it, so Aspley is still at risk. That's the seat of Bart Mellish in Brisbane, or just outside Brisbane. One Nation is coming in with over 600 votes there, so those preferences will likely flow Liberal. From what I'm seeing, because the Greens are coming in third. Family First is there, but Family First is doing Family First things and coming in with really low figures. I'm presuming that the ABC is giving Greens flows to Labor and One Nation flows to splitting them. I don't really trust that. I'm going to go off the AEC figures, but the AEC figures don't give us full preference count just yet. So it's close. It'll probably be one of those ones that runs late into the night.
Right. Okay. I presume, by the way, there's no other seats that we haven't talked about already. Sorry, Maggie, if you want to make a point, go ahead.
Yes, I did want to bring up, can we go to the election graphics for Green Slopes?
Yeah, and Green
Do you wanna
Slopes
talk
is, of
about
course,
this?
a seat that's been a Greens target here. Understandable based off the name.
The name is pretty fitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's just go to
But the earlier
graphics for
results we
Green
had,
Slopes.
the early results we had were more red slopes. And if we can just bring them up on screen now.
I want to say something quickly. We interviewed Wayne Swan before the ABC did.
Good stuff. Go us.
Anyways.
Yes, go ahead, Meg.
Right, so
Stuart, that's
I don't
actually
think
wrong.
the Greens
Oh.
will not be
Okay,
able to
never mind.
win.
And then it was us.
All right. Too much talking about. Maggie, make your point. We'll mute everyone
The
else.
Greens will not be able to win here, but they have brought it to a much better result than what they had earlier. Labour 37, LNP 31, Greens 28, and the other is One Nation Family First. So obviously, those will go to the LNP. The Greens probably won't make it into second, but it puts them in a really strong position for 2028. And if maybe miraculously they could make it into second, or even I don't think I think Labour's won the seat. But I just did want to point out that the Greens aren't doing very bad. They just happen to be doing bad in
Just not good
the
enough.
precise places that are costing them seats.
Right. Okay. Okay. Look, I don't know what to make of this Greens thing. I mean, it's very clearly not good. Is it just not accounting for a potential boost for Labor here? Like, apart from one, you know, we were talking about four earlier. So
I think we should note that we've only got 0.4% counted in McConnell. That's another Greens target. So we don't know anything about that seat yet. And there might be some other seats that Greens have been looking for, but the LNP has been making gains, like in Townsville, like in some other places. Keppel is one that they're likely to, but One Nation could still win there. And they're very well positioned in a few other seats. Right now, the count is Labour 30, LNP 37, Greens 1, Cata 2, and Independent 1.
right. Okay. Independent one. So I'm presuming by that we might have missed it, but we called Noosa as a Sandy Bolton retain.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we have. No real surprise there. Been an incumbent for quite some time. Stuart, it's interesting. Can I just make a broad point that it doesn't seem like independents have had much of a movement in terms of like we've seen in other states, right? There was a very small chance, I think, in Rockhampton with a local candidate there. But apart from that, it's just not a state for independents, at least at this election.
Look, this is something I've been saying for a very long time about Queensland, is that normally in other states, right, you've got an upper house. So the independents go for the lower house. They campaign on local issues. That's because the independents can't make a statewide or region-wide stance really, which is where parties can. Parties can go on a region-wide or a state-wise policy, which is why we see minor parties do well in the upper house in, say, New South Wales, where we had the Libertarian Party get a seat, legalised cannabis got a couple of seats. So minor parties tend to go for the upper house. But in Queensland, we don't have an upper house. So what you have is candidates have to be more eccentric or put themselves out there, or something like that, something to really set themselves apart. And that's why you get Cata, Palmer, and Hanson all from Queensland, because they've had to really put themselves out there, be different to try and get the pull to win state seats. And that's why they've done so well. And because of that, you don't have independents making much headway, because you've got those minor parties established already. So independents then struggle to make headway because the independents are competing with minor parties on similar issues. Now, moving beyond that, the Teals didn't think they contest. They didn't really. I don't think the Teals really contested Queensland at the state election. Which was a mistake on their part. The Greens did. The Greens got 3 seats. So now the Teals want to try and contest in Queensland, but the Greens have the head start at a local level. So the Greens and Teals are competing for the same votes. And because the Greens are already on the ground, they've already done the grassroots movement and won 3 seats at the federal level. They're going to win those same seats at a local level, or seats in the same area. And because the Greens have the head start, it means you've got to do a lot of work if you're a Teal independent wanting to make headway. And because of that, the Greens are doing well, and no other independents really fighting except in Noosa.
All right, let's go back to Levi Knight now, who's at the LNP's headquarters up in Brisbane. Levi, it has been tough for the LNP since that party was actually formed as a merger in 2008. They've won once in that time. They've had a bunch of leaders. David Crisafulli, they're hopeful that he's the man, that finally for them, he is someone who can give them victory.
Yeah, Tim's rule of the early.
Sorry, Lee, I've got no idea what you're saying at the moment. Can you say that again?
We might come back to you in a sec. Actually, we might come back to you in a sec because we can hear some feedback in the background.
I do have
Maggie,
some results for us. Yes, I do need Levi. Let's just go to the seat of Rockhampton. We've got election graphics for that. I won't wait to spoil what's going on there. Although I will say, of course, we have an important independent, Margaret Strello, running. She's, other than Sandy Bolton and Noosa, has been considered one of the best contenders as an independent for a win. So, obviously, a third-party contest has been going on here. Let's go to the graphics for Rockhampton. Do bring that up as when possible. That's in the other section. I did also just want to say in Bundaberg that Labor is ahead by 1%, which is still a swing towards them. That's a seat they won by 9 votes last election. And in some other seats, Labor's also winning swings towards them, like Ferny Grove. We've got nothing in Hervey Bay, which is one that Labor's might lose. Swings towards them in Mansfield, in McConnell, to an extent, although we don't have much counted in Miller. It's not exactly uniform. Most seats are swinging towards the LNP to some extent, but some seats are going towards Labor.
Looks like we're not able to get the graphics up at the moment, so you're welcome to spoil everything.
Yeah, I'll just go over Rockhampton. So currently the results are Labor 33%, that's down 11. The LNP 24%, that's equal. Independent Margaret Strello 16%, and One Nation 13.5% up 1. Oh, there we go. We can get results now. This is really interesting because Labor's very narrowly leading the LNP on the 2 candidate preferred. However, of course, LNP and Labor can win this. If Margaret Strello were able to get into second off preferences, she would likely win the seat. That's what almost happened in 2017, and she extremely narrowly lost the seat because she fell behind One Nation, which meant she couldn't make the top 2. And right now in Rockhampton, we're also having a similar situation. The ABC has just called Rockhampton. Once again, I think that's a computer issue where probably shouldn't have called that, but yeah.
But so we'll stick off that call then. Right.
I did
Yeah.
Let's go to Clayfield. We don't have graphics of that, but once again, interesting. LNP going backwards by 2%, Labor backwards 1, Greens up 1, One Nation up 1, and Libertarians are new. They've gotten 3%. I think this is still within the realm of being able to be won by Labor. I know, shocking. Gained by Labor.
Despite the ABC call.
Off of former leader of the opposition, Tim Nichols. Maybe this is indicative of a Labor swing in a city where Clayfield is. The LNP only won Clayfield by 1% last election. So, really don't know. And still similar results in Cooper. doesn't look like the Greens will win.
Right. Townsville has swapped there. Sorry, Maggie. I just got off track. I just want to repeat what we were saying about Cooper there at the moment. Looks like the Greens will not win that seat. No call, but I don't think there's a call, but it looks like the Greens will not win the Labor-held seat of Cooper is what we're looking at. And it looks like Labor is actually gaining up there.
Right, and now we're seeing a swing. Let's just look at the swing across the state. I haven't added that into graphics yet, but right now on a two-party preferred basis, it looks like a swing of 4%, 4.5% against Labor, which actually isn't that bad as bad as what was expected. Labor's at 48.5% in the two-party preferred. On primary votes, they're down 5, LNP up 1, Greens up 2, One Nation up 1.5, and Canada down by 0.5. Anything of interest there, Leo?
Well, Cooper's very interesting, I think. Looking at this Labor vote in the city, we had an LNP source speak to 6 News yesterday, and what they told us was that it looks like the abortion campaigning strategy is working in the inner city, and it is working for Labor, and it's harming the LNP in the inner city, is what we were hearing from within the party just yesterday. Stuart, your thoughts on that? We spoke about it a couple hours ago, but really, it's something that has definitely caused a bit of worrying within the LNP.
Yeah, look, I think we all expected a lot of the inner Brisbane to go Labor and or Greens, and it seems it's going more Labor than it is going Greens. But Labor does need to retain the city, as I said at the outset, and I think what we're seeing here, Labor is going to be struggling in the regional seats. We've had swings towards Labor in Toowoomba North. Now, what I've heard from Labor insiders in Toowoomba North before the election is they were hoping that they would increase their margin this time, and then after a Liberal win, after one term of Liberal government, they could flip Toowoomba North in 2028, and they can't do that, and that seems to me to be a sign of things to go in the Brisbane suburbs as well. A lot of the Brisbane suburbs are going the same way that they're going towards the LNP, but Labor appears to have mostly saved their Brisbane core, with the Greens being forced out. So the abortion debate, you're right, definitely working there. Their stance on the abortion issue is not working in regional seats, but it is working well in inner city Brisbane. The question is that there are a fair few seats still in doubt still. For example, Palmerstone's only got, I think, 1% margin in it. So there are a lot of these. There's still a few inner city seats to go, along with a few Gold Coast and suburban seats. So the question is it convincing enough in those seats to try and turn the tide in their favour?
Right. I mean, look, One Nation's interesting as well at this point. If they don't win Keppel, I don't think they'll win anything at this point. Stuart, you're not seeing anything where else they could gain?
No. I don't see anything else for them. And unfortunately, for them, that means they're out. They're out. Do we want to call Keppel as a One Nation?
No,
I'll
cross them out.
Well, unless Maggie, you can jump in.
You'll have to give me a second to go over the seat.
No, all good. Keppel, look, if One Nation doesn't get ahead there, they're not going to win Andrew's old seat or Andrew's current seat. That's a real worry for One Nation. I mean, like broadly for One Nation.
Sorry, I just wanted to go over to Marani. If I'm able to get the primary results. Yeah, just give me a second. It looks like Hatter leads for LNP by just 1% on the 2 Canada preferred. The primary vote result is LNP 36%, Katter 26, Labor 20, One Nation 12, Greens 3, and Family First 3. That is pretty interesting. If Katter can stay ahead, Stephen Andrews should be able to retain his seat. That'd be the first Katter seat outside of Northern Queensland, where they currently hold Traeger, Hill, and Hitchinbrook. Over in Cook, I also just wanted to go here. Labor's on 35%, LNP 29, and Katter 20. If Katter can get ahead of the LNP, which they could, they would be able to win the seat. But currently, it's 50-50 on a two-party preferred in Cook, which is over in front of Queensland, covering areas like Mareeba and the Torres Strait Islands.
Right. Interesting. By the way, just a quote we got from a Labor source speaking to Six News. Excuse me, from a Green source speaking to Six News. Quote: Labor outplayed us. So that is the mood from some within the Greens camp at this point. That I mean, it's looking like Greens might not gain any seats, and no call in South Brisbane at the moment, but they're at risk there. The one positive for them is they will retain. I forgot his seat. Michael
Berkman in
Maywa. Thank you, Maggie. He will retain his seat. We can call that. That is nice and safe for the Greens. No issue for them there.
Just looking at South Brisbane, once again, I think the two candidate preferred is wrong. It definitely is, but it looks like it's on a knife edge. It's at 50-50 pretty much, based off my estimates.
So 50-50 Greens, 50-50 Labor at this point. Ooh.
50 Labor, 50 Greens. Two candidate preferred. That's currently the two-party preferred result for Queensland. But yeah, in South Brisbane, the Greens are on a nice edge. If they lose the seat, that would be disastrous. No one thought they would lose South Brisbane. No one thought they would lose Maywa, and they've kept it. But
can I just quickly add a further quote from a Green source we're speaking to? They add, and I quote, "I knew from the tightening polls in the booths that Labor were doing well. I couldn't see how the Green target seats, but I couldn't see how the Green target seat candidates were going to finish third." So that is a real concern for them, that they're not even finishing in the top two in some of these target seats, that their primary votes, the swings are just not enough. They're far from good enough if you're in the Greens. And I know it's early, but I get not as an official call, but I'm not sure where they're going to gain. I'm really not sure where they're going to gain here. It's like if we talk about seats where they're realistic, but please jump in.
I'm gonna call that the Greens have not been able to win Cooper. Labor has won Cooper. That was one of the best, the biggest target seats for the Greens. That's just, honestly disastrous for them. Anything below 4 seats is a disaster. And right now,
anything below 2 is a pretty big disaster. Anything below, if they get 1, that's crisis almost.
Yeah.
If they.
And the federal election is what, May? So there are 6 months left in the federal election as well. And if they get 1,
there's only so many. We want to be careful about federal and state implications.
It also looks like the Greens will not be able to win in McConnell. I'm not going to call that yet, but shocking for them. Wow.
I mean, that was always of the six main seats they could have won. McConnell was always the least likely. Greensleep was maybe if I had suspected.
No. You're thinking
I thought Greensleep was a lot
very
less likely.
McConnell was very likely to be one for the Greens. Yeah. I did want to go out and say, on a limb, there is one other seat that I think the Greens at least have a slight chance of gaining. And you're going to be pretty surprised when I say this. It's Moggle. The LNP have got 46% on primary votes. For Labor, 27, Greens, 23, and One Nation, 4.5. Currently, the two-party preferred is 46 Labor, LNP 54. That's stagnant. If the Greens could make second, we could have something going on here. They're not exactly that far off making second. They just need about a 2% swing from the current results. It's unlikely, but still to be considered. Do think about it.
All right. I wish we had someone at Greens headquarters. Look, we're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Coming up, we've got more of the latest headlines and all the latest results live from Labor and LNP headquarters in Brisbane as we continue our special coverage as Queensland decides. You're watching 6 News. Stay with us.
You're watching Queensland Decides, Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News. One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long-time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists of Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is Queensland Decides, Election 2024.
And you're back with us, 6 News Live. It's 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and it is 8 p.m. in Queensland, where polls were closed 2 hours ago, and the results are continuing to come in for the 2024 state election. I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News HQ. With us, Stuart Jeffrey, Maggie Perry, Levi Knight and Roman McKinnon. The latter two at the LNP and Labor headquarters respectively, and we'll be crossing back to them a little later. The polls right now, so I should say the results showing the LNP with 36 seats. Labor not that far behind. The Greens have 1, KAP have 2, and there's 1 independent as well. Nothing for One Nation yet, although it's looking pretty close. We'll get to our team in just a moment. A lot else going on at the moment, of course, and for that, we want to go to the newsroom with all the latest headlines. Here's Austin Pollock.
Thank you very much, Leo. We will get back to the Queensland state election in just a moment, but to the other stories we're following here on 6 News right now. And Victoria Police have charged a woman over an alleged assault on Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe outside the MCG after an AFL game. Authorities have confirmed that a 27-year-old woman has been charged with 2 counts of recklessly causing injury and 3 counts of unlawful assault over the incident on May 25 after the Dreamtime game between Essendon and Richmond, adding that a woman sustained minor injuries during the incident. Police have confirmed the incident was reported at Melbourne East Police Station the following day. Senator Thorpe claims she was pushed to disclose the details earlier this week after reporting published in The Australian about her attendance record in Parliament. She says she sustained serious nerve and spinal injuries in her neck, which required spinal surgery and a plate to be inserted in the back of her neck, adding that she was ordered by her doctor not to travel and could not attend Parliament. Fallout is right now continuing after a hack on an online database home to more than 800 billion web pages on the internet. Earlier this month, the US-based Internet Archive, which includes Wayback Machine, was hacked and taken completely offline, with work continuing over the past few days to return the site to full functionality. In addition to the Wayback Machine, the archive has also saved 42 million print materials, 13 million videos, 14 million audio files and 5 million images, and the tool is valuable in research. Dr. Andre Brett is a lecturer of history at Curtin University. He spoke to 6 News about the consequences of the hack.
This, as you say, appears to be the worst hack that the Internet Archive has experienced. And in terms of being able to preserve, our digital memory, this is going to be consequential. And it's going to be really striking when people look back at the history of pages being saved, that you're going to have this hole in the middle for some that are, major news sites that get catalogued often multiple times a day are going to have this big gap. On the other hand, what worries me the most is what this means long term. If even something like the Wayback Machine is this potentially vulnerable, what does it mean for content that we've created today still being accessible to people in the future? This is absolutely essential nowadays to being able to both access past digital sources and to retain those you're using now for future users to refer to. I think of one time I was going through the references for a book chapter, and at the time that book had only been published about 4 years beforehand. So you'd expect, right, that most of the links would still be live. As it happened, I got over halfway through the references before I found even one link that worked. An easy majority of them were no longer working. Either the site was gone completely or it had been redesigned and so the link had been broken. And this isn't just, some one-off anecdote where I happened to strike it unlucky. There was a Pew Research Centre report that came out last year that found that 38% of digital sources were no longer available a decade after they were created. So this is a major issue that the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has, gone to, being the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has played a leading role in enabling us to still be able to access these websites that are dead and gone otherwise. And look, I'll confess, as someone who's been a Wikipedia editor, since 2005, I deeply regret now that some of those pages that I wrote in 2006, 2007, I didn't save the links, and now those sources are gone. They are just straight up gone burger, and that information, as I said, gone for good.
And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our websites and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. News is on the hour, every hour here on 6 News. I'm Austin Pollock. Let's now head back to Leo Puglisi for continuing live coverage as Queensland decides.
Oh, right, we're live. You're still with us. Thank you, Austin. You are still with us here on Six News as we continue our coverage of the 2024 Queensland state election. I'm Leo Puglisi. We've got more results continuing to come in. We'll go straight to our election reporter, Maggie Perry. Maggie, talk us through what you've got.
Let's go to the seat of Mulgrave with our election graphics, our pristine, amazing election graphics. I'll wait for the results to show up, but just for context, Mulgrave is a seat that covers southern Cairns, as well as the Yarrabah Peninsula, which is a big Aboriginal community. It's held by 12%, and the incumbent MP, Curtis Pitt, is retiring. Now, the results here are extremely interesting. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with the swing, so could we just reset the graphics just go back to the seat and then back to the results, and we should get something there. It's slowly updating. Just do it again in a minute or so, but don't worry about the swings, but you can clearly see Labor 25%, that's down 25. Actually, that is a problem on my end, but Labor down 25, don't worry about it. LNP is down how much? Have to give me a second. I think they're about stagnant. Katter's Australian Party is up by 4. Legalised cannabis is also debuting. And we're seeing a very interesting scenario where I'm going to say that legalised cannabis could even win this seat. It's so split.
Surely.
Legalised cannabis, Katter's Australian, LNP, and Labor all have a good shot in this seat. If Katter, the scenario for legalised cannabis is that they pick up preferences from the Greens, who are in the other count, as well as independents, overtake Katter, and overtake Labor from there, which would propel them above the LNP. And the path for Katter to reach the top 2 is simply to stay above legalised cannabis, and they should get enough preferences to overtake the LNP, but we can't be exactly sure. If Katter were to overtake either party, Katter should be able to win the seat, which has not been expected at all. I don't think anyone has thought Katter would be able to win Mulgrave, of all places.
Yeah, it's just unbelievably random. And that legalised cannabis vote, I mean, that's something. Especially consider, like, they can't really win, there's no upper house for them. But when we look at what are they going to do for the Senate election next year, that is significant.
Yes, this is pretty interesting for legalized cannabis. I did want to point out we've got our results in McConnell. We've got a lot. We've gotten to... Sorry, give me a second. It's slowly updating. The ABC website is not being very reliable. I'm just going to go to the Queensland election page. We've gotten 15% counted. Labor, Grace, 38%. LNP 30.5%, and Greens 27%. Personally, I'm a bit concerned because I was so confident about the Greens winning in McConnell. I was so confident that I told the LNP candidate in my seat that I would volunteer for him if Labor won the seat. Now I'm getting a bit worried. Labor's very well positioned in McConnell. They're likely to retain the seat. Once again, I don't think many people have expected this. The Greens have done horribly. Even if they've remained about stagnant, this is really bad, and Labor has had an astounding result in these two inner city seats, but everyone has thought they would end up losing.
I just still can't believe Mulgrave. But yeah, look at that. The Greens are absolutely
and also going to
say, and sorry, Maggie, go.
The Greens, on my estimates, are behind in South Brisbane as well. This is really bad for them.
Really bad.
They're up across the state, and they're going to lose a seat.
They're going to lose it? Or you're making that call, or careful?
No, I'm not making a call, but I'm just saying it's a possibility.
So it's proportional. Yeah. No call yet, but we'll keep an eye out on that.
And let's just go over some of the election numbers from the ABC. Labor 33, LNP 40, Greens 1, Katter 2, and Independent 1. Now, I'm just adding those up. That leaves 16 seats in doubt. If the LNP wins 7 of those in doubt seats, they will be able to win a majority in the Queensland Parliament. And I don't think we can make an exact call yet, but I'm going to say it's pretty likely the LNP forms government from here.
Right, in some form or another. All right. Speaking of the LNP, if he can hear me, we'll try to go back to Levi Knight. I know he is on mute at the moment, so I am just conscious of that while watching this cross. But his Skype call is on mute. If he can unmute that, Levi. We've got him now. We've got your audio now. Levi, are you able to hear me at this point? All right, I'll keep this short. How's the mood now?
I think coming through on these figures.
About the same, honestly, with the new results coming in. It's about the same. All eyes are turned towards the TV and the count, so everyone's on the edge of their seats waiting to see what's going to happen.
No one calling anything yet?
No one's celebrating too hard at the moment. We've got TVs everywhere, and that's where the eyes are.
All right, we'll keep coming back to you, Levi. What happened? He's on. You can barely hear him, but he's doing a great job, Levi, the LNP headquarters in Brisbane. I'm also back to Roman, who doesn't have to panic now. We won't go at this exact second. Stuart, your thoughts on how the Greens are turning at the moment, or as in, because if this was, if they had, I know we're kind of, ranting about things that we rant about a lot. If there was an upper house, they might be winning more seats and yet somehow losing seats. I mean, if their vote's up statewide, the realities of the single members electorates are that this will happen. But, even if their vote's up statewide, you look at the seat numbers and it's bad for them. It is really bad for them at this point.
In the works, he'll win seats with a low count, with a low percentage count, whereas the Greens have a high percentage count but might not gain any seats, might in fact lose a seat. It's the problem of polling in Queensland when you have no upper house is that it's not really very accurate. I mean, like, One Nation is polling high, they're not going to get any seats. Katter, who's polling at 2-3%, he's going to get some seats. He's going to retain some seats, potentially even gain Mulgrave. So, I guess this is bad news for the Greens. If they had an upper house, they'd be doing pretty well right now in Queensland. Depends on how you divide it. But with these figures, the Greens are out of the picture. Even if Labor gets a minority government, who do they form government with? Katter won't. The LNP won't. Greens have 1 seat. That means the Labor needs, 46 seats if they're going to form a coalition government, and that's looking less and less likely. As I say that, the ABC just calls 2 more seats for Labor, but it's looking less and less likely that a minority government could be formed. Labor really needs to get the majority here because there's only 1 Green seat.
Stuart, do you have any other points you can make that last about a minute while I switch my AirPods over because one just died?
Sure. So one of the seats I'm looking at was quite interesting. This is a pretty close seat. Beforehand, Kapalaba, it was considered relatively safe, and that could get flipped. That's a key seat for Labor. The ABC is looking at a 9.1% swing. The ECQ figures. I can do a bit more of a poll-based breakdown. What we're getting from looking at the polling booths is we've got a few in. Majority of polling booths haven't reported yet. The ECQ is saying around 35% of the vote counted. It seems to be only quite narrow, only around 400 votes a difference between the Liberals and Labor. Now that's in some seats that's big, and they say it's not as big of an issue because you've got the Greens in there. The Greens are sitting at around, I think, 1,000. Looking at the figures, we've got 60 and 100,000 in the Greens. Greens purposes could put Labor up above the Liberals. It depends on how One Nation goes. One Nation going about 1,000 votes. So they're not doing too poorly there. Again, they won't win any seats, but it could be just enough to get the Liberals the lead they need. It's around a third of the vote counted. So it's still quite early, with a swing of almost 10% according to the ABC. And I'm sure Maggie will have figures for us shortly on Capilaba because it's one of the big ones that could be swapped. It's looking quite bad for Labor, considering that they'd be losing one of their safer seats. I would not like being in Don Brown's election celebrations right now with such a big
Don Brown, who blocked me on Twitter and should unblock me. Who said he's up for an interview. I'm still happy to. I don't have beef, really. Just unblock me. All I said was sort of vote for the Greens. Is it a vote for the... Anyway, Don Brown, if you're seeing this, you're not, but can you unblock me, please? Just like also, I know she's just working in the background at the moment, but Maggie needs to be unblocked by Justine Elliott, would be nice. I don't know why we get all this blocking. What a shame. I was blocked by Matthew Guy once, but I got that overturned. Anyway, for the Greens, this is, clearly very, very worrying. And if they lose South Brisbane here, I mean, I don't know. That is just, for them, that is really, really quite shocking, actually. And like, I just don't see. I'm just sorry. I mean, I'm just really surprised that this is happening. And I'll quote the Green source from earlier: Labor outplayed us.
I mean, just as a general rule, this is not going very well for them at all, I've got to say. Like, one seat, South Brisbane, I think Maggie's pretty much... She said she's not going to call it, but she said gonna, so got to. So I'm presuming that it's pretty much all but guaranteed that they're going to lose South Brisbane. Are there any seats that they could claw back?
I just wanted to say, South Brisbane is a toss-up at this moment. Do not put words in my mouth.
Toss up, fair.
So it's a toss up, or can we toss it out the window?
You're a bit less confident. Our official call, and by our official call I mean our official caller Maggie Perry, no call yet. But I think we all acknowledge it's at the very minimum about 50-50 at this point for the Greens in South Brisbane, one of their incumbent seats, one of their two, but they have retained.
Even a narrow margin is still bad for them. Even they should have gained.
Just
they should
going
increase their
backwards
margin.
is bad for them. But you have to remember that really what helped them last time was LNP preferences that came in from some LNP voters. Now the LNP did not recommend the Greens above Labor this time. That could be the difference.
I mean. Well, either way, the preferences flow to the same side. They'll flow either to Labor or to Greens, and Greens or Labor will flow to Greens or Labor. So it's, that would require it being a Labor Greens showdown. And I just want to get the latest figures up for South Brisbane. It's not 50-50. It doesn't look 50-50. I'm sorry, Maggie.
Trust me, Stuart. Please trust me.
We're trusting Maggie.
Do not trust the ABC.
Maggie gets the final say on this.
I'm going to trust the ECQ.
They retain one, they're 50-50 in another, and they're behind in many of their target seats. That's what we can all say at this point. I'm sure we can all agree on that. Stuart, you may say it's closer to not 50-50, but still.
And I'm the guy who called 5 seats for them as well, so I was being optimistic here. So I think that stands for something, that I thought they could win this in other seats.
Right. We want to get back to.
I guess I look bad from this.
Want to say it's all good. We want to get back now to Roman McKinnon, who's at Labor's headquarters in Brisbane, and he's got a few more results that we should be able to go through now. Roman.
All right.
Your audio. Your audio.
I think there's a bit of an issue here.
I wish you could hear this. It's completely bugged.
Please stop, Roman.
Let him go.
This is horrible.
Right, Roman, if you can hear me, play it back on your phone and you'll see what I mean. Play it back. We'll come back to Roman in a second. I've got no idea what happened there. That's one for the blooper reel. Austin, get some paper, write it down, 9:21, just so I can remember that on the Eastern Daylight Clock. Thank you.
8:21.
Yeah, well, that's not what the clock says. Anyway.
We're all Queenslanders.
Yeah, and the news channel, isn't it? Anyway. Well, forget Roman, whatever he was going to talk about there. Stuart, are we... I'm interested in Rockhampton, which is where there was a strong independent candidacy. Margaret Stratlow, who was she, a former mayor? Anyway, 15.6%. Labor is ahead, according to the ABC projection, although there's a 0.6% swing to the LNP on two-party preferred.
Hang on, let me get the list. So, well, the independent. The question is, which way will her preferences go? Will her preferences go Labor or the Liberals? Some money's on Labor, but you got One Nation sitting comfortably in fourth.
I think she put LNP ahead, is what I read before, but I could be totally wrong on that.
If she's put LNP ahead, then why is Labor leading?
Because maybe her voters don't agree with it. Or maybe I'm just completely wrong and it's probably that. But we'll keep an eye on that.
I mean, you'd think... legalised cannabis is in there as well, apparently. Legalised cannabis is apparently 5 votes behind the Greens. So there you go, another legalised cannabis presence in the area. If I just want to go... looking at one of the seats that was key... That was a key seat for the LNP to gain Barron River. They're lucky to gain that seat, which is very, very good for them.
That's where the candidate had the scandal, you could say.
Yeah, so looking at that was a relatively marginal seat. Looks like One Nation preferences will get the Liberals over the line. Well, actually, no, it won't be. It'll be Katters and One Nation preferences that will get the LNP over the line there. Greens preferences will flow to Labor. Labor's only 1% behind Liberals on first party. Greens are at 12%, but you've got One Nation at 9% and Katters at 8%. So that will outmatch the Greens there. And given the seed, I'm inclined to think that those One Nation supporters are more pro-Liberal than pro-Labor in Barron River. So that's likely to be a loss for the member Craig Crawford, which is, again, it was a key seat for the Liberals going into this. So Minister for. He's also a key minister as well. I forgot about that. He's also been involved in disability support and community minister. Now he's going to lose in a regional community. But putting that aside, it's another win for the LNP there. Looking at it's looking at the figures that I'm seeing, and I'll have to wait for Maggie to make any further calls. But it's looking like it is going to be an LNP majority government, but only barely. I mean, Labor's looking in a better position because they're going to gain all the Green seats, so it'll be a lot closer. But Labor's gains won't outweigh the LNP's gains from Labor. So, although Labor likely gets one of the seats, Labor will gain a seat from the Greens. But that's only one seat, whereas the LNP continues to grab up some of these more marginal seats that Labor held. These are seats that will make us go late into the night, which is good for you, Leah, because we could be going until midnight your time. I'm sure
lucky me, and it's not like I've got any exams anytime soon. Maggie, can I just get your thoughts on one comment I saw on Twitter, just in reply to 6 News from Doug, and I know he says in his bio, not easy being Green, so you can take a partisan leaning there. But he makes the point that the Greens statewide vote has increased, which is true, and that would matter for the Senate. I think that's a pretty decent point. Now, whether it all holds federally, that's a separate matter. But, it is true that as much as they're going badly in their target seats, and potentially 50-50 in South Brisbane, while holding one, statewide, broadly, they're doing okay.
Yeah, no, this is such a odd situation where the Greens are going up 2% on the statewide vote, and yet they're doing really badly in their target seats. They're actually doing okay. They're doing pretty good in Greenslopes and Miller. They're not going to win it, but they're doing good in Greenslopes and Miller and could overtake the LNP in both of those seats. It won't mean they'll win it, but they could lose South Brisbane, and they likely won't make a top 2 in Cooper or McConnell. This is a really interesting situation. And also they're not exactly doing amazing in Maywa, and yet do note that we have called that Maywa will go green. That's their 1 seat. But still, it's such an odd situation where, really unluckily, they've gone down in the few seats where it actually matters and gone up everywhere else, it seems like.
I mean, that's just... It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Look, I'm sure it'll take further analysis and maybe some internal understanding. But yeah, it's weird. Now we're gonna try and go back to Roman McKinnon, if his audio's all right this time, and it's 50-50, and it's fucked. Yeah, Roman, you're still Darth Vader. It's not. It's buggered. Stuart,
what about
who's
now?
had no, we got him now.
Okay, it's the camera's audio, so I'm very sorry. Anyway,
Roman, you're on live. Whatever you wanted to say, go
hear?
for it. We can hear you.
All right. There's been a bit of a noise here at the Labor Party function. They're creeping closer in terms of the seat counts. Given one of them, Housing Minister Megan Scanlon, ABC projecting a retain there against former Channel 7 journalist Bianca Stone. Even though a 3.8 swing towards the LNP there, 33% of the vote is counted in Gavin, but obviously a flurry of results coming in now, and it's going to be a very interesting night, especially here at Labor HQ. Queensland Premier Stephen Miles has not shown up yet, but we're expecting him to show up very, very shortly. We'll try and get you a shot of the crowd that's mingling and celebrating every single seat that they've gained or retained at the moment. So lots going on here at Labor HQ, and I'm going to try and fix this microphone issue of mine.
No worries, Roman. Thank you. We'll keep coming back to you, Stuart. Again, this is something that for Labor, it's not the worst night so far. Like a couple months ago, you'd think at this point we'd be calling the election, but we're not. So that's a win for them at the very least. Muted.
I had no audio. I was saying earlier that, as Wayne Swan said, it is, Stephen Miles has been in long enough that it is competitive. I disagree. I think Miles hasn't been in long enough to win, I don't think, but it's the same line of thinking that he has managed to improve the standing of Labor enough. Probably not enough to win the election, but definitely to be competitive. It's not a wipeout for sure, which I think Labor would be. As Stephen Miles, actually Cameron Dick said he'd be surprised if Labor won. So I'm sure, it'd be a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. But it's looking to be a slim LNP majority. The difference between LNP majority and a Labor majority is that the LNP MPs can cross the floor, which Labor MPs can't do without repercussions. So So that could definitely have some play just because it's LNP majority.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Stuart, I'm guessing it's an unintentional, but you are off your main mic, and I think you're on like a headphone or your camera mic or something.
Yes, I'm having audio issues.
Yeah, no, all good. We'll come back to you. I can hear you. It's just for the viewers. And we've got kind of empty shots from the other two here. If we can,
Sorry,
maybe
I've been working on looking at every single seat and trying to figure out what the official seat projection for Six News is. So
okay, I'm back.
You will have to give me a second.
No, all good. Stuart, do you want to fill time, or Maggie? You
No. Sorry, I'm done. So, currently, do update the seat figures from the ABC. I'm saying 43 for the LNP, and they're leading in another two. One independent. Labor 38, and they're leading in another 4. Qatar 3 and leading in another 1, and the Greens have 1-1. So this is interesting situation, and we've
does anyone have the maths on
7 more seats to be uncalled? 7 seats in doubt, it looks like.
7 in doubt. Gotcha. Thank you.
7 in doubt. What? Whose figures is that?
Mine.
Okay. I trust them.
Sorry, no, 7.
I trust them.
Yeah, 7 in doubt.
7. I'm not. Don't ask me to do the maths. I'll take your 9. I'll take your I'll take your
Yeah, no, we're just looking at.
So what seats have we yet to call? Just give you a rundown for me and for the audience. What seats haven't we called?
So I haven't called Clayfield for the LNP. I think Labor could maybe just be able to sneak in and gain it. I haven't called South Brisbane for Labor. The Greens could still win here, although unlikely. I haven't called Maryborough for Labor, and same with Bundaberg. Haven't called Morani for Qatar, and I think Redlands for Labor, and that's about it. Redlands, Labor is leading in Redlands, but still unsure about that. And as well as Aspley, so 37 for Labor, and 8 seats in doubt. One Nation doesn't look like they'll be able to win anywhere. And in Mulgrave,
not even Keppel.
So 42 for the LNP and 37 for Labor. Not even Keppel, no. I do not think
is that a call or a lean?
Yes, I'm calling Keppel for the LNP.
Finally.
Right, so it looks like
One Nation is out.
Just checking. One Nation, 0 seats is what we are hearing.
Yes.
I'm
that is
significant.
And in Mulgrave.
Wow, that is significant.
In Mulgrave, we're still seeing the same results with legalized cannabis at 10. So on. Yeah, so that leaves just a few interesting seats. Especially, I did want to say Morani and Mulgrave are both interesting regional seats. Actually, most of these seats that we haven't called are in the regions. It's Maryborough, Bundaberg, Mulgrave, and Morani, as well as Cook, we haven't called, sorry. So that's 5 seats in the regions, and I believe only 3 in urban areas, which would be Redlands, South Brisbane, and Aspley. That, a lot of people have been saying that Brisbane wouldn't be the decider for the Queensland election, but at this point it looks like Brisbane has decided that they've definitely prevented the LNP from getting much further than where they are. Currently, we're on track for, sorry, I should just say, the LNP are on track for 44 seats. Labor is on track for 42 seats. LNP is on track for 45 seats, LNP 42, Qatar for 4, and Greens just 1, as well as Independent 1. That's what they're on track for, and that would produce a minority government for the LNP.
Long story short, a hung parliament is not out of the question.
No, in fact, it's likely.
Likely? Oh, well,
Yes.
Things just got interesting. Things just got interesting.
If both Qatar and the Greens were to support Labor, they could potentially still form government, but it really depends on Qatar. The government has either LNP forms a majority, or they have to rely on Qatar's Australian Party. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Well, I was going to say my tip of an LNP minority, I thought that'd help. The seats I predicted would help the LNP, because I thought the Greens would be a bigger player. But if Greens only win 1, yeah, there it is. I'm just going to forget everything else. If I get the damn LNP majority thing right, everyone else said they'd get at least 48. If I get that right, I'm going to, never doubt me.
We're never going to live that down, are we?
Just like the ACT last week. Anyway. Really looking interesting at this point. You're looking at, by the way, in the corner, in case you're just joining us, that is a live shot of LNP headquarters in Brisbane. We'll be back at the Labor headquarters in Brisbane a little later as well. Some of the key points you need to hear, though, are that the Greens are behind in a number of their target seats. They're at risk of not winning South Brisbane, not retaining it, that is, although they have won 1 seat. And our election reporter, Maggie Parrish, has just said, fairly sure One Nation will win 0 seats, and that means James Ashby will not win Keppel, and the party will not get back Stephen Andrews' seat. But definitely a lot of Green worries, which is particularly of notice. And we also had a Green source speaking to 6 News earlier, and they told us, quote, Labor outplayed us. They added, quote, I knew from the tightening polls in the booth that Labor were doing well, end quote. Now, what's interesting to note, of course, is that it's not as if they're falling behind on 2PP. The fact is, these Greens candidates in target seats, they're not even making top 3 at this point, which is very, very poor for them. Yes, they've had some swings. Yes, they've got a statewide swing towards them, but the reality is they're not winning these targets, any of them. The fact that they could lose South Brisbane is really disastrous. They've got 1, but that's still very, very, very much not good for the Greens at this point. And we will wait to see the further consequences here of what goes on. Still early in the night, and we'll note, and Maggie, you've made this point repeatedly, to Stuart's somewhat dismay, no call in South Brisbane. No call there. But nevertheless, Stuart, whatever happens tonight, whatever happens tomorrow, this is not a landslide for the LNP by any stretch.
So can you repeat that?
Awkward. Stuart, I was just going to say...
Can you repeat that?
Unless... You got me now?
No, I don't.
He's got me.
I can't hear you.
Okay, Stuart can't hear me. We can hear him,
no,
he can't hear me. We will...
If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up.
Yeah, we can
hear you. Okay, so you can hear me, I just
Stuart.
can't hear you. Alright.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's been a horrible night for me on technology for mine. I'm just going to try and sort of see if I can fix that on my end. It's been a great night for me in my technology. It's lovely.
All right. All right. Look, while we figure this out, we did do an interview earlier this year with Stephen Miles, the Queensland Premier, Let's cut to some of the best moments from that.
How's your confidence levels against David Crisafulli?
Oh, look, every election's hard. I know David thinks he's already won. He started calling himself the Premier-elect. But every election's hard, and as the election comes around, people are going to start demanding that he have more than slogans. He's going to need some plans. And I think when people see how flimsy his plans are, it's going to get a bit tighter. Look, we won't do deals with any parties, but we'll deal with the parliament that's given to us. And I've been there in a minority government before. We didn't need deals to get through that, and that would be my approach.
Yeah. I know you've spoken highly of Anastasia Palaszczuk since her resignation, but given there was clearly discontent within Labor about her leadership, do you think she stayed around too long?
No, I think she was a great leader of our party and of our state. She did incredible things women haven't done before in politics, and so I respect and admire that. Obviously, I'm a different person, a very different kind of leader, and I'm just trying to show Queenslanders that.
I mean, we spoke to a number of Labor sources in the party. There was clearly discontent. Was she pushed out by your party?
No, this was Anastasia's decision that the time was right.
David Crisafulli, the opposition leader, spoke to 6 News in March just gone. He did make a fairly bold claim that Labor rigged the Queensland electoral system by changing it against recommendations made in the Fitzgerald inquiry by introducing full preferential voting. Your response to that?
Oh, that's just not true. The Australian elections are run with preferential voting. We had a range of advice that said that the informality rate in elections was higher because of the different systems at different levels of government. We changed it to be the same as the Australian government.
As we all know, everything is going up right now. Electricity, water, insurance, rent, for example. Some of these are up triple since last financial year. Along with these figures, some Queenslanders are seeing a 40% increase in their power bills. Queenslanders have called on your government to deliver relief, and many have said you haven't. What's your response to the Queenslanders doing it tough, especially with power and those things I mentioned?
We will. That's very much our intention. We're talking to Queenslanders now about how best to deliver that kind of relief, and I've said that our budget, which is due in a couple of months' time, will be all about that.
The LNP has announced a solar for rental scheme, if elected, in October, which incentivises landlords to put solar panels on the roof at the benefit of renters, which can decrease power bills by $700 per year. Now, Brisbane is the second most expensive Australian city to rent a unit in. Do you think the LNP has out-policied you, and what effect will this have in October?
No, they stole one of our policies that we'd trialled and found didn't work. So we'd run a pilot of that program. It was found to push rents up. So rents on those properties that had the solar panels, landlords put the rent up, and so we decided that there were better ways to support renters with their electricity costs.
Premier, on to the Olympics now. We know it's quite a controversial issue. We have Brisbane Live, that's obviously going to be developed. Looking back to Sydney 2000 though, which did bring astronomical benefits to both the city and also the state. They developed multiple new venues and also a new stadium. Why is it justified for our games to use a very old stadium that is the lowest seating capacity in 104 years for an Olympic Games and was built so long ago, and we aren't going to build a new stadium? Are you concerned, one, that there's a lack of vision for the future, but also a lack of legacy for the Games?
No, this is a very different kind of Games to Sydney 2000. This is a Games delivered under the new norms, which is the IOC's commitment that cities can deliver the Games using venues that they already have. We are going to spend $7 billion on venues though, so it's not as if we're skimping on it. We've got the brand new arena that you've mentioned. We'll do upgrades at the Gabba and at Suncorp. We'll have the athletics centre for the athletics, but more importantly, we'll have all of those community venues, which I'm really excited about.
You mentioned costs, then why spend $500,000 on a report if you aren't prepared to accept the main findings on the report? The report says, quote, the combined cost of upgrading QSAC plus keeping the Gabba operational and compliant beyond 2032 is comparable to building a new stadium. However, it delivers significantly less legacy and commercial benefit. So how can cost of living be the excuse then?
I don't agree with the report. There's no way you can say an extra $1 billion is comparable in the current environment, and that's before that new venue project was even considered. The fact is, I asked for a report for a less expensive option, and they came back with an option that would cost $1 billion more, so I couldn't accept that outcome.
Final question on the Olympics now. Stadiums, they are used for hundreds of years into the future. Take the MCG in Melbourne, for example. Now, a new stadium for one of the fastest growing cities in Australia to replace an ageing venue, that in the report did say it does need significant upgrades. Don't you think that it would be an imperative for any government to build a new stadium?
No, I think it would be nuts to build a new stadium. We're spending billions to build a new transport interchange at the Gabba. Why would you have that there and then build a new stadium at Victoria Park? I don't think it makes sense.
Just one other thing about the Games before we do move on. I believe you recently received a letter from some former Paralympians and Olympians about the use of QSAC. I assume you have seen that letter?
I understand the Courier Mail wrote a letter and asked Olympians to sign it.
Do you have a response to that?
That was a letter written by the Courier Mail.
Let's move to youth crime now. Absolutely major issue. The LNP is proposing the removal of detention as a last resort. Why is Labor not supporting it?
Oh, look, that might make a good slogan, but it's not what the police or the courts or the experts tell us will make a difference. What we're told will make a difference is more police, better police resources, and a focus on intervening early and preventing crime where we can. And so that's what we'll do. We'll let the LNP keep their slogans.
We are seeing a lot of low policing numbers. In 2023, there was 218 per 100,000 people in Queensland, compared to 2015 when the Palaszczuk government did come in, 235 per 100,000 people in Queensland, and our population has grown quite a bit since then. Is there any reason why the police numbers have dropped so much?
We have 12,500 police working right across our state. They do a great job. We have had some challenges in recruitment these last couple of years, but I'm really pleased to have seen that turn around. Some of that followed the murder of those officers, the awful murder of those officers, and understandably that affected people's thoughts about doing the job, as well as the really tight labour market. So people have more choices, but we have, I think there's 600 coming through the academies at the moment, and there's another 2,000 who've applied to join, so that'll well and truly put us back on track.
Can I just ask as well, what schemes or what initiatives are being put to bring in those further police?
So we've got them coming through the pipeline now, so they just have to get through the academy and get deployed.
Yeah, so many Queenslanders across the state are fed up with this youth crime crisis, and in some areas there is little work done. Queenslanders shouldn't be scared at night that teenagers will break inside their house with a knife, try and steal their car, or even worse, kill somebody. Queenslanders should feel safe inside their home. What's your response to that, Premier? When will it end?
I agree. We're already starting to see early signs that what we're doing is working, that the high visibility policing as well as our other initiatives have turned the corner in a lot of regions. So 12 of 14 regions have seen improvements in this last quarter. We want to see that continue, and so we're going to invest more in the things that are proving to be working.
You're back with us live here on 6 News. That was just some of the best bits from Stephen Miles' interview with Uncensored right here on 6 News earlier this year. Great interview we did, by the way. Roman McKinnon, Austin Pollock, fantastic job. Want to get back to Levi Knight, who's live at the LNP's headquarters in Brisbane. Levi, we are now looking at these results, and a hung parliament is more than possible at this point. Has the mood turned?
Election turned around. Look, Leo, the atmosphere here is not as great as it was at the start of the night. The confidence levels have definitely gone down, and there's a lot more unsettlement amongst everyone watching tonight. We're not sure what the result's going to be. Yes, you're right, a hung parliament is definitely on the cards here. That's not news the LNP are wanting to hear at the moment. Everyone's still a little bit unsure about what's going to happen next and how many more seats they're going to get, but it's definitely not the big swing they were expecting at the beginning of the
Do me a favour, Levi, just because of the Skype audio. Thank you. Sorry, it's Skype. It is interesting. It seems like you just touched on it, but really, it seems like David Crisafulli might have to be preparing negotiations.
I can't really hear that Skype audio. Can you try that one again?
It seems David Crisafulli might have to prepare for negotiations.
Yes, possibly, and as we saw in the debating stage, that was not something they were really looking to do, but it might have to be where they go for now. David Crisafulli might have to consider negotiating with the crossbench and forming that minority government, despite what they earlier wanted to do.
All right, Levi, thank you. We'll keep coming back to you as we get these results continuing to come in. Now,
look, we just spoke about David Crisafulli there, and he was also on Uncensored earlier this year, and we spoke to him about quite a number of things. Austin Pollock did that interview there. Here's some of the main clips from that, and of course, this is the man who very possibly could be the next Premier of Queensland.
I just ask Queenslanders after a decade, what's their view on whether or not things are better when it comes to the health crisis, the housing crisis, the youth crime crisis, and the immense cost of living pressures that people are under. So I asked them, do you think things are better or worse after the decade? And most people, even Labor voters, agree that things have got a hell of a lot worse. And the second part of that is who's got the right priorities for Queensland's future. And for the last 3.5 years, my team's been disciplined, we've been united, but above all, we have been listening, and we are a political entity that is focused on those things that matter to people. And we've put forward policies in every one of those areas to show that there's a better way than what they're experiencing. And that's why I genuinely believe, despite the weight of history against us, I do believe we can win the election in October.
Youth crime, it's obviously the major issue facing Queensland right now, as you mentioned there. The government is promising some changes. What would the LNP do differently if they were in government right now, and indeed plans for if you are elected?
Well, a couple of things, starting with rewriting the Youth Justice Act. It is broken. It puts the rights of the victim a distant second behind the rights to the offender. So we want to remove detention as a last resort, which just simply doesn't work. But I also want to do some things differently when it comes to turning kids around early. I want to develop what's called gold standard early intervention. I don't want to give up on kids, particularly early on. You've got to do all you can to give kids love and hope and compassion, but also discipline and structure. So at the moment in Queensland, we're failing at both ends of this spectrum. So the number of repeat hardcore offenders have gone from 10 to 20%. So the hardcore are getting worse, and that pipeline continues. So I want to deal with those and deal with the hardcore ones in the here and now, but I also want to get serious about early intervention.
And we are just going to go back to Labor's headquarters in Brisbane there. Roman McKinnon's there. He needs a signal from me. Roman, what's the mood like at the moment? And can we? And we don't have him, do we? Alright, we don't.
It's a very different atmosphere here right now. Hang on a sec, just give me... What the shit?
You can tell this is live. Here. Noisy place. If you want to help us with some better earpieces, patreon.com/6.
Alrighty, it's a pretty good atmosphere here right now. We'll just take you this way. Oh, God, I love technical difficulties live streaming. I'll just show you down here. Look at all of the Labor Party. Look at all the Labor faithful here. As the results are streaming in, we're still awaiting Queensland Premier Stephen Miles. We're hopeful that he does arrive very shortly. But as you can see at the moment, it's a very good vibe here at Labor HQ in Marumba Downs. It's definitely a change in the mood, and definitely something to be keeping an eye on throughout the night, as this party and this faithful will get louder if their votes keep swinging their way. They've been celebrating every single little gain, retain. I spoke about Gavin before with Housing Minister Megan Scanlon. She will hold her seat. Whether or not that's on the opposition side or the government side is still a question. But, we've also got Transport Minister Bart Mellish, who is in the seat of Aspley, he started a little bit shakily and there were a little bit of alarm bells there, but it looks like he is on track to hold that seat as well. We'll wait for Maggie Perry to call that one, but obviously a very good vibe here at Labor HQ, and these Labor faithful are hoping they can celebrate, and so as Stephen Miles can celebrate, getting into government in his own right. Back to you, Leo.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you. Roman McKinnon there at Labor's headquarters. I just, two key quotes there from our men on the ground. Levi Knight at LNP headquarters. The atmosphere is not as great as it was earlier. Roman McKinnon at Labor headquarters. It's a very good vibe. You can tell the mood has clearly swung in the last hour. Again, that's not saying a majority's out of the question for Labor. And Maggie, I'll bring you back in. Excuse me, a majority's not out of the question for the LNP. I still think it's probably the most likely. But the fact we're even talking about a hung parliament being possible here is quite something compared to where it was a few months ago.
No, there's been such a poll shift in favour of Labor because of abortion rights and women's rights, and it's really swung things towards Labor, especially in some of the Brisbane seats, which clearly they've done very well in. But I did just want to go over the new seat counts. 41 for the LNP, Labor 36, Katter 3, Independent 1. Green 1.
Beautiful. All right, thank you. We will head to a break now, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Coming up, more of the latest headlines, including all the very latest results. We'll bring them to you live. There is so much to get through in the next hour. It is going to be a fascinating next hour, and we'll be on as long as we need to be. You're watching 6 News Live as Queensland decides. Stay with us.
You're watching Queensland Decides Election 2024.
I think I'm back now.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News. One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here. Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is Queensland Decides Election 2024.
Continue our special coverage of the 2024 Queensland state election. I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News Election HQ. With us throughout the evening, and still with us, Maggie Perry, election reporter, Stuart Jeffrey, law and government editor, Levi Knight, reporter at LNP headquarters, and Roman McKinnon, political editor at Labor headquarters. The vibes, well,
Levi tells us the atmosphere is not as great as it was earlier. Roman says there's a very good vibe here now. Is an LNP majority still probably the most likely option? Yeah, but the fact is we're talking about a hung parliament as a realistic possibility. Well, LNP majority is still possible. I don't know. It's possible. I think everyone agrees it's possible. Anyway, point being, you're looking at a live shot, and you can just see in the corner of the LNP's headquarters. Now, they heard 4 cheers there. I'm not sure which seat they're potentially cheering for, but definitely they're happy there as they continue to look at some of these results coming in. That is a live shot there of the LNP's headquarters. Stay with us here on 6 News. There's Labor headquarters. Stay with us here on 6 News. We'll be covering this all throughout the evening. There is a lot else going on at the moment, so just at the moment we do want to take a look at some of the other headlines making news at the moment. For that, we'll go straight to the newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Thank you very much, Leo. We will get back to the Queensland state election in just a moment, but to the other stories we're following here on 6 News right now. And Victoria Police have charged a woman over an alleged assault on Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe outside the MCG after an AFL game. Authorities have confirmed that a 27-year-old woman has been charged with 2 counts of recklessly causing injury and 3 counts of unlawful assault over the incident on May 25 after the Dreamtime game between Essendon and Richmond, adding that a woman sustained minor injuries during the incident. Police have confirmed the incident was reported at Melbourne East Police Station the following day. Senator Thorpe claims she was pushed to disclose the details earlier this week after reporting published in The Australian about her attendance record in Parliament. She says she sustained serious nerve and spinal injuries in her neck, which required spinal surgery and a plate to be inserted in the back of her neck, adding that she was ordered by her doctor not to travel and could not attend Parliament. Fallout is right now continuing after a hack on an online database home to more than 800 billion web pages on the internet. Earlier this month, the US-based Internet Archive, which includes Wayback Machine, was hacked and taken completely offline, with work continuing over the past few days to return the site to full functionality. In addition to the Wayback Machine, the archive has also saved 42 million print materials, 13 million videos, 14 million audio files and 5 million images, and the tool is valuable in research. Dr. Andre Brett is a lecturer of history at Curtin University. He spoke to 6 News about the consequences of the hack.
This, as you say, appears to be the worst hack that the Internet Archive has experienced. And in terms of being able to preserve, our digital memory, this is going to be consequential. And it's going to be really striking when people look back at the history of pages being saved, that you're going to have this hole in the middle for some that are, major news sites that get catalogued often multiple times a day are going to have this big gap. On the other hand, what worries me the most is what this means long term. If even something like the Wayback Machine is this potentially vulnerable, what does it mean for content that we've created today still being accessible to people in the future? This is absolutely essential nowadays to being able to both access past digital sources and to retain those you're using now for future users to refer to. I think of one time I was going through the references for a book chapter, and at the time that book had only been published about 4 years beforehand. So you'd expect, right, that most of the links would still be live. As it happened, I got over halfway through the references before I found even one link that worked. An easy majority of them were no longer working. Either the site was gone completely or it had been redesigned and so the link had been broken. And this isn't just, some one-off anecdote where I happened to strike it unlucky. There was a Pew Research Centre report that came out last year that found that 38% of digital sources were no longer available a decade after they were created. So this is a major issue that the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has, gone to, being it is the Wayback Machine of the Internet Archive has played a leading role in enabling us to still be able to access these websites that are dead and gone otherwise. And look, I'll confess, as someone who's been a Wikipedia editor, since 2005, I deeply regret now that some of those pages that I wrote in 2006, 2007, I didn't save the links, and now those sources are gone. They are just straight up gone burger, and that information, as I say, gone for good.
And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our websites and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. News is on the hour, every hour here on 6 News. I'm Austin Pollock. Let's now head back to Leo Puglisi for continuing live coverage as Queensland decides.
All right, you are still with us live here on 6 News. We continue our coverage of the Queensland state election. There's an important figure that you've got. As it stands, One Nation will not win a single seat. They are behind in Keppel. They're not going to win the seat that they formerly held when Stephen Andrew, one of their MPs, went off to the KAP, and the Greens are very worried. Could they lose South Brisbane? They can't gain South Brisbane. They have South Brisbane. Could they lose South Brisbane? It's all good. Long night. But it's 50-50 in South Brisbane at the moment. We might get to Maggie Perry if she's available in just a moment, because she has more info on South Brisbane than I do at the moment. You'll see at the bottom of your screen, though, that is a live look inside the LNP's headquarters. And yeah, it looks like we do have Maggie with us. If we can get, Maggie. So talk us through the situation in South Brisbane at the moment.
Vote is 36% Green, 34% Labor, 27 LNP, 3.3% for One Nation. Those preferences mean that LNP needs about a 2.5% swing from what they have now to overtake. I'd say actually, 2.5% swing to overtake Labor, which isn't exactly unlikely. And you have to remember that postal votes and early votes are generally lean towards the LNP. So the Greens might be saved if the LNP do well enough, which is really interesting.
Right, so that would be interesting if the LNP were able to get up there, because we know at the last election how crucial it was for the Greens in South Brisbane for the LNP to preference them in the end. Obviously that hasn't happened this time. So, we will see at that point.
Yeah, I think them losing this seat is entirely because of the LNP preference change. Actually, no, it's both. The LNP preference change means the Greens will likely lose this seat compared to they would have won it on these numbers easily. But also, obviously, the Greens, I think, were much more focused in seats like Greenslopes and Miller, in Cooper and McConnell, than in the two seats they already held, because they weren't expecting a swing away from them in South Brisbane, which is understandable. No one was. Yeah.
I was.
The Greens are down 2, Labor's down 1, LNP up 4, and One Nation is new. No, sorry, not new, up 1.6.
Yeah, can I just, by the way, again, I just want to affirm something we just mentioned before. Still no likelihood that Ashby's going to get up in Keppel for One Nation?
No, he will not.
That's
One Nation has 10 seats.
0 seats for One Nation in their home state. That I would say, do we have, and maybe Stuart will have it, do we have the statewide One Nation vote? as a percentage?
Yes, we do. I'll go to it right now. So the statewide total for One Nation is 8.1%. That's up 1. The Greens are at 10.9%. They're up 1.4. Labor's down 6, 33.6. LNP is at 39.7, up 4.
All right. Well, we'll see how that blows into. We were talking about Green Centre before, how that'll vote into Malcolm Roberts' re-election chances, but that's a whole nother story.
That's a while away. Let's focus on this for now.
Absolutely, you are correct. We'll try to get to Roman McKinnon in a moment if he can hear us, because we've been going through. I think he can hear us this time, actually. Great. Roman, can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up. Yeah, he can. He can.
Labor will lose that seat to the LNP. Dean Clements is in that seat. Pine Rivers is held by Labor on about a 6.8% margin there. So I just, on the ABC, it said Dean Clements has had a 7.8 swing towards him. That's absolutely massive. And that is a pretty big seat. Like, some people might not have thought that seat was in play as such this election. A 6% margin, but for Labor to lose that, they haven't lost it yet, so it's just the LNP that is ahead. For Labor to lose that can be very damaging for their hopes to form government. At the moment, well, it's still too close to call. Leo.
Thank you, Roman. An interesting comment I just saw from or Cam Redden tweeted it out. He's a Sky News reporter, and he mentioned this comment from former LNP MP John Paul Langbrook, who made it on Sky News, and he conceded that the LNP should have been more definitive on abortion, and its failure to do so has cost votes. So that's interesting in terms of how Labor's recent campaigning on abortion and how what the KAP's done with it, how that is impacting this vote. And it does seem like one way or another it probably has. Again, whether it's significant enough, I'm not sure. And for all we know, it may end up being a factor. Maggie, you got anything more?
In Pine Rivers, sorry.
In literally anywhere.
Well, I thought we should go over what the seats were. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. I don't know why. What seats I haven't called yet. I need to go over the numbers again, but I've just brought down the numbers for LNP and ALP by 1 from the graphics we have. So Labor 36, LNP 41. We have Cook in the far north. This is a three-way contest where both Labor, Katter, and the LNP can win, but it's quite likely Labor wins here. The seat of Mulgrave, which is Southern Cairns, I'm going to be honest, I think with new numbers, unfortunately for Leo, legalized cannabis will not win this seat.
Oh, no.
But it was a fun possibility to entertain. However, Katter, I'm going to be honest, it's a complete toss-up between Katter, Labor, and the LNP. Complete toss-up, 1/3 chance for each of them.
I like those odds. I'm not sure for who, but
The seat of Rockhampton is Donna Kirkland. LNP leads by 0.2% against Labor, and if Margaret Streller Independent manages to overtake LNP, even though there's a 10% primary gap, she would win the seat. Not that that's very likely. Maybe overtake Labor. Just trying to go over to some other seats. The seat of Nicklin is LNP likely, but Labor could still retain it. They only won it by 0.1%, so if they held it, that would be really interesting. I also wanted to say the seat of Bundaberg, which they won by 9 votes last election, has been won by Labor, with a swing towards them, nonetheless, of about 4%.
That is significant. Maggie, we've having a few issues in the background, not on air, we're fine. But we just, for the sake of it, for the sake of Austin, we had David Crisafulli on earlier this year. He could be the next Premier by the end of the night as results continue to come in. But here's a bit of what he had to say on Uncensored on 6 News earlier this year.
Win the election in October.
Youth crime, it's obviously the major issue facing Queensland right now, as you mentioned there. The government is promising some changes. What would the LNP do differently if they were in government right now, and indeed plans for if you are elected?
Well, a couple of things, starting with rewriting the Youth Justice Act. It is broken. It puts the rights of the victim a distant second behind the rights to the offender. So we want to remove detention as a last resort, which just simply doesn't work. But I also want to do some things differently when it comes to turning kids around early. I want to develop what's called gold standard early intervention. I don't want to give up on kids, particularly early on. You've got to do all you can to give kids love and hope and compassion, but also discipline and structure. So at the moment in Queensland, we're failing at both ends of this spectrum. So the number of repeat hardcore offenders have gone from 10 to 20%. So the hardcore are getting worse, and that pipeline continues. So I want to deal with those and deal with the hardcore ones in the here and now, but I also want to get serious about early intervention. I've also been spending a lot of time looking at the child safety system in this state, and I think that's broken. We need to strengthen resources and put those people at the coalface back in charge. It's certainly a broken department. And there's also what's called resi care, which is effectively kids under the care of the state government. So when I hear the state government say, oh, you know, parents have got more to do, yeah, sure. But the biggest parent in Queensland is the state government. And when I look at resi care, I see kids not going to school. I see no ability for them to be able to get a job or go into extracurricular activities like other kids can do. There's no pathway to foster care and adoption the way there should be. So there's challenges there. We have less police today than we had 18 months ago because they're leaving quicker than they can be replaced. So I want to give police the laws that they feel valued so they stay in their jobs. So there's been no shortage of solutions that we put forward. You mentioned about the decade. Well, the decision to water down that Youth Justice Act was one of the first things that the Labor government did when they came to power. And that was a mistake. And everyone knows that, and everyone admits that, aside from them, the people who did it and the people who've got the tools who should be fixing it. And I want them to know that they own that mess, but we can fix the mess. And I'm serious about continuing to put forward those policies to do it.
Well, no matter what side of politics you're on, I think, youth crime is definitely the dominant issue and something that everyone in Queensland is concerned about right now. But the other issue is the Olympic Games that are coming up in 2032. They have been a shambles, no doubt. What are your thoughts on how it's been handled?
Well, it's been the better part of a few years. And in that time, the government spent the whole time talking about sports stadiums and a big party rather than the generational infrastructure that we were promised. So my vision for the Olympic and the Paralympic Games is to use it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get everyone on one page in one room to build generational infrastructure. So things like road and rail. I want to see a 20-year tourism plan to make sure that every part of Queensland benefits. I want to use the Paralympic Games to shine a light on accessible cities. Let's be a destination of choice for people who want to holiday and visit somewhere that is accessible. I want to use the Olympics as an opportunity to get a world-class communications plan that we can use during disasters. I'm serious about those things. Now, the only thing the government's been talking about is sporting stadiums, and they've spent the better part of 2 years trying to justify ripping one down. And now they've spent the last 2 months trying to re-engineer to say, well, they're not actually going to do that. All the while, the whole focus is on sporting stadiums and the party. It's got to be a lot more than that. And if it is, Queenslanders will come on the journey. Mate, we're the underdog, and nothing's changed in that regard. We have remained the underdog, and we still are the underdog. And I just want to explain the weight of history that's against us. So of the last 12 general elections in Queensland, the Labor Party's won 11. So they've basically governed for 30 of the last 35 years. That's a generation and a half. So we need to win 14 seats to win a majority government. That's massive. That's historic terms. So of course we're going to remain the underdog, and the Labor Party expects to win. They always expect to win. We're going to earn that right. And we know it's tough, but Queensland needs new leadership. And right now, the state is bogged down by a government that is constantly in chaos and crisis. And every frontline service is crumbling before our eyes. We've got a government that does not respect taxpayers' dollars. Every project is blowing out in time and money. It is a state that the government is heading in the wrong direction in. And we've put forward an alternate plan, and we are united and we're focused. And I think people are looking at that. But, mate, we're going to remain the underdog for a long, long time because that's the nature of politics in Queensland. But we're up to it. And I want your viewers to know that we're serious about bringing generational change.
You're back live here on 6 News. That was some of what David Crisafulli had to say to 6 News earlier this year on Uncensored. You can have a look at a live look at the LNP's headquarters at the moment. Certainly interesting for them in that we had Levi Knight on earlier, who's our man at the ground, on the ground there, and he did mention specifically, right, that the mood has swung a bit. And he also said that some people there do agree that abortion has had a negative impact on the LNP here, which seems to have been the kind of general consensus in recent times. You know, that the Labor vote has undoubtedly gone up in some of these polls. And you know that seems like it's having some kind of an impact here. Now, whether it's enough to stop an LNP majority, well, at the very minimum, maybe not abortion on its own, but an LNP landslide, it's not happening, and so that is something that's really, really key here. But look, it's still, you know, a lot we don't know, a lot of undecideds, and we've got some pre-polls that are coming. I know we've been trying to account for pre-polls in some of this, but yeah, it does make things a bit, you know, a few unknowns at this point. But still, nothing is over. We haven't made any government call yet. Although the LNP has obviously, the LNP has been ahead in the seat count all night, and we have always anticipated them to be, and that's no surprise, minority or majority or not. The ALP at 36, the LNP at 41, the Greens at 1, the KAP at 3. One Nation will win 0 seats, that's a final call for them, and the other is one independent, Sandy Bolton, re-elected in Newcastle. Newcastle, what am I saying? Noosa, Sandy Bolton is the member for Noosa. Noosa, I did it again. Noosa, forget Newcastle. Too much local government for me. Yeah, anyway. Maggie, do we have any more results that we can take a look at?
Yes, so in Gavin and the Gold Coast, Labor MP Megan Scanlon is on a razor-thin margin against the LNP. I think it's a toss-up at this point, though she technically leads. Sorry, I just wanted to go over some of the seats that we haven't called yet. And I also wanted to bring down the LNP total to 40 because it looks like the seat of Caloundra, which I initially thought the LNP would gain, is a possible Labor retain in the Sunshine Coast. In Capalaba, the LNP is slightly ahead of well-known candidate Russell Field, who I've been seeing on ads all the time for the LNP. In South Brisbane, I haven't called the seat for Labor because there is a small potential that the LNP overtakes Labor and the Greens are elected, although it is very unlikely. And in Aspley, I haven't checked this in a while, so I believe Labor is in a good position to win here. I will just check it again. Yeah, they're ahead by 1%. And in Pine Rivers, we've just gone over this. The Liberals are leading, so that's all the seats. I was going over some seats earlier before I was cut off by the break. Those are all the seats that we haven't called yet, which means we've got 12 different seats in doubt, in which Labor leads in 9 of them, the LNP leads in 2, and Katter leads in 1, which is the seat of Morani.
For what it's worth, the Australian did just report that David Crisafulli he's not, this isn't a call or anything, but he has reassured confidence the LNP will win at least 47 seats that had give him a 1-seat majority. Now, I think that's certainly very possible, but you know, for what it's worth, that is what the Australian is reporting about what David Crisafulli is saying. There's both shots you can see of Labor and LNP headquarters, our amazing Six News team on the ground there. And we will continue covering that. Maggie, sorry, was there anything more you wanted to add?
Yes, I want to make it clear. Labor has lost its majority. If this wasn't already painfully obvious to everyone, Labor has lost its majority in Parliament. They still have a chance at forming government. I will be honest, it's unlikely, but I think Labor has a small chance. And the LNP obviously is much more likely. Currently, the LNP are more likely in 42 seats, Labor in 45, Katter in 4, and Greens in 1, Independent 1. Labor would probably form a one-seat minority government in Parliament, but it's very unlikely that all those seats Labor leads in continue to be Labor. Surely a few of them will flip to the LNP, seats like Capalaba, seats like Aspley, seats like Gavin, Caloundra, Nicklin, Cook, Mulgrave, and Rockhampton. I've just gone and listed every single seat Labor leads in. But the point is, Labor does have a shot at government, even if it's rather unlikely. If Katter sided with Labor, they would have a much better position, but it's unlikely they do.
Right. So again, I don't think anyone was saying otherwise, but yeah, Stephen Miles, no majority for Labor. So it's just a guy on the LNP.
No, Stephen Miles will not win a majority
for Labor. So, I mean, you know, we knew it, right? Anyway, for the Greens, are they any chance in any other seat other than South Brisbane? Noting we called for one. Is there anywhere where they could possibly get in from here? Because what we've seen all night is that they've been struggling to even get into top 2.
Right, well, the Greens are only able to win in South Brisbane and Maywa. They will not go above 2 seats. They will not gain any seats. However, they could potentially reach the top 2 in some seats. They could reach the top 2 in Moggle. It's unlikely. Very unlikely, actually. I'm just going through some seats right now. They've done very well in Woodridge, not enough to beat the LNP, but they've gotten a 7% swing down in a Logan seat. And I've just been going through the last few seats. It does not look like Labor will even be able to get second anywhere. The Greens will be able to get second anywhere else other than South Brisbane and Maywa. Although they are close in Greenslopes, they're close in Miller, they're close in Toohey, and they're close to second in Woodridge, but they're not close to winning any of them.
Right.
So that leaves them at maximum 2 seats.
Right. So bad night for the Greens. Can we say that pretty almost definitively here? Bad night for the Greens. I mean, going nowhere or going backwards is pretty, almost a bit disastrous for them. Not a single gain and possibly an incumbency loss.
Yeah. Look,
I don't think you can put it any other way.
The Greens are going to have ended up going up in vote share by the end of this, which is pretty astounding for a party that will have one, maybe 2 seats, and at most retain the 2 seats they have, not be able to gain anywhere. So they've gone up, but they're likely to lose in South Brisbane. Really unfortunate. I think it's mainly because of the Labor's complete dominance in the Brisbane area. It looks like if they hold on to South Brisbane and Aspley, they might not lose a single seat in Brisbane City Council, and they even have a chance at picking up the seat of Clayfield from the LNP, and obviously picking up the seat of South Brisbane from the Greens. So Labor has done amazing here. This is really good for them on a federal level. Looking at 2025, I think at this point we can say the seat of Moreton is safe for Labor, and the seat of Bonner is a possible pickup for Labor federally, but maybe looking a bit too ahead.
Right. Bad night to be the Greens. Yeah, that's pretty blunt. Look, we might get Roman McKinnon back on in a moment, but I think if he can hear us, we might be able to get to Levi Knight, who is muted at the moment. I think we can fix that. Levi, if you can hear me, talk to us about the mood right now at this moment.
The atmosphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, things have definitely come right back up again, especially with the confidence that David Crisafulli may be the next Premier of Queensland. Now, whether or not that is in a minority government is still to be decided, but that is what the room's feeling at the moment. So people are a lot happier than they were before.
And so it seems like, we don't know exactly when David Crisafulli is going to come out, but you can tell the music's pretty loud in there. There was one comment that some people have been making, which is they do believe abortion has affected this.
It's really to arrive, but a lot of people disagree. There's a lot of cheering going at the moment. So, to the information that Sky News has projected, David Crisafulli is the Premier. Everyone is happy, as you would imagine. There's a bit of cheering going on in the background. The abortion campaign, I think that's a massive negative vectors, but people here do agree that could have been the difference between maybe a majority and a minority. Those last-minute change of votes because of such a key issue and controversial topic, that was really a key moment or key tactic for Labor, and it's worked out to cost the LNP some of those votes. I do believe that could be the difference between an LNP majority and an LNP minority come the end of the night.
Right. Levi, thank you. And Maggie, I'll get your reaction there. Definitely things have, we had that half an hour of kind of rough calls there. Levi, thank you. Maggie, Sky News is calling it. Can we say anything yet? We don't have to say minority or majority, but...
Calling for the LNP government.
Yeah, I mean, given where Labor's at in seats and in terms of the likelihood of how government would do forms, we don't have many Greens members to change things here.
Well, Leo, this rests upon one question. Do you think Katter could side with Labor?
I do not. Personally, my personal view, I don't think they will. Not after
then, I think we can call this state election for the LNP. The LNP will be able to form government, and David Crisafulli will be the next Queensland Premier.
There we go. We can make that projection now. 6 News projects David Crisafulli, whether it's a minority or a majority, will become the next Premier of Queensland and has defeated Labor after 9 years of Labor in power. Stephen Miles is out there, but it's certainly not the landslide the LNP was initially hoping for. That being said, majority or minority, the LNP has won tonight's election. We can make that call now at 10:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10:34 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time there. We want to try and get to Roman McKinnon. He's at Labor headquarters there. I don't know if they're watching a feed that's made a call yet, Roman, but you would have just seen there we are projecting minority or majority. The LNP has won this election. How's it feeling now inside Labor HQ?
Yeah, well, after that call, I don't think the Labor Party faithful have realised that's extraordinary. David Crisafulli will be the next Queensland Premier, whether it is a minority or a majority. It is still unclear, but we're expecting Stephen Miles to speak shortly. Interpret shortly how you will. We're not sure how long he will be, but as the final seats get counted, it's unfortunately for these people, for the Labor faithful, it's not looking good for their party. That does mean that David Crisafulli has got off the opposition benches of Parliament. He will form government. And, as I mentioned before, minority or majority, it'll, that's just a very big achievement. But, did anyone like this close to be, you know what I mean? Like,
no, definitely.
It was definitely
this
very
is
close
far
and
from the
very
this
hard
is far
fought
from
campaign
the Newman style
from both
landslide.
sides. So I don't think the people in this room, this function room at the moment, has realised that. But yeah, wow.
Go around shouting it at them. No, don't. Yeah, definitely. It seems like we've got a shot inside, a bit blurry, but we might be able to cut to. Actually, no, it's too blurry. Don't cut to it. Roman, we'll continue with you. For Labor here, does it seem like though Miles has turned things around enough from how bad it could be that he has even a potential chance of staying leader after this?
He will stay as opposition leader, given it's only been 10 months, and from what the party was when Anastasia Palaszczuk resigned, obviously the party is F either way. The stories we reported on in December, but just really astonishing. But I do think Stephen Miles will stay on as opposition leader. Just huge, and not the landslide defeat that we were sort of expecting, as you will. It was definitely closer than a lot of people expected. So, it's in the end a loss is a loss, but it also, they'll be fighting hard for 2028, which seems like a very far while away now for Labor.
Yeah, and this is obviously really, really massive here in terms of 9 years of a Labor government gone. Look, the LNP, you can talk about abortion, you can talk about was it going to be Newman style, but the fact is, no matter what, they have won this election and they have taken Labor out of power after 9 years. That's another Labor government gone this year after the NT went earlier this year. And really, for David Crisafulli, I mean, it sounds like he's more confident that they could pick up 47, but I think Labor would, regardless, be very, very happy that, in the event maybe a couple defections from the LNP in this term could see another a hung parliament, could see them in minority, could see Labor much closer to power than they thought they would 6 months ago.
To win back, say they don't win obviously this time around, but in 2028, given how close it is right now, it'll be an election for the ages. Come 2028, who knows what kind of issues will be on the table in 4 years' time. But obviously, Stephen Miles and Labor will be working. You'd expect they'd be working very hard to win back the trust of Queensland.
All right, Roman McKinnon at Labor headquarters, thank you very much. And we'll be back with you right throughout the evening because Stephen Miles will obviously be there later. We want to take a look. We do believe we got a shot inside the LNP's headquarters. We've got a couple of shots we're trying to get up. But there's one, you can see the room now, and there's one a bit closer. You can see they're watching one of the broadcasts. Not ours. They certainly, feeling good there, and compared to half an hour ago, about 45 minutes ago, there was a bit of nerves, but clearly, some newer calls have projected things pretty clearly for them. And again, the LNP, they are winning this election. 6 News projects. We're not 100% sure of minority and majority yet, but we are projecting the LNP will form government there. Look, a huge moment, and I know we showed this earlier, but I think it's really important to take a look at who David Crisafulli is, right? We had him on Uncensored earlier this year on 6 News, a wide-ranging interview, and we've had him on a couple of times, actually. Here's just a bit of what he had to say, and of course, I'll remind you, prefacing this man is now the incoming Premier of Queensland.
I just asked Queenslanders after a decade what's their view on whether or not things are better when it comes to the health crisis, the housing crisis, the youth crime crisis, and the immense cost of living pressures that people are under. So I asked them, do you think things are better or worse after the decade? And most people, even Labor voters, agree that things have got a hell of a lot worse. And the second part of that is who's got the right priorities for Queensland's future. And for the last 3.5 years, my team's been disciplined, we've been united, but above all, we have been listening, and we are a political entity that is focused on those things that matter to people. And we've put forward policies in every one of those areas to show that there's a better way than what they're experiencing. And that's why I genuinely believe, despite the weight of history against us, I do believe we can win the election in October.
Youth crime, it's obviously the major issue facing Queensland right now, as you mentioned there. The government is promising some changes. What would the LNP do differently if they were in government right now, and indeed plans for if you are elected?
Well, a couple of things, starting with rewriting the Youth Justice Act. It is broken. It puts the rights of the victim a distant second behind the rights to the offender. So we want to remove detention as a last resort, which just simply doesn't work. But I also want to do some things differently when it comes to turning kids around early. I want to develop what's called gold standard early intervention. I don't want to give up on kids, particularly early on. You've got to do all you can to give kids love and hope and compassion, but also discipline and structure. So at the moment in Queensland, we're failing at both ends of this spectrum. So the number of repeat hardcore offenders have gone from 10 to 20%. So the hardcore are getting worse, and that pipeline continues. So I want to deal with those and deal with the hardcore ones in the here and now, but I also want to get serious about early intervention. I've also been spending a lot of time looking at the child safety system in this state, and I think that's broken. We need to strengthen resources and put those people at the coalface back in charge. It's certainly a broken department. And there's also what's called resi care, which is effectively kids under the care of the state government. So when I hear the state government say, oh, you know, parents have got more to do, yeah, sure. But the biggest parent in Queensland is the state government. And when I look at resi care, I see kids not going to school. I see no ability for them to be able to get a job or go into extracurricular activities like other kids can do. There's no pathway to foster care and adoption the way there should be. So there's challenges there. We have less police today than we had 18 months ago because they're leaving quicker than they can be replaced. So I want to give police the laws that they feel valued so they stay in their jobs. So there's been no shortage of solutions that we put forward. You mentioned about the decade. Well, the decision to water down that Youth Justice Act was one of the first things that the Labor government did when they came to power. And that was a mistake. And everyone knows that, and everyone admits that, aside from them, the people who did it and the people who've got the tools who should be fixing it. And I want them to know that they own that mess, but we can fix the mess. And I'm serious about continuing to put forward those policies to do it.
Well, no matter what side of politics you're on, I think, yeah, youth crime is definitely the dominant issue and something that everyone in Queensland is concerned about right now. But the other issue is the Olympic Games that are coming up in 2032. They have been a shambles, no doubt. What are your thoughts on how it's been handled?
Well, it's been the better part of a few years. And in that time, the government spent the whole time talking about sports stadiums in a big party rather than the generational infrastructure that we were promised. So my vision for the Olympic and the Paralympic Games is to use it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get everyone on one page in one room to build generational infrastructure. So things like road and rail. I want to see a 20-year tourism plan to make sure that every part of Queensland benefits. I want to use the Paralympic Games to shine a light on accessible cities. Let's be a destination of choice for people who want to holiday and visit somewhere that is accessible. I want to use the Olympics as an opportunity to get a world-class communications plan that we can use during disasters. I'm serious about those things. Now, the only thing the government's been talking about is sporting stadiums, and they've spent the better part of 2 years trying to justify ripping one down. And now they've spent the last 2 months trying to re-engineer to say, well, they're not actually going to do that. All the while, the whole focus is on sporting stadiums and the party. It's got to be a lot more than that. And if it is, Queenslanders will come on the journey. Mate, we're the underdog, and nothing's changed in that regard. We have remained the underdog, and we still are the underdog. And I just want to explain the weight of history that's against us. So of the last 12 general elections in Queensland, the Labor Party's won 11. So they've basically governed for 30 of the last 35 years. That's a generation and a half. So we need to win 14 seats to win a majority government. That's massive. That's historic terms. So of course we're going to remain the underdog. And
Back live with us here on 6 News, David Crisafulli. That was some of what he told us earlier this year. And again, we're projecting that he will be the next Premier of Queensland. He has indeed won. And a lot of understandably miserable faces at the Labor's headquarters. This is a live shot of Labor's headquarters in Brisbane, and we were at the LNP headquarters shortly, but Roman McKinnon's there with us. This is just some of what we're seeing on the ground. This is how they're feeling. And look, there was a bit of optimism in the air about 45 minutes ago as results tightened, and it looked like a hung parliament was possible. Minority government for the LNP still absolutely possible, don't get me wrong, but in the end, it is a projection of a LNP government, minority or majority. The LNP has won this election. On my left, you can see I pointed the wrong way. On my left, you can see the Labor headquarters. On my right, you can see the LNP there, and a lot of celebrating, understandably, in the LNP room in the past hour or so. So we will see that continue to come in. We'll get to some of our reporters in just a moment, but just more broadly looking at David Crisafulli here, because it's important to get to know the man who will be Premier. And if we just take a step back here, right? So he holds the Gold Coast seat of Broadwater. He's got a 66% two-party preferred vote there at the last election. I'm sure it'll be high in this election, 60% of the primary vote. Now, he started his career at the local level. He won a seat on Townsville City Council at Labor's landslide 2008, lost there, and then became Deputy Mayor. He was then elected to the State Parliament at the 2012 election. There was another landslide, but then he failed to retain the seat, actually, in 2015. Didn't take long for him to come back, though. In 2017, he beat incumbent Broadwater MP Verity Barton for LNP pre-selection, then won that seat later in the year. He was also serving under the then leader Deb Frecklington as the Shadow Minister for Environment, Science and the Great Barrier Reef, also in tourism. Then after the 2020 election loss, when Frecklington stepped down, Crisafulli was elected as party leader. He spent the campaign really focusing on youth crime and the cost of living. He's been talking about youth crime for quite some time now. And he's also led as preferred Premier since last year. Recent polls, though, indicate he might have slipped behind Stephen Miles. The question at the start of the night, of course, was he the right person to lead the LNP to break out of a decade in opposition? The answer, based on these results, is yes. And he is, and he has, and he will be the next Premier of Queensland. A monumental night for the LNP, though far, far from the majority that they were expecting in only a few months ago, which they were, which polls were indicating. We were talking about, could this be another 2012? I know we say it often, but could have been another 2012 Campbell Newman. Clearly it is not. Stephen Miles is in a position to even potentially remain as the Labor leader, depending on how things go and how the party dynamics go. But he's turned the Titanic around somewhat slightly. It could have been a lot worse for them. Still not good. Another party is not good for the Greens, who could lose South Brisbane, one of their seats. They've held one. They aren't winning in any of their main target seats. And One Nation as well, not a good night for them. They have not won a single seat either. They've had some chance in Keppel, but I just don't see it really happening there. So, look, we will wait and see for those results to continue to flow in. But certainly, still a long night. We'll be on till about midnight my time, just casually. Ideally, we have some 6 News people come back at a moment, but a lot of cheering in the LNP's room at the moment, as you'd guess. And look, certainly going to be a long night in our coverage, and we will wait and see for that. Yeah. All right. Well, look, that is another live shot you're just seeing of the LNP here. And Yeah, I was going to say Maggie Perry if we want to bring her back, eventually. But yeah, it is an end to 9 years of Labor in government, almost 10 really. The election was like in January 2015, so let's call it straight decade, 10 years, and it's all over for the Labor Party in Queensland in government. Though certainly nothing like it may have been already. Yeah. So we will continue to follow this. I really am waiting for someone on 6 News to come back. Surely, Maggie Perry, you've got some results for us. Save me here.
Hello. No, I just wanted to say a few things. The seat of Cook in Far North Queensland has been retained for Cynthia Louis. I think that's how you say her name. So Labor will win that seat. A lot of other toss-ups, but I have uncalled the seat of McAllister, which is down near Redlands. The LNP has made a surprising comeback here, and they're close to taking the seat of Labor on current numbers. So, good results for the LNP in that area. I haven't been able to look at Clayfield or Pine Rivers, but I know Gavin, Caloundra, Nicklin, and Maryborough all on a knife's edge, but I'm probably going to tip LNP in both seats. Currently, the LNP leads in 45 seats in my predictions, and Labor 42, Katter for Greens 1, Independent 1, and of course, if Katter forms government with the LNP on current numbers, the LNP will form government, as we have already called.
Right. Yeah. I think we might be able to get back to Levi Knight at LNP headquarters if he can hear me. And if I have to start shouting again. Levi, I imagine David Crisafulli will be coming here within the next hour. How's it feeling?
So you never know what could happen in the next hour.
Look, Leo, there's a lot of cheering going on at the moment. Everyone is very, very happy. Now all we've got to do is wait for David Crisafulli himself to come to the function, the new Premier of Queensland. So everyone is very, very happy. There's lots of cheering going on in the background. As they get those final seats, people are optimistic for a majority government. We're still not sure whether or not that'll happen, but regardless, David Crisafulli is the next Premier, and everyone is very, very happy here about it.
Certainly, very happy. Definitely you would say, though, based on... Ooh, nice new graphic there. Definitely you would say, though, Levi, based on what it could have been 6 months ago, this is far from the landslide some were expecting. Some within the LNP were expecting it to be much bigger than this.
It definitely was, and I think that's why people were getting quite nervous a few hours ago, or even a few minutes before that announcement was made, because they were expecting it to be called way earlier than this and a much better result. But either way, I think now that that decision has been made, minority or majority, people are pretty happy that this is a win of some sorts for the LNP. They're going to govern in some sort, but they could have been governing with a lot bigger numbers in a majority government if it wasn't for those last couple of weeks of the game, which we have, the campaign, which we have kind of spoken about, attributing to possibly abortion and Labor picking up in the polls, and Stephen Miles himself going out and campaigning. He got a lot more support in the last couple of weeks. So if this election was any earlier, there could have been a much greater result for the LNP. But if it was any later, not sure who the next Premier would be.
And just quickly, Levi, significant moment just in Queensland politics generally, that you've had a decade of Labor now gone. Also for Labor more broadly, right? They lost government in the NT earlier this year. We don't obviously want to read too much into comparing federal and state, but should Labor be worried at a federal level that the Queensland that delivers the loss vibe?
Well, I've got a little bit of what you just said there, and talking about where Labor sat everywhere else in the country, and I guess on a federal level, even though trying not to draw that connection too strongly, Labor were really dominating across the country, and now that's slowly slipping in the coming election. So I wonder what that means for Australia as a whole, and the LNP might be able to tighten their strength on that, because I guess LNP isn't Labor's only risk at the moment. They've also got the Greens, which didn't do too well today, but everyone else is breathing down their neck, and a change of seats is so imminent in the upcoming to this election, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with all of their other elections.
All right, Levi, thank you. Doing a very good job through the noise there. Thank you, Levi. Continuing this reporting as we look through some of these results and just see the numbers on screen at the moment. What we're projecting for each of the parties, what is noticeable there is that, yes, it's to win 47. We'll say likely or leaning that the LNP, we'll get a few more than that. The magic number is, of course, 47 for a majority, so they need 6 more to win. Whether they will get that or not, it's not 100% clear yet. Obviously, there'll be the pre-poll element. There will be a few elements to look at, and we will wait and see. How that ends up playing out. We might not. I mean, look, we don't usually get official results for a while, right? But we might not get a definitive answer on minority majority for a few days, which. I'd just be super happy if it was 47 or 46 purely because I tipped 46. It won't be though. I'm not going to be correct here. Continuing this, and really, we'll wait. Next hour we're going to have. I'm conscious we're about to go to break. Next hour we are going to have Stephen Miles and David Crisafulli both speaking. Ideally, it wraps up before midnight my time. Nevertheless, we'll be here. We'll be bringing you every single result live. You are watching 6 News as Queensland decides. Stay with us.
You're watching Queensland Decides, Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News. One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here. Long-time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News. This is Queensland Decides Election 2024.
And you are watching 6 News Live as we continue our coverage of the 2024 Queensland state election. We have a lot coming in at the moment, and looks like we are going to go live to Labor's headquarters in Brisbane, where Stephen Miles is set to arrive. Bit of activity that's just happened. We've been seeing it in the break there. He is due to make, we would expect a concession speech. Roman, your mic is live. We are expecting a concession speech. I can, for what it's worth, Austin, I can see the feed now. We are expecting a concession speech from Stephen Miles shortly, but this is a live look at Labor headquarters in Brisbane right now. We will bring you all the latest details there when we get them. We are just awaiting for him to come out. The exact timing of that, we hope sooner rather than later. But yeah, he should be there very, very shortly. We will bring that to you live in a moment. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Clearly, it's not as optimistic as it was an hour ago, and that is because, we do project that the LNP minority or majority has won this election. Of course, though, Labor has managed to avoid what were considered to be a few months ago likely landslide losses for them, and in the end, clearly not. I can hear Roman, he can't hear me. This is fun, isn't it? But for what it's worth, this is live look at Labor headquarters. Look, we'll keep that live feed up, but we had Stephen Miles on a couple months ago on 6 News. I just want to show this while we wait for him to come up. We had him on Uncensored a few months ago, and look, he seemed at least optimistic, and it was harder to be optimistic a few months ago that he had a chance of winning. Here's a bit of what he had to say to 6 News a few months ago as we wait for him to come out.
How's your confidence levels against David Crisafulli?
Oh, look, every election's hard. I know David thinks he's already won. He started calling himself the Premier-elect. But every election's hard, and as the election comes around, people are going to start demanding that he have more than slogans. He's going to need some plans. And I think when people see how flimsy his plans are, it's going to get a bit tighter. Look, we won't do deals with any parties, but we'll deal with the parliament that's given to us. And I've been there in a minority government before. We didn't need deals to get through that, and that would be my approach.
Yeah. I know you've spoken highly of Anastasia Palaszczuk since her resignation, but given there was clearly discontent within Labor about her leadership, do you think she stayed around too long?
No, I think she was a great leader of our party and of our state. She did incredible things women haven't done before in politics, and so I respect and admire that. Obviously, I'm a different person, very different kind of leader, and I'm just trying to show Queenslanders that. I mean, we spoke to a number of Labor sources in the party. There was clearly discontent. Was she pushed out by your party? No, this was Anastasia's decision that the time was right.
David Crisafulli, the opposition leader, spoke to 6 News in March just gone. He did make a fairly bold claim that Labor rigged the Queensland electoral system by changing it against recommendations made in the Fitzgerald inquiry by introducing full preferential voting. Your response to that?
Oh, that's just not true. The Australian elections are run with preferential voting. We had a range of advice that said that the informality rate in elections was higher because of the different systems at different levels of government. We changed it to be the same as the Australian government.
As we all know, everything is going up right now. Electricity, water, insurance, rent, for example. Some of these are up triple since last financial year. Along with these figures, some Queenslanders are seeing a 40% increase in their power bills. Queenslanders have called on your government to deliver relief, and many have said you haven't. What's your response to the Queenslanders doing it tough, especially with power and those things I mentioned?
We will. That's very much our intention. We're talking to Queenslanders now about how best to deliver that kind of relief, and I've said that our budget, which is due in a couple of months' time, will be all about that.
The LNP has announced a solar for rental scheme, if elected, in October, which incentivises landlords to put solar panels on the roof at the benefit of renters, which can decrease power bills by $700 per year. Now, Brisbane is the second most expensive Australian city to rent a unit in. Do you think the LNP has out-policied you, and what effect will this have in October?
No, they stole one of our policies that we'd trialled and found didn't work. So we'd run a pilot of that program. It was found to push rents up. So rents on those properties that had the solar panels, landlords put the rent up, and so we decided that there were better ways to support renters with their electricity costs.
Premier, on to the Olympics now. We know it's quite a controversial issue. We have Brisbane Live, that's obviously going to be developed. Looking back to Sydney 2000 though, which did bring astronomical benefits to both the city and also the state. They developed multiple new venues and also a new stadium. Why is it justified for our games to use a very old stadium that is the lowest?
We do have a live shot now of Labor headquarters, Stephen Miles as well.
Queenslanders, I gave this election everything I had. For Labor supporters here and around Queensland, I know that you did
Queenslanders, I gave this election everything I had. To the Labor supporters here and around Queensland, I know that you did too. Being Queensland's Premier for the last 10 months has been the greatest honour of my life. For the kid from Petrie, it's more than I could have ever dreamed of. Watching the results tonight, it is clear that that hasn't been enough to secure a majority of seats for Labor, and also that the LNP is unlikely to have a majority. We will know more as counting continues in coming days. Many seats remain too close to call. If you consider what we were up against, this is an extraordinary result. It was always going to be a challenging election for Labor, but I have no regrets about the campaign or indeed my last 10 months as Premier. I want to congratulate all of our MPs who have been re-elected. We have seen some incredible results against the odds. My thoughts are also with the MPs who have lost their seats. They have been hard-working local MPs, and I will miss them in Parliament. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who have fought every day of this campaign. There were so many red shirts on the booths today and at pre-poll these last couple of weeks. In every Queensland street, door knocking, and at train stations and street corners, talking to everyday Queenslanders about what they want for their and their families' future. You should all be very proud of what we have achieved together. I'd like to thank our State Secretary, Katie Flanders. Along with Zach, she has run an exceptional campaign. She's brought people together from all different backgrounds and turned them into a united, thriving team. She also hasn't slept for 6 weeks. I'd like to thank everyone else at Campaign HQ and Kat and Amy and my team. I have not seen a state Labor campaign as well organised as this one was. I want to thank my Deputy Premier, Cameron Dick. I know a thing or two about being a Deputy Premier, and Cameron has been a good one. The mighty Queensland trade union movement. Thank you for everything you have done to support our campaign. I'd like to thank my mum and dad, my sister Kate, and my late grandparents. You all made me who I am. Most of all, I'd like to thank Kim and Sam, Aidan and Bridie. Your support lets me do this job. Thanks for joining me on the campaign trail. And thanks to Bridie for being in my strange sandwich videos. I hope I made you proud. I said at the beginning of this, I wasn't going to die wondering. And I stand by that tonight. I have put forward a progressive policy agenda that I am very proud of. The biggest cost of living relief package of any state ever, paid for by billionaire multinational coal companies. $1,000 off every Queenslander's energy bill, 20% off car rego, $200 kids sports vouchers, 50-cent fares. Our Homes for Queenslanders plan, our evidence-based community safety plan, the Putting Queensland Kids First plan, our satellite hospitals, something I started when I was the health minister. But good leaders don't just help with the challenges of now, they also have a plan for the future. At this election, I sought a mandate in my own right to do the big structural changes that will benefit Queenslanders for generations. A state-owned energy retailer and an energy price guarantee. State-owned petrol stations. 50 bulk billing GP clinics across the state. What would be the biggest intervention in primary care of any state or territory ever. Free primary school lunches. A simple concept that could be revolutionary for our state. Because it doesn't just help with parents' grocery bills now, it helps kids to concentrate in school, stay engaged with their education, behave better for their teachers, and drives down rates of childhood obesity and diabetes. It is a game-changing policy that I am very proud of. Because it's a policy born from our Labor values, that every kid should have equal opportunity to thrive, that a state with an economy as strong as Queensland's can ensure its people reap the benefits of that economy. Those are my values. Queenslanders know what I believe and what I stand for. While David Crisafulli ducked and weaved and tied himself into the tiniest small target Queensland has ever seen. Never before has a party taken to an election with so little detail of their agenda. This election finishes with many more questions about the LNP's plans than answers. Will he give back billions of dollars to multinational coal companies? Will he savage the public service? Doctors and nurses, ambos, teachers, fireys, just like he did with Campbell Newman last time to pay for his promises? Will he have a conscience vote on the Katter's abortion bill and allow that right to be stripped from Queensland? Whatever the final number of seats, I will keep doing what matters for Queensland. I will never stop fighting for our Labor agenda. And I will never stop holding the LNP to account. Thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you.
Stephen Miles there officially conceding the Queensland election, but that is more... I haven't seen many concession speeches like that. He, directly after David Crisafulli there, was asking questions, what will they do? He said that the LNP is unlikely to win a majority. Unlikely is a strong word. I wouldn't personally say unlikely. But the main point there is he has conceded. Now, unless I missed it, and somebody in my ear tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe he did say anything about whether he's staying on as leader or not, which is very possible. And he will. He did add at the end that he would continue to do what he's doing, fighting for Queensland, etc., etc. That, I don't know. That doesn't sound like a man who's quitting leadership. That does not sound like a man who is about to quit leadership, and I could see this man as Labor leader at the 28 election, truly. Of course, we may be calling things far too early, but I'll just say that, yeah. I think really he does have a strong chance of remaining as leader if he so wishes. So that is a live look at Labor headquarters there. Our man Roman McKinnon on the ground, and we'll try to cross back to him a little later if we're able to work things out. But certainly, you know, a really, really interesting result there. And again, even Stephen Miles has said it's an extraordinary result. I'd have to agree with that. You know, this is not the landslide. I know we kept repeating it, but this is not the landslide people were thinking of before. Now, it looks like the ABC might have upped their numbers for the LNP. We just saw a message in the live chat. Thank you to Cautious Kieran. Thank you. Who just said the ABC now has the LNP at 45 seats. So I don't know where unlikely came from. I don't know what figures he was looking at. I wouldn't use the word unlikely there. But that was one of the more upbeat concession speeches that I've seen from a man who just lost government there. So we will get to our man Roman McKinnon in just a moment. He's there at Labor headquarters where Miles was. We'll also get to Levi Knight. He's at the LNP headquarters, and at the LNP headquarters there, flipped there, at the LNP headquarters there, David Crisafulli, he will be speaking ideally before midnight Eastern Daylight, because I am buggered here, and I think I've got a cold as well. And I'm on my own here at the moment, so look, we'll just read out the live chat. That'll be fun. Look, David, look, I know concession. Look, he did say the Labor's not going to get a majority. True. Did he say I have called? I didn't hear that. He might have, but that's usually what you start with, right? Not a usual speech. I don't think he genuinely believes, and I don't think people within Labor do believe, though, that they're going to form government out of this, right? With the lack of seats for the KA for the Greens, that harms them. Look, it looks like we might just be able to get to Roman McKinnon now, if possible. He is muted at the moment. I think we can do that, though. If we can cross to him. Roman, we are.
You got me?
Live. We're on live. Talk us through
Wonderful.
what he's just said.
What was that, sorry?
Talk us through what Stephen Miles has said.
Yeah, he spoke a lot about his policies, 50-cent fares, 20% off car registrations, those energy rebates, free school lunch boxes, in the end just falling too short. This Labor government is now on the opposition benches after 9 years. David Crisafulli will be Queensland's next Premier. Whether or not it will be a minority or a majority LNP government is yet to be determined. The room right now, it's heartbreak, but it's a bit bittersweet. Some of these people I spoke to today thought they were going to get absolutely wiped out. For this is a good result as such. Obviously not what they were hoping for, but you know, it's a lot different to a landslide defeat from what the polls and some were predicting at the start of their campaign. As I mentioned, David Crisafulli will become Queensland's next Premier, and from Labor HQ tonight, we'll be signing off on a long campaign and a long day for both parties. Now, just quickly, Stephen Miles didn't say anything about stepping down as opposition leader or anything like that. He did give a nod to his deputy Premier Cameron Dick, saying it's a hard job and things like that. So yeah, no doubt a historic day in Queensland. The opposition forming government after 9 long years. Back to you, Leo.
Roman, did he actually say, I concede?
I don't think directly, but I mean, the elephant was in the room.
Yeah, fair enough. He did say no majority for Labor, no majority for the LNP either. I'm not sure about that last point, but yeah, really interesting. Roman, you've done a great job at Labor headquarters there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, if we can cross back to Levi Knight, he's at the LNP headquarters. I'm sure it's going to be nice and loud. Levi, David Crisafulli will be there soon. How's it feeling?
It's absolutely ecstatic. Everyone is very happy. We're just waiting for David Crisafulli to arrive. Not sure how long it's going to be. It doesn't look like it's going to be too long. He's set to speak next. Everyone is through the roof. There was a lot of noise going on while Stephen Miles was talking, so I can only imagine what it's going to be like when the next Premier of Queensland gets up on stage and starts to speak.
It was interesting. I don't know if you would have heard it, but Stephen Miles didn't exactly say I concede during his speech. Do we expect maybe David Crisafulli would have had a phone call from Miles at this point? I really don't know if he's formally conceded yet or not.
I don't know either, to be honest with you, Leo. Everyone here at the moment is very confident that David Crisafulli will be the next Premier. There's not really a chance for Labor here. I guess we'll have to wait for David Crisafulli to speak himself, but something's telling me that it is definitely going to be a victory speech.
Yeah, thank you. I genuinely, I did miss half of it because it was a connection. But I didn't hear him speak, so yeah. Again, we'll get back to Levi shortly. Levi, thank you. We'll get back to you a little later as we wait for Stephen Miles to come in. You can see on screen now, that is a map of the governments of Australia at the moment on the mainland. Sorry, no Tasmania. But the coalition parties have now gained another. So after that CLP win, we now have this LNP win. Sorry, I'm just really dumbfounded, guys. I had only heard half of that. I would have thought he said, "I concede," or "I have called the leader of the opposition." I mean, I'm not saying he's ungrateful or anything, but can we call that a concession speech? He said no majority. Sure, he didn't say anything specific. He sort of did. He said, what would David Crisafulli do? But I know he said, it's been the honour of his life to be Premier, but he could have said that at any point during the election campaign or in any interview. Was that a concession? I don't know. I don't know. It's one of the more unique concession speeches I've seen, to be honest, if you can call it that. You do have on screen, though, that is the LNP headquarters there. That is where David Crisafulli will be standing very shortly, and we look forward to seeing that. And we will wait for that, and ideally it'll be within the next half hour, because I am tired. Yeah, so this is what happens when we're on our own. Do we replay David? We will figure that out. Look, we'll try to get our man Austin Pollock on the phone as well, who's been behind the scenes for us. But he's been watching some of this analysis in the background here, and it's really important to look at some of this because the dynamic of the next parliament, it's still somewhat undecided, but we know that the KAP will be the largest party by far. One Nation 0, Greens 1 is the crossbench that we're looking at here, which is far from good for the Greens. Possibly 2. South Brisbane's 50-50 at this point. It could take a while. But certainly nothing for One Nation, and one independent as well. Sandy Bolton has been pretty comfortably re-elected in Noosa. It does look like we've got Austin Pollock on the line, our national affairs editor who's in Brisbane. Austin, what do you reckon? Is that a concession speech or not?
It's hard to tell because, like, it's as we've called, and as Sky News has called, and many of main outlets have called, the LNP is going to form government. We called it an hour or so ago now. You would think it would be a concession speech, but it certainly didn't sound like one I've ever heard. But just the way he spoke, there was something in it that just you could tell it was a concession speech, but he didn't directly say he was conceding, if that makes sense. Like,
did he actually congratulate David Crisafulli either?
What was that, sorry?
Did he actually congratulate David Crisafulli in any way?
Well, what was weird is that he actually went after him. He didn't congratulate him at all. He was saying Crisafulli's run this campaign the wrong way, and he was going after him about abortion and how Crisafulli has done a bad campaign, essentially. Not at all congratulating Crisafulli on the win. I don't think I heard that at all. So it's certainly not one of the nicer concession speech. Maybe he still has hope. Maybe he's just trying to fuel hope, but it's certainly a false hope if that's what he's trying to do. Is it
hopium? I just don't get what he was doing there, unless I can't see the Catters going with them, and I can't see more likely LNP winning a majority anyway. Like, that is still seemingly the more likely possibility here. I don't know whether he's in denial or if he's just trying to stay optimistic. The guy seems like a pretty jolly guy generally, but I've never seen anything like that. And there's plenty of much more experienced by years election reporters around this country, but I've covered a lot of elections. I've seen a lot of election concession speeches live. That was really not meeting the definitions of a concession speech. There was no, I just called the leader of the opposition. There was no, I congratulate him. I don't think he actually acknowledged he would be. There were kind of vague mentions, but you could interpret it as saying, like, I'll stay as Labor leader, I'll stay as Premier. And a lot of the comments, like, it was the honour of my life, that doesn't necessarily mean he's saying it's over.
He made that comment at his last press conference as well. It was the honour of my life. It was almost like he was conceding beforehand. But I mean, as you say, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a concession. I've produced a lot of these, and we've seen them all over the past year. These concession speeches, even just last week, and that was in a tight race as well, and they conceded, but nothing from Stephen Miles. Now, what will happen? Will he make another address at some point? I don't know. He might, because obviously this result is tighter than he would have expected originally and what many of us expected here as well. But I don't think it was a concession, but I don't know why he wouldn't concede, because LNP are going to form government somehow.
Yeah, unless he has some numbers behind the scenes that we don't, and we know, parties do have numbers. Someone just suggested in the chat, was it a slightly altered victory speech? Was it?
What, didn't change his script or something?
Yeah, I mean, half of what he said there could have been in a victory speech. Half of what he said there. And so, yeah, it's weird. Just comment from Levi Knight, who's just informed me in my ear that they are testing the mics at the LNP's event at the moment. There he is. So expect some movement on there soon. Hopefully very soon, because I'd like to get to bed, please. But it's fine. We'll stay on as long as we need to. 1 a.m. Why not?
I just want to say, Leo, sorry to interrupt, but just like at school, you might have seen a tweet I put out, but we've been doing a lot on the election in one of my legal classes, right? And just speaking to people, you can just tell, because of Stephen Miles, what he did on the social media and how much he posts on social media, there is so much support behind him. And this attack campaign that he ran about abortion, which we have been reporting on, which obviously has a bit of non-truth to it, it's really resonated with a lot of voters. And just going around to polling places today, I'm in the seat of Greenslopes, which we were talking about a little earlier, but it's all about abortion. They have made this thing about abortion, which is something that was never really promised by Crisafulli either way. And Stephen Miles, he targeted, and as with that Labor source, that LNP source rather, told us, it has worked. It has worked very well for Stephen Miles, and that's what's paid off. I reckon abortion is the reason why he has gotten so well as he has tonight, which originally was predicted to be a massive wipeout, as we've been telling you throughout the night.
Yeah, absolutely. I did run a not poll on Twitter, and most people seem to think he's going to stay as leader. I will. Sorry about Stephen Miles. I will agree with that point. I don't know why he'd really go from here. If people within Labor want him to stay, I think a lot of rank and file want him to stay, and I think there'd be enough MPs that'd be happy for him to stay. We wait for the exact makeup of the next party room, of course. For David Crisafulli, I know we've kind of gone over this point a lot, but he really, you'd think he would have or should have won a lot more than he has tonight. At max, they're going to get, 50? That's a 4-seat majority. This isn't a landslide. This isn't a massive result for them. You know, they've gone backwards in some areas.
I think I can tell you what's killed them. It was when you watch the debate, when you watch his press conference, when you watch the way he answers questions, things like the stadium, what's going to happen with the stadium, what's going to happen with abortion, he repeatedly seemed to dodge those sort of questions, and especially to do with the stadium, which was one that we still don't know the answer of. And I remember watching the Channel 9 leaders debate, he wouldn't give a straight answer about what's going to happen. Well, will the Gabba be rebuilt? He said there's not going to be using QSAC, but we're not going to build a new stadium. So it's almost confusing on what on earth that means. And it was the campaign that killed him. Up until the campaign, he would have won this. If we had an election without a pre-campaign, he would have won this by a majority. We would have gone to bed by now. I'm sure you would have been very happy with that. But we're
going to be past midnight, aren't we? There's no chance Crisafulli's going to have a speech that lasts 20 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, I think Crisafulli should be disappointed, to be honest. He's become premier, but it shouldn't have been like this. It should not have been like this. Stephen Miles should have had a real concession speech.
Yeah, I mean, look, at some level you'd think Miles is almost justified in this, though, right? Because it's not over. Again, I don't necessarily agree that it's unlikely, quote unquote, the LNP won't get a majority. But, you know, if I was in Labor, at some level I'd be happy with this. You know, you've held seats that were risky, you've looked at these areas that were write-offs and they've managed to climb back on. And also, might I add, for federal Labor, yes, there could be some worrying signs here, but the federal coalition, or some of it, I think Jacinta Price was talking about abortion as a potential political issue at the next election. I think federal Labor can see this and say, hey, if we find some anti-abortion candidates that the coalition runs, or some senators or some MPs that have some anti-abortion views, we run on that. That could help us in some of the suburbs. And I think at some level it's been effective in some of the US as well. And I think it's something that is a killer for the coalition in many regards. It is stupid to run on. If they run on something that could be seen as returning to criminalisation, I know it's more of a state thing, or anything like that, that is very clearly not the strategy to go with for millions of voters, I reckon, in the inner city. That's
a failure of the campaign, 100%, on the Crisafulli team. And obviously, you know, the ALP did a very good job to jump on top of that early on, and they've capitalised on that. And as I said, you know, it is a killer because there's so much, there's just so much surrounding it. Like, you can't go anywhere on social media without finding that Stephen Miles is posting something about abortion, be it true or not. on what the LNP was going to do. I'm just cautious here.
And it doesn't. It does also didn't help the LNP here. That genuinely, they had, apart from MPs and the previous votes on decriminalisation or not, including Crisafulli himself, they did have candidates who were expressing views that were not helping Crisafulli every time he said, we're not going to do anything about it, I believe in a woman's right to choose. He can say that and you might believe him or not, but it doesn't help if you've got other candidates who are saying something completely different, or even just perceived as something completely different. And I imagine the LNP would probably be a little pissed off at the Catters as well, because they are the ones who really brought this abortion issue into the election campaign. I didn't really hear it spoken about before they started talking about a private member's bill.
Last year as well, David Crisafulli, he was speaking at a Griffith University lecture that just recently was resurfaced as well about it. And he said that he, to some extent, he didn't support abortion, but that was resurfaced, I think, today or yesterday or something. And obviously, when you have comments like that are just coming back to bite you, and especially given his vote a few years back, it's not going to help at all. And I think there was, during the campaign, I can't remember which seat it was, but there was a member that was very deflective about questions and would not say yes, basically, and Crisafulli had to intervene. Now, when you have stunts like that, that's not helping your campaign at all.
No, I said before, a couple months later, Miles might have won this. A couple months earlier, Crisafulli might have landslided this, but evidently neither of that has happened here. We'll wait for further results here, and we're still waiting for David Crisafulli to come out. I am envisioning that this coverage will end sometime in the next month. But really, what about One Nation here? Looking like James Ashby, their leader, won't win Keppel. It's their home state. You'd have to be a bit concerned about that. And for Malcolm Roberts, the One Nation senator who's up for election next year, bit of a worry.
Yeah, you'll be worried if you're him. Not a good night for One Nation at all, especially in their heartland with Pauline Hanson. So it's not a good night for them at all. Looking forward, I mean, they've won 0 seats, and that's just terrible for them. And what they're going to do now is up in the air. Obviously, they're losing support. They'll have to change or not exist, basically. But Malcolm Roberts, though, interesting state election. It's interesting federal election for him next year. And the way Queensland is going, given tonight's results, you'll be a bit worried, especially with running campaigns like the ALP did.
For the Catters, they'd be pretty happy. No dramatic news for them. We're waiting to see on a few results, but they will be the largest party, definitively, and certainly that could play into interesting dynamic depending on the exact final makeup, or whether they maybe try to seek a defection, because a 1-seat majority or a 2-seat majority, that's still slim. And we've seen plenty of party defections within the LNP before with sitting MPs. It's always a risk.
Well, where we're at now with, 2.5% of the votes, 3 seats won, nothing changed, they would be pretty happy with themselves. And it's going to be an interesting makeup of the House when it returns, especially once we know these final results. But I think for Catter Australia, they'll be happy. I mean, they're never going to go away in regional Queensland for a long time, with Bob Catter and the other Catter, whatever his name, what's his other, Robbie Catter. But a good night for them as well. But terrible night for the Greens.
Yeah, definitely. Talk a bit about that. I mean, we're 50-50 on South Brisbane, but they're not gaining anything more than that. They might lose one if they lose South Brisbane.
Well, when we were going around filming stuff this morning and filming reports, and I'll put some footage up on screen now as well for us. Let me play that back again. There was a lot of Green support around Greenslopes, and that area is Griffith, where Max Chandler-Mather obviously is running federally. This is Joe Kelly's electorate. Now, as you can see, there's just so much Green signage around. There were way more Greens people around out and about than any other any other campaign team, and especially with how it's tracked this area in the city of Greenslopes and federally Griffith with the Green support, you would just think, I mean, I'll pull this back up actually. You can just see, like, there's Max Chandler-Mather there. They're trying to run that continuity campaign between federal and state. Like, it's really quite interesting. I would have thought the Greens would have won this seat, because just driving around the streets, there is not, I saw maybe one LMP, Andrew Newbold, he was running, sign, and the rest were all Greens. There was not one Joe Kelly. It's amazing that Joe Kelly won, because I could tell you there was not one Joe Kelly sign that I saw, and I drove around.
And Joe Kelly was very worried as well, I imagine. Yeah. Because he was posting things like in the exact green style, the same colour, the same like white box format. He said, "I am pro-choice," and there was a paid Facebook ad that he ran in Greens colours with a white Labor logo. Maybe it was red. But I don't think when you're using the opposition's colours, that's always a sign of being confident. That being said, he seems to have won. He seems to have won somewhat comfortably. But yeah, I'm certainly surprised. And yes, they've had a statewide swing. That might sure help them in the Senate next year. But they weren't aiming for the 2025 Senate. They were aiming for the 2024 state election. And the fact they might lose South Brisbane, again, I can imagine why. It's not enough LNP preferences this time. Is certainly a real worry for them. You know, being left with one seat is, far from ideal. And there's actually only a couple of places where they do have one seat, which is WA, which is in the upper house, and it didn't help because of group voting tickets, and the tiny NT Parliament when they won their first MP there earlier this year. One seat out of 93 is actually quite bad on a grand grand scale here, and two councillors as well.
Well, they held it by 5.3%. At the last election, and as I said, given the support that's around for the Greens at the moment, in South Brisbane, it's that sort of area. As I said, with a lot of support there at federal election, I remember covering it. There's a lot of Green support, and for them though, they should. I don't know what they should think, because it's quite worrying for them, obviously coming up to a federal election next year. But it's just. They would not be happy at all. And I don't know what they've done, because there was a lot of support for them around. But, I'm just trying to find some figures here. But going off the last election, 5.3%, you're holding it all right. And going up against, Barbara O'Shea and Amy McMahon. Amy McMahon did a lot for the local community. I can tell you that, around South Brisbane. And she had a lot of support. So, obviously, people want to change maybe, but, Ellen, with putting Labor Party second, you weren't going to get changed by not voting for the Greens, if that makes sense.
Crisafulli, please come out and speak. It's 11:47 my time.
Daylight saving states.
Yeah, well, still, it's a bit late for you guys. Generally, what's he doing here? What's he waiting for?
Can we get Levi on? Should I contact Levi?
Could he be waiting for? Yeah, we might bring Levi. But is he waiting for a formal call? I'm not sure.
If this campaign's anything to go by, he wouldn't be surprised if he was just going to wait until Stephen Miles rang, in spite of him almost.
We're seeing some movement.
Oh, here we go.
See clapping.
See if we can get some audio on it.
Yeah. It looks like David Crisafulli is arriving. I think he's here. Okay, just confirmed from Levi Knight, our reporter at LNP headquarters. David Crisafulli has arrived. We will bring up a feed in just a moment. Levi will be out over there. Keep the camera on. No one can steal the camera if it's on live. Thank you, Austin. There, we will cut to LNP headquarters now. David Crisafulli has arrived, and we will wait and watch and see. Maybe he can tell us if Miles has privately conceded or not, because I'm not 100% sure yet. But if we can, we will work and try and just listen in. We know the LNP is going to form government, and David Crisafulli, former Townsville councillor, former MP, turned current MP, lost 2015, came back 2017. He will be leading the state for the next 4 years, you'd think. And He is going to be having a massive cheer. I imagine if we can get up some audio feed, he would have a massive cheer for him at this point. You know, a huge moment for his party, and really maybe not as convincing as they want, but I'd say I'd lean towards saying they're going to get a majority here, though we haven't made an exact formal call there yet. 11:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight, 10:50 over in the Sunshine State, where we wait for David Crisafulli to speak. We know he's here. We're waiting for him to get a bit closer, and we will work to listen in. But yeah, it sounds like we are able to listen in now. Audio's a bit, but you know, I'm tired. Let's just listen into the feed we've got. Yeah, but he is speaking at the moment. Jared Bly there. You can tell it's a large crowd there. Jared Bly is speaking at the moment. He's the Deputy LNP leader. He will be speaking just a moment, and we should get David Crisafulli after that.
If you repeat and shout every name, we're not going to get there. Our President, Lawrence Springborn. This was my 6th election win as the member for all the team at Secretariat.
It looks like we don't have some audio there at the moment, but that is Jared Bly speaking there. He's the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Nationals, and we are just waiting for David Crisafulli to come in. Is he actually there or not? Because it's really annoying. No, we do have him. We do have David Crisafulli. He is walking in now, and we will do our best to listen into that. He is, of course, the incoming Premier of Queensland. He is declaring victory, and Darrad Bligh just said the LNP's voted for a majority. Now, we know that Stephen Miles said there wasn't a majority, but in all likelihood, it will be a majority. David Crisafulli is coming in just about now. We will, you can see both shots on the screen there. Darrad Bligh still talking at the moment. If I can get a cue to let me know when we can listen in. But look, just waiting for that. He is just coming on stage. We got two feeds that are slightly delayed, you can tell. We might cut to that close up of Crisafulli though, if we can. And yeah, you know, huge night for him, right? This isn't the landslide he would have hoped for, that he expected. But what's the old saying, right? A win is a win, and he will become the Premier of Queensland. That's locked in. He's got that. And yeah, so David Crisafulli, he is speaking now. If we can listen in now, we will just try. No, we can listen in now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight Queenslanders have voted for hope over fear. They have voted for a fresh start, and they have voted for a majority LNP government. I want to start by thanking Premier Stephen Miles for his service as the Deputy Premier of this state, and indeed as the Premier. And to think that a son of a factory worker could be the 40th Premier of this state tells you everything you need to know about how great Queensland is. And I want to thank Stephen and his wife Kim for their service to Queensland. I want to thank the members of his team who have lost their seat tonight. Politics is a really, really tough game, and it's the families who bear the scars of that. And tonight, to those members who have lost their seat, I wish them well in the future, and I certainly wish their families even better. To the people of this great state, I've lived and I've worked at both ends of it, and I love every inch of it. And I want to let them know that we'll be serving them with every ounce of fibre we have, and we are determined to make sure that this state returns to the powerhouse we all know it can be. This result is a vindication of a hell of a lot of hard work and a hell of a lot of strategy, and I want to outline just how large this achievement is. Of the last 12 general elections in this state, we've only won one on election night, and tonight we get to celebrate the biggest achievement we've had in over a decade. But that is not what is important about elections. Elections are about people, and it's about doing good for those who don't have a voice. And what history will show is that tonight was the turning corner of the youth crime crisis. And it'll be the turning corner to mean that there are fewer victims in this state, and by Christmas, adult crime, adult time will be law. And we're going to work on early intervention and rehabilitation with purpose to give kids the opportunity to turn their life around as well. History will show this is the turning point in the Queensland health crisis. and ambulance ramping will not remain the highest in the country at 45%. And you'll know that because within 100 days you will see what's happening in your hospital in real time, and you will have doctors and nurses back in charge of those hospitals. And history will show this is the night we began turning the corner in giving young people hope of owning their home again. And vulnerable Queenslanders to have a roof over their head. And we get to work on that in delivering supply, and we intend to remove a tax to do so for young Queenslanders. And history will show this is a turning point to make sure that government does all it can to lower those structural cost of living challenges, and to make sure that working Queenslanders can keep the lights on, to make sure that working Queenslanders can afford to dream, to make better for their children. And we're determined to make sure that we have respect for your money, and that means a culture of budget blowouts will end. Now it's going to take every day of those 4 years to deal with those big four crises: youth crime, health, housing and cost of living. But allow me to map out a vision for the next decade for this state. My vision for Queensland is one where we get on with building the kind of infrastructure we once did in this state. Roads and rail and dams and schools and hospitals, the generational infrastructure to open up opportunities. I want to look at Queensland again being a place where people look to invest, where people can afford to live, and where this state returns to the economic powerhouse of the country. I want to see those in mining and agriculture and tourism look to invest here again. I want to see the high-end medical and educational research come to Queensland. And I want to see businesses relocate here to give opportunities for our people, and we intend to give every opportunity for Queensland to be the economic powerhouse of the nation. And in doing so, we will create a state that benefits working people, many of whom voted for us today for the first time in a long time. A state where we have a great tolerance, where we're a compassionate society, where people who come here from other nations come as strangers but become family. Just like my late grandfather did in 1960. To do this, we will need a world-class public service, and I intend to make sure that we govern with a focus on delivering services for every Queenslander. And to those public servants, I want you to know we intend to give vision and direction and leadership, but advice will be fearless and frank. The culture of entrenched fear will be over, and together we can deliver the services that Queenslanders deserve. I'm mindful that many of those public servants, and indeed other Queenslanders, may have not voted for us tonight, were distracted by a scare campaign. And to that I say, the good news for us as a political movement, but indeed a state, is that scare campaign won't be able to be run in 4 years' time. When all of those allegations, when all of the scare, when all of the fear doesn't come to fruition, well then we can look to deliver a second-term LNP government. Because friends, this isn't America. This isn't America. We don't pander to extremes. We deliver extremely good outcomes for everyday people. And now the part of the speech that I really want to deliver, and that's the thank yous to the people in this room and those watching at home. Firstly, to every single Queenslander, thanks for backing us. Thanks very much for backing us. To my team, the most loyal, tenacious, hard-working Deputy Leader you could ever hope, and he's going to make a fine Deputy Premier. To the three former leaders in my political movement who will get the opportunity to serve again as Ministers of the Crown. And I want to thank Tim and Deb and John Paul. And in doing so, their strength and their resilience and their assistance of me has been incredible in a really long 4-year term. And I'm going to read just 3 of the texts that I've received from them. And these are from each of them. Keep going. Stay focused. You're nearly there. That's the kind of team that we've created. And that's why for 4 years you've seen discipline and focus and a relentless desire to create a little piece of opportunity for our political... To our members returning, congratulations to all of you. You've been great servants of your communities. To the newly elected team members spread throughout the state, we really look forward to welcoming you to the Parliament, and I know your communities will embrace the opportunity for a fresh face as part of fresh government. Thanks. To one of the sharpest minds in politics, Ben Riley. You've pulled off what we were told 4 years ago wasn't possible, and I want to thank you for delivering this result. To Lawrence Springborg. Well, you all know he's the father of this movement. But we wouldn't be here if he didn't answer a call 4 years ago. And we rang him and we asked him to bring his trademark calm and poise and grace. And the way, Lawrence, that you have enabled the relationship between the two arms of our movement has been something that I will forever be grateful, mate. You've given us a great opportunity. To my Chief of Staff, Richard Ferret, and the most amazing and the humble 23-person opposition office, many of whom came across on day one and took significant pay cuts to leave a job to come and join me on this journey. Oh guys, I'm really, really grateful, I can tell you. To the people that keep the home fires burning, to Jen and Lisa in my electorate office, to Brett and the 2 Garys for what you do for my Broadwater community. And I want to thank immensely the people of Broadwater for their endorsement of me again. No one can do this job without being a local member, and I'm really, really grateful for that opportunity as well. And now the tough bit, to my family. Tonight is really, really special, but it runs a distant second to the achievement of being a dad. And we've done a lot to shield our two girls from public life. And it's been really difficult for them as young women. But we've made that decision to keep them out of the spotlight because we want them to be their own women and we want them to be successful in life, and we just couldn't be more proud of who they have become. Sadly, next week I will be elected as the Premier, but I'm not even the best parent in my house. To Tegan. You have been on this journey with me for a lifetime, and like the girls, you're not as comfortable in front of the camera as you are behind it. And your support and what you have done for the family when I've been away, when you make sure that when I'm home, those special moments, you've kept me real, and I'm forever grateful. Rightio. In closing, we asked Queenslanders to choose hope over fear, and they did. We asked Queenslanders to vote for a fresh start, and they did. And now tomorrow we get to work. Not the day after, tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to work. And we do what we say we were going to do. We don't do what we say we wouldn't do. And we have a contract with Queenslanders, and we intend to honour it. And finally to the future. We haven't won back-to-back elections in this state since 1986. And you need to understand how important it is if you believe in the values of your political movement and you believe in the people of your state. It has to be about generational government. So we govern with humility and decency and vision and tenacity, and in doing so we get the opportunity to govern for a longer period of time. And if we get that opportunity, we can do great things for our party, for our kids, for our state. To borrow a phrase from a different era and a different political movement, it's time. It's time.
Yes, it is.
It's time for a fresh start for Queensland. Thanks very much.
David Crisafulli there, I almost said conceding victory. Confirming he's won here. By all accounts, he's saying it'll be a majority. That is the results that look more likely at the moment, despite what you may have heard from Stephen Miles a little earlier. It's just gone 13 past midnight in my state, but it's only almost 11:15 in Queensland, where Roman McKinnon is back at home. And Roman, look, I know we can keep this short. We all want to go to sleep, don't we? But what did you make of what he had to say there? And I'll note, I think, something important in terms of results. He is saying that they're going to win a majority.
Yeah, judging by those results, it looks all but certain that the LNP will form a majority government. But judging by that speech, David Crisafulli will waste no time. He'll, get right into it. Living up to his plans, obviously those plans by Christmas with youth crime, the 100-day review with Olympics as well, and different areas, health as well, housing, all those major issues. Now the big test, will David Crisafulli live up to these promises as new Premier? I just wanted to touch on a few different seats just before we finish this broadcast. Lots of gains everywhere you look for the LNP. It's either an LNP retain or an LNP gain, like almost everywhere you look. Massive swings towards the LNP, almost statewide as well. Barron River, which we touched on earlier, was Bree James won that seat. She was in hot water earlier during the campaign over posing with a photo of a Sharpie with a Hitler moustache on that. We won't get into that too much, but she received a 7.2% swing towards her. Ipswich West and ALP gained, although a 10.7 swing to the LNP. That was a by-election in March. A by-election in March. It was an ALP, then went to an LNP in March, then changed back in October. So voters of Ipswich West are really shaking things up there. Bart Mellish, the Transport Minister's seat of Aspley, that was an LNP gain. 10 months in the job for Bart Mellish. He got elected a part of that new Miles cabinet as Transport Minister, and now he doesn't have a seat at all. Keppel as well, another LNP gain. At the moment, it's sitting at two candidate preferred at 60% to 40%, with about 80% of the votes counted, 15.6% swing to the LNP. The Greens are in a little bit of trouble in South Brisbane and Maiwar, I hope I pronounced that right, and no One Nation seats. So that's basically a just a recap of the night, but overall a very, very good result for the LNP. Was it that bad for Labor? I think it could have been worse, but
could have been much worse.
Absolutely, David Crisafulli will be the next Queensland Premier.
All right, Roman, just very, very quickly before we get to Levi, who is standing by very patiently. I know I asked you this when you were in Labor headquarters, but just again, that really wasn't a concession speech from Stephen Miles, was it? Like, he didn't say I'd called David Crisafulli. Like, he acknowledged they weren't going to get a majority, but it wasn't exactly a concession speech, even though,
it wasn't a traditional concession speech. He did mention, I would like to thank David Crisafulli. So it was sort of along those lines, but it wasn't, set out, I concede to David Crisafulli, but, elephant in the room kind of thing.
Everyone knew it,
a concession speech, but he didn't actually say it. So, and we also don't know if he will stand down as opposition leader now. That's what he is, opposition leader Stephen Miles. He, when he was walking into the room, we asked him if he'll stand down. He said, I'm about to make a speech, but he didn't say anything. So we'll wait and see on that case. But yeah, could have been worse for Labor. But
yeah, definitely. We'll wait and see on that. Levi Knight is standing by very patiently at LNP headquarters. He's been doing a great job for us tonight. I know the music's still loud there. Levi, what did you make of what David Crisafulli had to say, though?
Look, David Crisafulli, the Premier of Queensland in an LNP majority. Now, everyone here is very, very happy. What I've taken from the speech most is he is committed to everything in his campaign, and he's committed where he stood against the Labor scare campaigns. He's going to continue to stand in the hopes of getting a second term. So, to me, that means especially abortion, we spoke about that earlier, the commitment there to what he has said before the campaign will stand to ensure the sustainability of an LNP government in Queensland.
Yeah, and just also very, very quickly, we mentioned it before. Would they maybe not be as happy as they could have been? Would they have preferred a larger? Do you think they'll just say, "Hey, we're in government now. We'll just take it"?
Well, I think there were a few mixed emotions throughout the night. There were a chance they could be forming a minority government, and now it's an LNP majority. I think that alone has caused some great happiness. It is on the table that they could have had a few more seats, but regardless, they got the majority that they were after, and it seems they are very, very happy with that. maybe even hoping that they'll pick up some of those seats that they didn't get in 4 years' time.
All right, Levi, mate, you've done a fantastic job all night at LNP headquarters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. Good night.
Good night to him. Just you're trying to see if something has been called by Queensland.
It looks
Labor.
like, sorry, Leo,
Wow.
it looks like Queensland Labor have announced Barbara O'Shea has won South Brisbane. So that means the Greens, Amy McMahon, has lost her seat of South Brisbane. Wow, Labor gain.
That is massive. Now, look, that being said, you know, political parties' call isn't the final call. We haven't made that call yet, but it is important to mention that is what Labor has called there. So if that is accurate, and we know it's been 50-50, but Labor's been kind of ahead, that would be pretty significant and really not a good night for the Greens, is it, Roman?
No, not at all. And if they end up losing that other seat, you know, well, they're left with next to nothing. Like, it's not a good result for the Greens, and also something we could see ahead of next year's federal election. You know, what does this mean at a federal level? You know, as well, it could be said with the LNP as well as Labor. So, you know, lots of different aspects on the federal level to pick out from this state election, no doubt.
All right, mate, you've done a fantastic job bouncing around all night at the Labor headquarters. Roman McKinnon, our political editor, thank you very much.
Thanks, Leah.
And that is where we will wrap up our coverage for the 2024 Queensland state election. It has been a massive evening. Of course, the result is that the LNP will form, in all likelihood, a majority government, and we know for a fact David Crisafulli will be the next Premier of Queensland. An extraordinary victory, maybe not as big as they were hoping. Some really interesting results that are continuing to come in. We have had Greens potentially losing all their seats. We don't think One Nation's going to win any seats. It is going to be an interesting dynamic in terms of the next Parliament. Thank you very much for everyone who's been watching at home. It has been a very, very long evening. Remember, I'm an hour ahead of everyone in Queensland, so that's all fun for me. But thank you so much to absolutely everyone for watching, for commenting, for sharing your thoughts, for sharing this content. Thank you very much to our producer and our National Affairs editor, Austin Pollock, our political editor, Roman McKinnon, our 6 News reporter, Levi Knight, election reporter, Maggie Perry, and law and government editor, Stuart Jeffrey, as well as everyone else who's worked behind the scenes to make this happen. We'll continue our coverage right throughout. Well, it's Eastern Daylight. Continue our coverage right throughout today. We'll bring you more updates as results continue to come in. We'll give you all the details on that. Thank you very much for watching. This has been a 6 News election production, and we'll be back whenever the next election is. Hopefully it's a few months from now. I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News headquarters. Have a good night.
You're watching Queensland Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News.